right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this beautiful, beautiful Wednesday. We got something quite new today. Quite new. We got something completely different today. No idea how this is gonna go, but I mean, why not? Why the fuck not? That's what I kept telling myself. I was like, if we don't do this, who's gonna do it? You know? Who's gonna do it? Well, I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to experience it. So, hope you guys are gonna be in for the journey. We got a brand new series coming out called Teaching Myself How to Make a Video Game. And this is going to be day one. This is not going to be a day after day series. We'll do a day every week, maybe a couple every month. That's the plan. Should be fun. So we'll go back to it every once in a while, and we'll just keep progressing, keep learning, keep reading about it, watching tutorial. And we're just going to do this journey together. It's going to be a very chill stream. We're going to have music, the game engine, some tutorial. Yeah. It's just going to be super nice, super quiet. And it's going to be a nice background to chill to. And going to be a super nice background to chill to and hang out. Should be fun. First important question, what game engine did we choose? I think I'm going to go with Godot. There seems to be a lot of tutorial around it. It seems to have a pretty good way of handling a little bit more new developer, I would say. So I think it's going to be a good choice. I think it's going to be nice. If it doesn't work for me or whatever, we'll find something else, but for now, from what I've seen, I've been watching a lot of tutorial using it, and because I'm gonna have to be following a tutorial, right? If we want to start somewhere, I mean, we don't have to. We could also. The color redeem isn't working. Let me go try and fix that for you, my friend. I think the software might not be booted up. It wasn't. Okay. No thanks. Maybe later. There you go. Can you try it out now? Okay, good. If it doesn't work, definitely go Unreal Engine. Is that what you prefer? Beard Trimmer Simulator. Is that what we're going for? Is that what we're going for? What's up, Happy Booger, Samurai, Mistress Star, Grimgore, Lemon King, Lucky Dog. What's up? I noticed Doctor Who, Rivera, Danimal, Pennywise, Demus, G Strider. How you guys doing? So I want to make a sandbox game. So a sandbox game also will allow me to do kind of whatever a little bit. It's going to allow me to think about a lot of features. It's going to allow me to think about a lot of to be able to see a lot of features. You know, we're going to be able to touch pretty much everything we want to do. So it's, and then I don't really have a scope like, oh, we need to release something in 5 years. I don't give a shit. I just want to learn and have fun, and if things work out, and if things take shape, and I enjoy it, then we'll take this somewhere. But I'm starting from fucking scratch. The only knowledge I have is barely a little bit of programmation and web standards, not even in game development or anything. I have very little programming and coding knowledge. I have, I guess, taste for good visual and UI and UX elements. That's pretty much it. I'm starting from scratch. I've never touched a game engine. I've never built a game. I've never drawn pixel art. I've never done anything in that sense. So it's going to be a... Which tutorial are you planning to follow? I don't know, actually. I saw a really nice series by Hardbeast about how to make an action RPG in Godot. That looks pretty cool. It's for 3.2, though. I don't know if that's going to work. There's a nice Udemy course that I purchased as well called Create a Complete 2D Survival Style Game in Godot. But a survival style game is not what I want to do. But it still applies with like a lot of mechanic, like character movements and you know, all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of cool. What genre is going to be pixel art? I want to do pixel art. I haven't decided like what size the pixels are going to be, or like not the size of the pixel, but the size of the sprite. If it's going to be, like, I don't know, 16, 32, 64. I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. It doesn't matter initially. I'm just going to use pre-built assets. And I'm just going to use pre-built assets for now. We're just going to try to understand basics and yeah, pretty much. We're just going to try to understand basics and go from there. There's two very cool tutorial that looks like this one looks on Udemy, looks fucking insane. So I kind of want to check that out. Godot, yeah, we're going with Godot. Yeah, we're going to try that one. We're going to try it. It seems pretty fucking neat. It seems really, really powerful. So I'm excited to check it out. Learning, getting free stuff to tinker is undividedly a preferred choice. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Is this going to be a new Terraria? I've been thinking over the past couple days if I would like the game to be like top down or sideways. Not bad if you want basic UI assets. I found a oh, does it contain like a bunch of shit? Interesting. All different kind of style too. Pretty cool. I found a website yesterday called Kenny.nl, and they have like free assets that everybody can use. It's kind of crazy. I mean, they don't have that much, but they have a bunch of really, really cool little assets. It's very like limited tile per assets, but they have like this UI pack, which looks really nice with like a mini map and banners and textures for the pop-up, which I've still no idea how to fucking make. So yeah, but then there's this tutorial. Oh, there's the thumbnail for today. Looks pretty good, right? There is this tutorial, and he does share the actual pack for this entire thing. So he has the grass texture, his little character that's moving around. Like, he shares the full pack for this. And that's actually like one of the tutorial that he has. It's really, really cool. Like, he literally, I think that's like a good starting point right now. So like little enemies, one character with like weapon animation, some bush, some trees, some rocks, and then we can have a lot of fun with this. And he has like a full fucking tutorial with like 22 parts. So yeah, I wholeheartedly love the fact that after years of bugging you to play Terraria, it got your brain so bad that you want to make your own game. It's been something that's been like, it is something that was in my mind slightly before playing Terraria, but just like a mini idea. Just like a mini... I had the idea like a couple months ago, and I was like, what if I made a series about how to develop your own game? Like, that was like an idea that I just had, right? But ever since I played Terraria, now it's like, I can't stop thinking about it. I've been watching videos about this stuff, like, all the fucking time. It's crazy. I think about it so fucking much. And I'm not even like putting pressure on myself with like a challenge of releasing something. I just want to do it. I just want to have fun and understand player collision. I just want to understand like player collision and UI element and all that. I just want to play with it. And then we'll see like if I get something for it, if I feel something for it and I want to push more, then we'll push more, right? Most cost though, I don't mind paying, especially if it's like a cheap price for assets to use as a... I really don't mind 2D brushes. Oh, those are brushes. Okay. Shop, marketplace, game assets, 2D, 3D assets, 2D decal, terrains. The thing is, I was trying to find like a thing that I'd like most of the assets in that fits the same pixel rate, right? Like this one, for example, everything fits. Everything looks similar, which I thought was really, really cool. Download the resources for the series. There we go. I want to check this out and start booting this up. I just want to download the assets. Download raw file. There we go. Extract. Yeah, I mean, I just want to start somewhere and just fucking figure it out. But it's going to be a lot of me watching tutorial and shit. And it's going to be a lot of me watching tutorial and shit, so. But yeah, they have like a full working sprite for the character. And it looks really, really fucking nice. It has full idle animation, walking. It even has a weapon to swing in all directions. And it even has a dodge roll. So like that's really, really good. On top of having a lot of world elements. It also has like world element, like tile sets, cliff and tile and grass and bush and tree, which is really nice. So we making GTA. What's up, Spunks? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, we're making. What I'm doing is I'm in advance making GTA 7. So as soon as they release the 6, I'll release 7 right afterward. You know? Hey, Lux, play the new RuneScape. It's super fun and right up your alley. I played it all afternoon yesterday. And honestly, I came out of it more frustrated than enjoying it. So I'm going to put it down for a while. See if they fix some of the stuff. I was more, yeah, it's just, it has a lot of things that like kind of piss me off, I guess. I don't know. Like you're constantly getting hunted and raided, which are things that I despise in these type of games. The constant food and drinking is a little bit tedious. Having to go to the lake, get water, boil it, just so that your character doesn't die. It's like, the problem is that I feel like one of the things for me is when you do these kind of adventure game where you go into a dungeon and explore and slay dragon, I feel like it doesn't map really, really well with pure hardcore survivor of like drinking water. If you don't, you die. So like, but overall, I think they got a good solid base. I don't want to put the game down because it's early access. It just released. They're obviously going to be looking at feedback and adjusting things. So I don't want to like go too hard against it. It's just that yesterday I played it, and by the end of the 3 hours that I played, I didn't want to open the game again. Like it was like I died in the dumbest way, and you're stuck in a dungeon in Narnia with nothing. It's a little bit like Valheim, except Valheim somehow makes you want to go back and keep exploring. This game didn't wanted me to. I didn't felt like doing that because I constantly had on the back of my mind, shit, I'm gonna be lacking water. I'm gonna be lacking food. Whereas in Valheim, sure, the game is hard. The game is hard. When the game is tough, but you don't need food and water. You don't like immediately die if you run out of either one of those things. Also, I thought the combat was a little bit clunky, but yeah, again, it looks really, really cool. I'm excited for it. One thing I'll say though, the building. If you're into building structures and houses and shit, that was one of the smoothest, best building experience I've ever had. I just thought the combat was a little clunky. And it had frustrating survival elements that I was like, yeah, I don't really want to play more right now. Are you going to try out Starbound soon since you're in a 2D sprite kick? I would love to check it out. I've just heard like really bad stories about the game. I was kind of looking into playing Core Punk actually, not Core Punk, Core Keeper. So I just got done playing Terraria, and I really want to play Core Keeper. So. You know, Oh, trying to learn game dev. When do we make a studio? We'll open next to Sabotage and Beanox. I'm far from that, man, because we're starting from scratch. I have zero experience with game creation, but was curious. Do you plan to use any AI tool for coding, etc.? Probably. I don't really see a reason why not. AI tool for coding pretty much just facilitates your research, right? They use information that's available out there. Sometimes it's buried, and the AI kind of helps with that. Like, because you can ask it, like, very specific question. You can ask it very, very, very specific question, like, hey, how do I create the function for a 2D character to move, including the delta, the acceleration, like, and it's probably able to figure it all out. Right now, I got a bunch of tutorial that were made by content creator that also goes through those things. And so we're going to be watching some of them. You know. Dang, not the haters coming for Starbound. I literally would play Starbound 100 than Terraria. It's just the whole story around Starbound. I don't know if you, like, followed, like, the background of the development and everything, and it's really, really sad. They overpromised a lot, like, massively delayed the game. Apparently the person that made it was, like, an asshole. Was making people work for free for him, manipulating them. Bunch of people came out. I don't want to shit on your yum. It's just that I've heard really bad shit. Like, there was literally kids working for him. Like, kids, young developer, like, as young as, like, 16 years old that were working for him. And he wasn't paying them. There was a lot, but he wasn't paying anybody, pretty much. But this was, like, a full Kickstarted game. They amassed, like, a shit ton of money. And it's just, it seems like it was really, really bad. And like, so bad that even the Concerned Ape that made Stardew Valley left the production company of the fish. He actually left them because he was aware of this stuff going on in the industry, and he just left them, literally. Said fuck up. Like, so initially that left a bad impression for me for Starbound. So I was like, you know what? I don't know if I want to play that game or, like, support it or buy it. Or it looks like a cool game. There's, like, some really bad horror story behind it. So I was like, fuck. You know, apparently the development was one hell of a struggle, and people were not happy whatsoever when it came out. And, like, I struggle with anything art, but I'm constantly trying to push further with Blender and Unreal Engine. That's fucking awesome. Super excited. This will be a fun journey to follow. I think it's going to be fun. Yeah. One fear that I have is that it could get a little bit boring to watch me watch a tutorial. So I've been trying to figure out a way where we wouldn't have to watch 30 minutes video. Like, for example, the first one of this series, like this whole thing is 23. This whole thing is 23 video long of, like, 7 to 30 minute each. So, and just, like, it's just somebody else speaking. I don't know how good that would be for streaming content. I'm wondering if we can find, like, a written version of some of these info, or if I could just ask ChatGPT, like, hey, how do I, you know? But I feel like it would be a good learning experience to do some of this stuff. I feel like it would be cool. I got this course as well that I bought on Udemy. It's super well fucking rated, like 4.8. Apparently, it's, like, one of the best out there. It's exactly for Godot 4.0 too. This one is for 3.2, so I don't know how much that's going to make a difference. And but this one aims to make a 2D survival game. I'm actually curious if we can see what the game looks like. Like, it has a full arena. Seems really, really cool, man. Bonus content, adding another enemy type. I wonder, like, if I can see actual gameplay of what he decided to make. Oh, really? Heartbeats made a new series in 4... Wait, is there a series, though, for action RPG? Because the problem is this is the style that I want to go for. So I want to learn the basics for this kind of stuff. I don't know if he made a series for 4.0, though. I don't know if he did. So what made you want to make a game, Mr. Luxthos? I don't know. The code editor changed a lot. There's a lot of things you'll see that you can do at all the same way. Really? I mean, Terraria was definitely a thing. But I don't know. I just had that idea like a couple months ago. It just came into my head, and it was just, what if I started learning to make a game on stream with the community, and we just learned together and went through like tutorial and just like booted up an engine and fucking started to make something? What if? And then I played Terraria, and then the idea kind of grew up a little bit. Yeah, I don't know enough about anything to stop me before it. I actually, I'm going in blind right now. I know nothing. I've watched a couple tutorial. It seems fun. It seems cool. I wanna give it a shot, you know? I want to give it a shot. So what is the 4.0 series? Do you know? Godot 4, ninja platformer? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there's because the RPG series, interesting. So you're telling me I'm not gonna be able to follow this on Godot 4? I'm kind of curious. I'm looking at his channel. He didn't make RPG, actually. The thing is, you need to extract the knowledge from and convert. Yeah, that's what I think we're going to try to do. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming we'll encounter bugs. And then when we do, when things don't work, we'll just, like, chat GPT the fuck out of it, and he's going to tell me. Right? We'll just chat GPT the question, and he's just going to tell me. So, I'm just going to finish breakfast here. I got to post a morning tweet, too. But at least we have, like, good assets, which makes me happy. Because the assets that came with this are really, really cool. They're going to help a lot with... Okay. When things don't work, we bought a Demus. Yeah, exactly. We'll just go Demus. Why is this not? I did it a few times for fun. It's doable, but Godot's documentation will be your best friend. ChatGPT is decent, but still mixes both versions. We'll try it out. We'll definitely try it out. Okay. Let's make the morning tweet. Look at the thumbnail I made yesterday. I mean, I didn't make it. I obviously had AI help, which, you know, whatever. The background is actually Stardew Valley. And I thought it was a cute little thumbnail.
20 months.
It's pretty good, right? Hey, what's up, Lucky Dog? Nuclear Phosphate. Thank you for the first sub of the day, my friend. Thank you for the first sub of the day. Appreciate it. Big 20 months. I'm doing good, my friend. I'm doing really, really good. That's what made me click. I'm working right now, and I was like, nah, I can't miss that. The text on the book is crook like TV. Listen, you can't ask of too much of it, okay? It's you know, you can't. It is crook, but you know, like whatever. I've been playing a really weird game called The Sinking City. Oh, shit. All right. I'm ready to learn. Dude, I'm ready to learn. I am. I truly am. All right. I've been wanting to learn more about this for quite some times now, and today we'll be doing just that. Hey, what's up, Jen? That's a fantastic graph. Hey, it looks pretty good, right? First reads the step in the correct direction. Yeah. The book is backward, too. The book is backward, too. Because the text should be on the other side of the book. So. Yeah, the game is basically Sherlock Holmes mixed with H.P. Lovecraft style and weird stuff. It's pretty cool. And it's pretty cool. It's not backward, it's just the camera that took the picture. No, I'm saying this should be on this side of the cover. Right? Like if you close the book, the hinge of the book should be on the other side, right? Yeah, whatever. I've been wanting to learn more about this for quite some times now. And today we'll be doing just that. Okay. Starting a brand new series. All right. Pagalas, thank you for the 45, my friend. Really do appreciate it. Welcome back to the club. Starting a brand new series teaching myself how to make a video game, and today is day one of that journey. All right, let's refine it real quick. Yeah, I've heard about this. Okay. There we go. Cool. There we go, chat. First thumbnail is down. First thumbnail is down. Let's go. And a meeting, so I can't hear, but if you're using ChatGPT, they drop their prompting guide for, already did some code testing earlier, and it's quite good. Oh, shit. There we go, friend. What's up, Feisty? How you doing, my friend? If you guys want to give this tweet some love, I would always appreciate it. There's the Blue Sky post. The Cookbook OpenAI. Agentic workflow. System prompt reminder. In order to fully utilize the agentic capability, we recommend including these these three types of reminder in all agent prompt. The following prompts are optimized specifically for agentic coding workflow, but can also easily be modified for general agentic use cases. Persistence. This ensures the model understands it is entering a multi-message turn and prevents it from prematurely yielding control back to the user. Our example is the following. You're an agent. Please keep going until the user's query is completely resolved. Before ending your turn and yielding back to the user, only terminate your turn when you're sure the problem is solved. Oh, shit. That's pretty insane. Tool calling. This encourages the model to take full use of its tool and reduce its likelihood of hallucinating or guessing an answer. If you're not sure about file content or code-based structure pertaining to user requests, use your tool to read file and gather the relevant information. Do not guess or make up an answer. Planning optional to design is ensure the model explicitly plans and reflects upon each tool call in text. That's crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. All right. I got breakfast. Cursor is pretty sick. AI that you can ask very specific question and it will code it for you. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? Kind of fucking insane. Making a game, I see. I mean, we're gonna try. We're gonna attempt to possibly maybe make a game. Cursor is quite good. Oh, Cursor is the name of Cursor AI, the AI code editor. Oh shit. Oh shit, you can download it? What's up, Lux and chat? We making a gooning game? No. Oh shit, they Instacart uses them. No gooning. Cursor lets you write code using instruction. Update entire class or function with a simple prompt. Dude, this looks powerful as fuck. Is it? There's no way. Okay, no, it's not free, right? Right. Oh, hobby. Pro 2000 completion, slow medium requests. Otherwise, it's $20 a month. Okay. Everything in hobby plus. Unlimited slow premium requests. Okay. And then you get giga requests. Okay. Wow. They fucking managed to serviceify. They managed to SaaS fucking code editor. I saw your blue post, so I'm gonna lurk in here while I do some work. Fuck yeah, my friend. It's gonna be painful, I'm telling you though, because we're starting from scratch. So a lot of watching tutorial, it's gonna be a shit show. Honestly, free works fine. It probably does. I just don't know if it's gonna necessarily be useful for what I'm doing right now, though. It looks insane. I mean, maybe it could be. I don't know. Honestly, it could be also. I just have no idea. We'll start with the basics and then we'll but I'm putting this on the side here. Actually, I need to stop putting things on the side. My browser tabs are already getting loaded. The bot is brutal today. Oh shit, did you just lost everything? So this is one of the first tutorial I want to follow, which is made by Hardbeast. And but it's made for Godot 3.2. So I don't know how useful that's going to be for me. I don't know if I'll be able to convert everything. But it's a really cool game. The assets are already given with it. So we have access to all these little sprites. We have access to these little bushes. We have access to all of this. It looks really, really cool. Like a lot of the stuff, the animations are done. Like all the assets are here. So I think we'll have a lot of fun with this. We can literally toy in this little environment for fucking days. The bots ain't playing. I mean, you guys just have to be more, you just have to go for it, right? No shit. Jesus Christ. Are you keeping notes while you go through this? I'll be honest, Landre, I'm really bad at taking notes. I think I'm just going to go with the flow and see where my brain kind of takes me. I'll probably just have random ideas. It's like, oh shit, I want to do this. I want to learn how to do this, and then we'll just keep progressing like this. Once I'm done with this tutorial, we'll figure out stuff that we can do, right? Menu, creating more areas, entering like maybe a dungeon, like maybe entering an area that is not on the same level, or maybe go, you know, like there's which is why I created such a large scope idea, which I know that you look at this and you go, ha, 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 you're never going to be able to make this. And no, I'm never going to be able to make this, but this gives me this gives me like a million shit that I can try to learn about, right? It gives me goals and things like, okay, how do we make building happen? How do we make farming happen? How do I... There's another tutorial that I found that a dude shows you how to do a mini farming game where it's literally using pixel art and Godot, and it's just, he's planting a plants and there's a day cycle, and then the plants grow, and then he harvests them. And I'm like, that's fucking cool. Right? So, like, I know that's your dream game. That's my dream game, too. There's nobody that does this. I mean, pretty much. Weirdly enough, Core Keeper is almost doing all of these things. Except there's one part that I don't know what I want to do. If I want to make it outside or inside fully, like Core Keeper. Because I like the idea of Core Keeper because you can turn it into a Terraria-style game. A little bit. There is a possibility of both, which is why I had biomes and underground. You know, Penguin up, ChatGPT fucking nailed it. What the fuck? Bro, your thumbnail looks better than mine. And I struggled to make this yesterday. Didn't want to fucking listen to me. What the hell, dude? Have a free roam overworld with caves, which acts as an entrance to an underground, which spans the full side. So, I've been thinking, it made my brain think, how can you make, I'm wondering how you could create the same sense of exploration that Minecraft and Terraria does, but in this camera angle. I wonder if it's possible. Nassis does it? It's like Zelda, dude? Yeah. How do they make you dig? No, but like Zelda doesn't make you dig down. It makes you, and Zelda doesn't really make you dig at all, right? If you think about it. Like, this is what I want. I want you to, like, this is what I want, but I'm wondering if you can do it multi-level. You know what I'm saying? So, like, he has a stair to make you go up another level. You know? And then you fall into a new area. And then you can, you know, like, you have an overworld, but then at any point you can go in the underworld and you can discover these caves. Right? But I wonder if it would be possible to make it multi-level. I'm not talking about my game, obviously. Like, I don't know if I'm going to get there. I'm talking about in general. You know? Yeah, so you would have to use transparency. As you're digging down, you would have to create a shadow of where your character is. Right? Until you enter a full new layer. I'm trying to just picture it in my brain how it would work, right? But maybe we can just go like this. Because I've been wondering what makes Terraria digging so fucking awesome. You know, what exactly makes... And I think it's the fact that you can get stuck, you can fall, you can... which is you're unable to create it with a game like this. This is all about just exploration, but it's hard to create danger and fear of what's below. You know what I'm saying? So multiple 2D layer, like 3D? Yeah, but in a 2D style, you know? But it wouldn't be like a real 3D, or it would mimic 3D, I guess. So, like, Terraria, like, it's not only about the danger of the enemies. It's about, like, early on in the game, you have a fear of not being able to climb back up. Which is why you need to bring ropes, which is why you need to bring a lot of these tools to help you, because you might be digging down and then you fall into water, and that's fucking deadly, right? You can fall and that was like really, it made the digging really, really, really cool. You know? Same thing with Minecraft, right? I think what makes it like cool when you're digging. I wonder if you can recreate it with only one layer like this. I don't know if you can recreate the same feeling, you know? Well, technically, a lot of new 2D games are actually 3D games, so technically you can manage it in 3D with 2D assets. Yeah, I don't think I want to get into 3D, though. I think that would make it a little bit complicated to start off with. I want to keep it 2D, but I think I would start off with this base idea, pretty much. Zelda Link Awakening style 2.5D overworld of the side-scroll underworld area to explore. Digging more than a couple layers would get confusing with isometric. Yeah. I think you would have to generate each layer individually. A little bit like Stardew Valley does it too. Like when you go in the mine, you just take a ladder or whatever. Which in a world like this, you could just have a hole pretty much. But you could still need a rope to climb back off that hole. Right? That could actually be kind of interesting. Isoterra? What is that? Isoterra. Oh, wait. Is that a concept? Interesting. But it looks, Isoterra does look, oh no, ISO I guess means that it's not 3D, right? So it's 2.5? Wait, Isoterra's a game? Isoterra, oh, there it is. That's so interesting. Build base and outpost, gather resources, craft item, rescue NPC. Yeah. I think I might have an idea of what could be cool. Because you could still technically hide holes underneath certain nodes. And then as you're digging, if you go too fast, you could still fall into a hole that takes you on another level, right? And then you can make infinite of these levels if you want. Right? And it would stay 2D. You know? It would stay 2D. You know what I'm saying? Like, exactly. It would just be like a pit, right? So, like, let's say that you start digging, but underneath this copper, there is a small hole gap. And then if you fall in it, then you're obviously, it would have already like a pocket created, but then you fall into this pocket and then it's a completely new layer. And then you have to have the tools to climb back up. So that's that's like a, yeah, but there's no limit to that. It's a map per floor, and the map can be procedurally enlarged as fuck. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying, right? It could be, all of this underground world could be a giant biome that's like procedurally generated and large as fuck. And then you can procedurally generate also like holes and other levels, and just like it keeps going, right? Return from core is a core keeper, just like you said, with multiple level. Really interesting. Return from core. Oh, is it made by the same dudes? Holy shit. Wait, what the fuck? It literally has the same artwork. Oh, they have a little animation too. Interesting. They're going for like a... Okay. You know what's weird with this art style is that while the character has more detail, like look when they dig up. So weird, like they don't even turn around. Like he's still digging. But I love this. This is what I want. I want to build something where you can dig every fucking block and you don't know what's coming up, and then there could be like a little shine in the darkness. That was one of the coolest fucking thing about Terraria. Those shine in the darkness. It gets you excited every fucking time. Look at this. There's like a mini shine right there that just like bling, and then you want to fucking go towards it, right? This is called Return to the Core. Oh man, I like this style. I want to. Oh yeah, farming. Let's go. Oh yeah, automation with watering, dude. This is what I want to. This is what I want. I just want to see like if they have another level deep of how does they handle multiple digging layer. I don't know if they showcase it. Yeah, there's pits, but it looks like Undermine meets Core Keeper. Yeah, it does. I just wanted to see how it interacted when you did go through it, right? What? Oh my god, it even has full automate. Oh, there you go. What happens when you go to the shaft? Okay. Very interesting. Yeah, I was trying to see if there was like an explanation, like a visual representation of how they do the digging. Anyway, that's pretty cool. This is what I would love to attempt to go for. It's just a goal, okay? It's just I know that it's not realistic. I know that it's not realistic, but that's what I want to go for, pretty much, right?
Exciting
I know.
New adventure to be undertaking. Just
Yo!
like anything you set your mind to, I'm sure it will be amazeballs less than 3.
Thank you, King. I appreciate that very much, my friend. That thumbnail look amazing. Thank you, Emma Sky. Thank you for the resub, King. I appreciate it. I think the way that game was doing it feels like the right way to go. Yeah, I just didn't see how it was. But I guess we'll cross the bridge when we get there, right? Right now, we got to start with making a basic fucking character and not... Well, the cool thing is I can't pull my hair out. So, we already got a head start. You know? We already got a head start. I can't pull my hair out, so we're good. We're good. Yep, then you can make the surface to be placed like Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, where you go from one place to another. You can mix and match style and genre from there. Isometric view when above ground, but then side once you start digging and go below, I think would be cool. That's kind of interesting. I like the idea of keeping it this style, though. Because then if you do it that way, Doc, you have to make the animations and everything twice. But I like this version, which this isn't called isometric. This is just top-down, right? Because isometric also has the rotation into it. So it's not a plain top-down. It's actually like this for isometric, right? So this is technically called top-down, right? Which I think I like top-down. It makes the asset easy to draw. You don't have to think about you have to, I feel like it's easier to think about this dimension this way. And I think it works well too. You can do like so much shit with this. You can do so much with this. You can do like so many style of game with this. But like I said, we got to start. We got to start somewhere. We got to start somewhere. So we'll lower the music and we'll get started with this
that you need for
this little project.
RPG. Now, this is going to be the scope of the project. We likely won't do a lot more.
We'll be alternating between like watching a tutorial. He has like a really cool tutorial on how to start the project. I don't know if it's gonna map well with Godot 4. This is Godot 3.2. So I don't know if it's gonna map well. But pretty much we're gonna have to watch pieces of tutorial and then try to put things together.
3.2 stable. There's a new 3.2.1 stable today. I might end up.
There's going to be a lot of differences. So, you know, like already, you know, it looks pretty similar. So, isometric view. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. I'm caught up.
Downloading that and starting to use that as well. So once we open it up, we're going to do a new project. Oh, and before I get into this, I want to say that this is going to be fairly beginner friendly, but cool. I do expect you to have some knowledge of programming, but you don't have to have a lot. It's going to be mainly aimed at beginners. So I'll do my best to explain things as I go along. But if you've never done any programming in your life, you might want to go look at some other basic programming videos first, learn about variables and functions and stuff, because I'm not going to explain all of those in the folder that you hear, and come into a folder that I want to put it in. You guys can put it in any folder that you choose. We'll do YouTube tutorial videos here.
Okay, so does Godot already makes one of these? New game project. Okay, so we could do a little project folder will be automatically created. That's pretty cool. So we'll do one called, so I'm using Godot. We'll just do this. And then we'll do Luxthos Adventure 2. Change the project name. Oh, yeah, the project name. Yeah, we could I guess we could do Luxthos Learning Adventure. There we go. That's going to be the name of it. So it's going to make it inside Godot and it's going to create a folder for this, I'm assuming, automatically. We're not going to use Git right now. I don't think we need to. Lame name, but I'll take it. You think it's Luxthos Learning Adventure? You don't like it? I think it's good. It's a good name. LLA? Yeah, Luxthos Learning Adventure. And then we can start with the 2 so that people wonder what happened with the first one. No, yeah. Is it going to create already this project into this path? Local Git can still be good for experimenting. Probably, right? Game Dev TVs are really good resources to learning to make games. It's paid, but they always have really good sales. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind paying at all. Like, I even bought, like, a course on Udemy as well. You know. A new adventure, Luxthos, anal for short. God fucking damn it. Oh, that's good. I almost want to do it, but Breaky made a 4.0 tutorial last year. The thing that's tough a little bit is I have to follow a tutorial. I have to follow a tutorial that follows the same type of game. Otherwise, it's difficult to apply the principle, right? If the tutorial is made for a platformer, then as you follow along, you're not really making the same type of, you know what I'm saying? So I like, even if it's a 4.0, it has to be the same type of game, doesn't it? I'll start with this and then we'll see what happens, I guess, right? This is the only one that I've seen that actually goes for a like top-down action RPG style.
Here and select current folder, and we'll call this, make our name here, action RPG, and create folder, create and edit, and that should open.
Okay, good. Yeah, and the gravity, the functions to apply movement, etc., are different, so you can't follow one-on-one platformer versus top-down. Yeah, exactly. It kind of. Do I go with Git or not? I don't think it matters much right now for learning purposes. I think it's just going to create like a hurdle, a link, I think, for the... I've already used Git in the past, but it's been so fucking long. I used it mostly for you know. All right, create. I'm sure we did it, chat. We did it. We've made a game. Well, that's it. That's the end of the video. We have a game. Okay, it's going to take a while to get used to this. So first of all, we're going to go 2D. There you go. And I think we can edit the editor that I saw. Manage editor feature. Oh, we made a cell on Baldur's Gate. Nice. Editor settings. Think you can... no, these are the settings. I want to manage the editor feature. Is that it? Create a profile, available profile. No? Okay. What if I create one? Okay. Steam link for the game, please.
Brother Beard, D.
Yo, Nuri Craft. Thank you so much for the 57 months, my good friend. Really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, my good friend. Can I play early access today?
Open it up here.
I'll try.
I need
I'll
to
hurry
actually import the resources for this, and you guys should find the resources for this inside of. I'll put a link to the source, the GitHub source to this project, in the description. And so you can find that and then go download the zip file in there called Action RPG Resources. So you can download that zip file, unzip it, and import these resources into your project as well. And you can see I've just opened it up right here. I'm going to select all of these folders, and I'm going to drag it and drop it into this little file system down here.
Okay, I remember him doing that. I also remember that you have to change a setting first. So first of all, I want to figure out how to change the editor. Edit layout. Editor doc. Is it editor feature? Try to remember. Editor settings. There was a way to change. Now, this is just the setting. It's not the viewpoint. I feel like it's this. Current profile. Create a profile. 2D. Whoops. Ah, there we go. And then if you create a 2D profile, then you can remove the 3D editor. And then it removes some of the assets so that you don't need to see those things. Because it just makes it complicated. It just makes it like, you can remove some stuff and then you can world 3D, like all resource on a whole with such as visual, scenario, and physics space. We don't need anything that is that's pretty much 3D-esque. I guess we don't need to like toggle up everything and down and seems pretty good. It's just about like the main feature pretty much. And this is Probably shouldn't even touch this, honestly. I just want to remove it from the main view. There we go. Fantastic. Assets library. Assets library. Import. Okay. This is the 2D world. So you have the file system here. Dock position. Okay. So he just imports all the file in here. So we're just going to try to do the same thing. But I remember that there's something that bugs out when he does it. But I'm going to follow his way of doing it. And then if anything happens, then we'll encounter it. This would only be a local get only, no remote repo for other from that standpoint. If I purchase now, can I play early access? I can't wait for the first DLC. Yeah.
And Godot will
exactly
import those. Oops, we're actually gonna delete those. Because we actually want to make sure that it imports them properly for sprites. So let's do this again here. Let me move this out of the way. We'll come up here and we'll come into our...
Okay, so he selected one of the images and then went to import. MIP maps generate on fix alpha border. And I know there's a thing called, what was the feature?
Import as here on the import tab. Basically, the problem is if you import them in by default, they will have a slight filter
right?
to them, a blur. You can see this pixel. This doesn't look like pixel art, right? It's designed for
we're
an
learning
HD
Godot,
game because we've got some blurring and aliasing right here. So in order to fix that, we need to come to our import tab right here. And we need to turn off filter.
Okay, I think they already did turn that off. Fix border alpha. I mean, I guess we can just figure it out, right? So if we do this, seems to... okay, I got to figure out how to zoom in this. You can't do control scroll? Oh. So it seems to, yeah. So if I do delete, so if we do player and I import this, yeah, it does it. So, well, character of a booba slider, probably not. I'll be honest. I mean, maybe. You know what? Maybe. My brother used Godot. He likes it. Nice. It's not there in... you will get blurry sprites, I think, if that's the case. I'll try to find it for you. It's not there in 4.0 anymore. So it's not in here anymore. Okay. So the filter preset. So it's like, from what I understand, like he deletes this. He removes all of this. But then in here, there's usually an import filter. Texture 2D. It should be a texture 2D. Fix alpha border. Okay. All right, so we've hit our first difference. We've hit our first difference, and now we got to figure out. Let's ask ChatGPT. I'm already so lost. Like, why the fuck is this a thing? Because they're not everybody's making pixel game, right? So the flags thing is not there anymore. When importing a pixel art asset into Godot 4.4, I think I'm at right now. Which version am I using? About Godot 4.4, yes. How do I prevent it from being blurry? There we go. Project setting, advanced search filter. Ah, there you go. Wait, I want to see if ChatGPT got it right. Disable filtering on texture. Select your pixel art image on the file system panel. Click the import tab, set filter off. Okay, so it's not aware that it's not in here anymore. Yeah, it will confuse version constantly. I wonder if there's a way to tell ChatGPT, hey, don't guess it, like don't guess, use your knowledge to find Okay, so you told me project setting. So project setting. Then we can search filter, texture, default texture filter, linear. And then rendering texture. Oh, rendering texture? Filter. Search filter and in rendering texture default linear mipmap and check use nearest mipmap filter. Use nearest mipmap filter on? Right there. By the way, the person helping is on YouTube. For those on Twitch wondering what the fuck is going on, Shibby is on YouTube helping me out with all of these. So this one is save and restart. Okay, let's see if that works. You should make a project in ChatGPT so that you can spawn up new chats in it, but you'll be able to reference whatever is in the project. You know what would be fucking cool? I wish you guys could see. Okay, so now, if I import the assets back again, and then we open up the player frame, still seems to be blurry. Unless it's because of the zoom. You missed one message? Did I? Did I fuck it up? You can also per sprite you have in the editor through properties. It's probably the zoom. No, when it's zooming, it's supposed to zoom the pixel, but it's doing a blur in it. You didn't change the linear to linear mipmap. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm trying to. So filter, and then you said the linear to linear mipmap. Oh, this is what I needed to do? And now it should be good? You need to click re-import? What do you mean re-import? Let me do. On the left side above file system. Oh, this? So now that adjusted the It's hard on the chat to explain. The assets keeps the setting during import, so you need to import again to let it process the new setting. Yeah, that's what I did. But it's right, like I deleted all of them from the file system even after doing this, and it still seems to import them. Let me just import one thing instead of importing the whole thing every time. Shadow UI world. There we go. Let's just import a tree. If I import a tree and I zoom in, it still has that. It still has that. I'm stupid. Nearest, not linear. Hey, I mean, we're all, you know, you're helping me more than ChatGPT is, so we're just figuring it out, you know. Project setting, linear, nearest mipmap, close. Oh, shit. Okay, it seems to have some clunky artifact, but I don't know if that's just the editor that's like causing some of this shit to happen. It seems to have some weird shit going on. What if I disable this? I wonder if it needs to. It probably doesn't need a project setting. Linear nearest map fast. I wonder what happens for the decal project. Let me try some of the instruction real quick that right, I'm trying to figure out camera setup. Okay. Try nearest map and decal light projector. Mine crystal clear zoom. So maybe the asset. I don't know. Try another sprite. No, it's not the asset because every once in a while I zoom in and it like the asset is perfectly fine, right? Like the asset is perfectly fine. It's clearly like because like a different zoom level. Like at this zoom level, everything's fine. At this one, there's some stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? Like you can see, and it's not like on every. You're zoomed in at 1,000%. Yeah, I know. No matter the zoom level, it does it. Like this one is perfect. This one is not. This one is perfect. This one is, you know. Hey, Lux, how we doing? Hey, what's up, Vash? How you doing? Samurai, thank you for the 21 months. Yeah, the outline is there's like stuff going on here, but it's not the asset that's breaking. Enable pixel snap, okay? What is project setting, display window, under the category display? Okay, project setting, under the category, display window, stretch mode. Okay, there's a couple of things. Stretch mode. It doesn't have 2D. The outline, some weird rendering. That's not, yeah, we just got to figure it out, you know? We just got to figure it out. Stretch mode. It's weird. It doesn't have, it says to have 2D in here, but it doesn't have aspect keep. Mode, it says value 2D, but it here is disable Canva viewport. Interesting. Viewport with, here we can enter probably like a, some shit like that, I guess. But that's just for the window viewport when you press play, right? Save scene before saving. Oh, interesting. It makes me save. Interesting. We'll just I don't think I need the player to fix this. It's clearly like just an editor issue. Hmm. 2D. Zoom speed factor. No. Okay. Shader. Restore shader on load. Maybe it's not related to any of this. Let me just Google real quick. When importing 2D assets, pixel art 2D assets in Godot 4.4. Integer zoom. Maybe it's the MIP map. Integer zoom. Where was that? I wonder if it's in this area here. Let me just ask ChatGPT real quick. When importing pixel art 2D assets in Godot 4.4, when zooming in, I'm seeing weird line. Okay. All right. In the editor. Okay, what does it tell me? These artifact usually comes from MIP map being enabled, blending, lower. Oh, maybe you don't want MIP map. Known issue with NVIDIA drivers. Do you have a link to that? Filters off, MIP map off. Not sure how you do that, though. Oh, your chat blogs the link, I guess, but it's either the MIP map or the issue. Yeah. Let's try rendering texture. Texture nearest MIP map. Linear. Yo, Jane. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, people. Jane Takar? Oh, tabarnak! Ah, si. En Québécois. How you doing, my friend? How you doing? Janet. Yeah, my brain is like melting right now. Jeanette, wait, do you pronounce it French or English? Because the tabarnak is throwing me off right now, I'll be honest. Janetta. Oh, Janetta. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. That sounds way better than what my brain was trying to read. Hello, friends. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Oh, did you just yeah, it's Jeanette, but everyone calls me Janetta. Okay, awesome. How you doing today, friend? Welcome, welcome, people. I'm trying to understand some basic stuff right now, so we're trying to figure stuff out. Because when I'm importing my asset, snap 2D transform to pixel, no. Prevent artifact during scaling, okay. Compression, okay. 2D renders, no, that doesn't matter. Thank you for the shout out, man. Good run, gotta run. Have a good one. Have a good rest of your day, my friend. Thank you so much for sharing your community and your folks. I think he lost focus. Yeah, we got a raid on Twitch. We got a little raid on Twitch. Thank you so much, my friend. How was your day? I was so Janetta's to run. So how was the day going? What were you guys working on? What were you guys doing? Maybe you should list your programming language amongst your tags. Yeah, so I'll leave it like that. I don't know any of them. I mean, I know a little bit of like PHP, a little bit of JavaScript and shit like that, but like I'm new to this. I have my knowledge comes from web development a little bit. So it's nothing that applies to video game. Fuck all. I have understanding of what programming is, function, looping, like all that stuff. Like a little bit, but you know, very little. I'm more of a UX UI designer. So that's where my shit comes in. Default textures set to nearest is stop selection. Yeah, nearest. So what do you want me to do? Linear map instead? Nearest, no map. Oh, just nearest. Let's try that. Yeah, so I'm brand new to this. I'm brand new to this. I'm trying my best to. So linear, or not, just nearest. Okay, so do we use mipmap filter then? Yeah, sorry, YouTube, is because there's also all of Twitch. So like I have to mix all the chat. I think it's more entertaining this way. Nearest, I guess we don't need any of this. No mipmap, just nearest, close. Oh, I think I needed to restart though. Yeah, let's do restart. Don't save. Okay. Yeah, I would have to Google what the fuck is a mipmap. What is a mipmap? I have to understand what that is. A mipmap is a set of pre-computed downscale version of a texture used to improve rendering performance and visual quality at a distance when a texture is small. Imagine you have a mipmap is a collection of smaller version of the same texture. So when the object using that texture is far away or very small, the GPU automatically uses lower resolution version of the mipmap to chain, prevent flickering, save performance, smooth transition between zoom level. Why mipmap are bad for pixel art? For pixel art, mipmap are usually a problem because they blur the sharp pixel edges. When zooming, Godot may interpolate between different level of mipmap, resulting in blurry or dirty pixel. Oh, we don't want dirty pixel. They introduce visual artifacts, especially in pixel game. Wow. If we would have just asked that to ChatGPT, we would have figured it out. So use mipmap. Pixel art? No. Oh, okay. Cool. So yeah, there we go. We just learned something. Let's import. Put the tree. Okay, I'm still getting a little bit of the I'm still getting it though. So it's not 100% fix, but we're on a path here. You should do a collab with Jackie Codes. She streams game development and Godot Twitch. Would be entertaining. I think that would be cool as hell. I wanna dabble a little bit into this. I want to see how I like it, how everything goes. I want to do like we'll be doing one of those series maybe once a week, maybe 2 to 3 times a month. You know. And we'll see where we go from there. And I want to see if I can have fun with it, Okay, nearest mipmap is not on. Oh, linear mipmap. Okay, so we just do linear fast for light projector, linear fast as well. Do we put everything to linear or nearest? Let's ask real quick. Where's my ChatGPT? There it is. Should I use nearest or linear for pixel art 2D games? I'll download the asset and try. Nearest, really keep crystal crisp and sharp. Okay, so you have to use nearest. Okay. You have to use nearest. So let's do nearest on everything. Re-import. I mean, this is part of the learning process, this is part of it. Okay, we still have artifacts. I wonder if my GPU is there's no way my GPU is causing this, right? Oh, we can test a lot easily with this. So mipmap is bad. There we go. So it is nearest. Nearest gives me the best result. But I wonder if there's a way to fix these weird Weird line showing in pixel art Godot. This is an issue with NVIDIA latest driver. Either roll back your update or switch to the studio driver. That's 2 months ago. Oh, there we go. NVIDIA Vulkan driver update. This issue has been confirmed many times already, and it's a problem with the latest NVIDIA driver. A lot of Vulkan applications seems to be affected, and NVIDIA is aware of the problem. There's nothing we can do on the Godot side to mitigate this, so affected user can either roll back the driver to a previous version or wait for NVIDIA. Okay, so let's see if we can... What is it? NVIDIA. What is it? NVIDIA control panel? No, it's not that. It's this. Don't zoom in. No. I wanna fucking fix it. Is this the right app? Let's see if there's a new update that could fix this. If there's a new update that can fix it, then we'll fucking do it. Or use DirectX 12. Inside Godot? Oh. Configure Godot to use Direct 3D 12. Yeah, it's just a driver issue right now. I have a driver update though, so let's try to do this. Don't save. Let's try to close this out. Let's do a quick driver update, and then we'll see if it works out. It might just be that. It might just be that. Yes, driver release express installation. Fix this for me. Okay. Wait. Install GeForce Ready driver. Reinstall. Wait, no. Wait. Am I up to date? Wait, it says I'm up to date? Yeah, I did do the refresh button. There's no way I'm up to date. It can ignore it for now and wait for a fix that won't stop the learning. I know. Give it a bit. There has to have been a... Oh. All right, chat, we're updating a driver live on stream. Nothing can go wrong, right? Nothing can go wrong, right? I mean, it's part of the fun. I wish that I could ignore it, Shibby, but it's gonna annoy the fuck out of me. And I have these weird driver released today. Oh, shit. All right, we're gonna zoom in like this. We're gonna zoom in like this because shit are gonna flash and move. Thank you, A-Taste Crypt. Thank you for the follow. Cyber Enigma, thank you for the follow. Petey the Salty Baguette, thank you for the follow. So what was Jeanette up to? What was Jeanette up to? Were you guys like building stuff, coding stuff, playing games? All right. We'll just wait for the install to go through. I just want to be able to, you know, not have this issue happen. It's fine. Odd, my PC just caught fire from UGPU updating. Eating before going back to work, sadly. Oh, shit. Hi, Lolzy. What are you eating, Estinian? This is my idle animation after learning Wait, you made this? Wait, hold on a second. Did you make this, Michigan? Hold on a second. Wait, I'm gonna show after. When did you do this? Oh, hold on a second. Mitchie made a little idle animation in Asprite. Asprite? How do you pronounce the software? I downloaded it yesterday, by the way. Gonna be fun. Look at this, chat. Mitchie made this.
To make video games. Wish all the best luck.
The thumb. Oh fuck. Okay, the braking is starting. Okay, the driver is updating. All right. Everything shut down. All right. The driver's updating. I'm gonna lose chat for a bit. Asprite. Noctarian, thank you for the 38 months, my friend. Pork and teriyaki pasta. Shit. I wanted to join the development today, but I'm really sick laying in bed. I'll just watch and enjoy without developing myself. Hey, for sure, my friend. Make sure you rest, drink a lot of water, get some good, clean food, and just, you know. Oh, that's it. Installation finish. Okay, so Michigan made this. That's pretty cool. It has like a little looping jank, but like, fuck, that's insane. All right, let's see if that fix error. What does that mean? Can I, what does the error mean? Oh, is it uBlock Origin Lite is disabled? Oh, shit. Okay, whatever. Okay, let's try to boot up the software again. I don't know if it's going to fix it, though. Oh, wait, Godot is not installed? It's like just a runtime engine? I just realized that. I don't think I've installed Godot. It just like booted up from my download thing. Wait, hold on a second. Is it really running from... Oh, wow. It's just a runtime application? Wait. Lucky on a clear liquid. On a clear liquid diet, I'm starving. Oh, fuck. Makes it portable. That's insane. All right, let's see if that fixed my issue. I'm going to have to put Godot in another area then. Because right now it's still in my download folder. Oh. Oh, I got to... Do I have to re-import? No, I shouldn't have to re-import the tree. Oh, shit, it's completely fixed. Yay! Driver update. Fixed it. Nice. All right, we got a tree, chat. Gotta save all of the... Okay. Guess we can save. Hey, hey! There we go. That's a nice game. Yeah, I think we're going to call it for today. We're going to title... The game's going to be called... The Tree in the Corner. Happy little tree. Oh, that's good. That's good. See, the map could help here since it's zoomed out. The ChatGPT answer was so-so. Would it help, though? I don't think it would. As soon as you put map, it looks weird. Okay. Okay. I gotta learn the control here. Base game is just the tree need expansion for character. There you go. All right, let's do. Okay, let's import. Yeah, we're gonna. Oh, so if I delete the tree, is it gonna delete this project too? Okay, cool. All right, let's import all the files here. Let's import all of these. There we go. Each sprite is a separate DLC. It was the driver issue, but at the end of the day, it's a LOD for 2D sprites. All right, let's go back to...
And re-import. You can see now we've got this is a little bit blurry too, but that's this is how this was created. It's not actually pixel art, it's just low res. But we can set our preset to 2D pixel. So we'll select 2D pixel, and then we'll do re-import.
Bitmap texture 2D. Yeah, they don't have the same filter, but I think what we got should work, right?
And then we'll come to preset and do set as default for texture. So once we set that as the default for our texture, we can click on this and delete it. Yes. Now go into our resources and drag them all in and drop them into...
Yeah, no, I clicked the preset button. Oh, 2D. Image, front, cube, map, 2D texture, array. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Let me try to see if I can zoom in the custom display scale. Can I zoom in the interface a little bit? I feel like you guys are not going to be able to see well. Is it this? Oh no, display scale right over here. I just want to... I see fine. Wait, you guys are seeing what? I feel like that's way better, isn't it? Actually, that's a little bit much. Let's do 125. Maybe I'm just getting old, but I feel like this is a little bit better, isn't it? Because I'm looking at my preview and the text is like was really, really small. The text was really, really small, so. Okay, cool. All right, let's keep going.
To our file system over here again. And let's make sure that works. We'll come into our...
What is your initial ChatGPT prompt when you previously asked about MIPMap? I asked it... I asked it what is a MIPMap, I think. What is a MIPMap? A MIPMap is a set of pre-computed, blah, 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 and then is... It literally just answered me why MIPMaps are bad for pixel art. But I just asked, what is a MIPMap? No, I didn't ask why it's blurry. Oh, yeah, before I might have asked other stuff, but... Because we can test this like very easily. Like if we do world, we import a bush, and then we zoomed in. If we do texture, and then we do filter, nearest MIPMap. Actually, nearest MIPMap doesn't fuck it up anymore. So maybe it's not that bad, actually. Linear MIPMap is bad, but nearest MIPMap seems fine. Nearest MIPMap actually seems fine. So maybe it's not the evil that we think it is? Nearest? There we go. World, bush. Yeah, I mean, this seems clean as hell. Okay, we'll use this for now and see what happens. I mean, we can always fix this later, right? So, all right.
World.
The map DLC. There you go.
And I'm holding scroll and or holding control and scrolling in order to zoom in, and that is some nice, lovely pixel art right here. So there we go. We'll select that and delete it. And this is just the artwork and sound effects for the game. So we haven't imported in any code. We're going to be starting from scratch.
Cool.
You will program everything along the way. So the very first scene that we're going to make right here. In Godot, you need a scene. A scene is kind of your level. It can also sometimes be the different objects in your game. They can be their own individual scenes, but each scene can be run. It can have a camera attached to it. This first scene that we make will be a level that our character can move around in. And we're going to make this a 2D scene. So we'll just click on 2D right here, and we'll call this world. So we'll call it world, and we'll hit Control S, and we can save this scene. And since this is kind of like our overall world scene that we're going to be making here, I'm just going to save it here. We could save it inside of this folder, but I'm just going to save it here in the root of our directory. So now we have this scene right here.
The map DLC is powerful.
And we need to set up our camera. If we run this game...
To be fair, I still don't know what map does really. Like, I was trying to read the description of ChatGPT, but I still don't understand. Like, it I'm assuming it tries, like, it's like when you go on different zoom level, it tries to help compensate visually. But I would have to watch like maybe a video on trying to understand what it does a little bit better.
So if we click the little play button up here to run it.
Oh shit! Dock Unity 3D. Oh god damn it. A mipmap level is a version of a texture with a specific resolution. Mipmap levels. Mipmap are commonly used for rendering 3D scenes when texture object can vary in distance. That's what it is. It seems to almost everything about it seems to be for 3D. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wonder if it's useful at all for pixel art. You know, is mipmap useful for pixel art 2D games? Mipmap are generally not useful and should be avoided for pixel art 2D games. Mipmap are designed to optimize 3D rendering. In Unity, sprites can be positioned in 3D space. So like it's if you have like a sprite and then you need to like move it in a 3D space, like it needs to zoom in and out. But if you're doing a pure pixel art game, when you apply a zoom, yeah, but you don't apply I wouldn't want to ever apply a zoom in a 2D game, right? Would you? I'm trying to see a scenario where that's useful. For bigger scene that have to move the plot forward. Interesting. It's hard to get like a clear answer. I don't know how reliable this is. If you want to utilize camera functionality to change how the scene focus is, then yes. But also remember, you're not using a fixed pixel renderer. You'll need to support resolution of various type. Yeah, but I'm assuming this is taking it in consideration. That's interesting. Anyway, I think we're diving a little bit too deep into a lot of stuff that we'll fix that later if it's needed.
No main scene has ever
I'm just curious
defined.
about how it works and how it helps me.
Once, sure, we can select a main scene, we'll select world, and then it will run our world scene here. The problem with this scene is that if you grab a bush or whatever and drag it in and run the game, you can see that this bush is tiny, and that's because it's pixel art, and our game is not set up for a pixel art game yet. Our view here is not set up for a pixel art game.
Thank you, Stache. Thank you for the Prime for the 58, my friend. I mean, I don't know what pro for any of those two things. I'm definitely not a pro gamer, so but we'll figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
So let's actually drag this right here up a little bit higher, and we're going to come into our project settings, and we're going to set up our project settings to make this game work for a pixel art game. And the first thing we want to do is scroll down in the general tab. We'll scroll down to display right here and window. And we can set our width to 320 and our height to 180. So that's a much better size for pixel art.
Okay. So we'll do project setting, window, and then we do, what was it, 320 by 180?
Close, and you can see now that this little window right here,
all free assets too. Yeah, we're using Game Plus James on YouTube. Unity game dev completed tutorial. That's how I've learned. Pretty nice, is well explained. Nice. I'm trying to go with Godot. So I'm gonna be trying to follow Godot tutorial for now, and like I'm trying to go with the type of genre that I'm. Right now, my goal for today would be to have a character move with like colliding objects. That would be like a really good point to be at today. If we can make that, and then we'll keep going from there. We'll keep adding features as we go, and we'll try to figure it out, just like smooth out some stuff. I already have a bunch of assets that I downloaded for free with this tutorial. So I got like a full suit of sprite and shit. So what is the playtime on the early access RuneScape, you think? What do you mean the playtime on the early access? I think it's going to be in early access until the game launches. I think they're literally going to keep it. How many hours? Oh, you mean like in content worth? I have no idea. I played it a little bit yesterday, and I got really, really, really frustrated. So many quality of life stuff that were pissing me off. So I don't even see myself playing it again right now. You're constantly drinking and eating and shit, and it was pissing me off. The building is nice though, so I might end up like building something in there at some point. Right now, I don't even want to go explore more. It was so upsetting. The combat felt. I mean, maybe you would like it. I just don't know if it's worth dumping $30 right now because I don't know how much of the world there is. Combat felt janky, at least for a caster. Maybe melee isn't that bad. Caster combat felt a little bit clunky, and there's just something weird about having like a type of like explorable fantasy game like this, and like nothing is destroyable. It felt bland because of it. Like you can't destroy any of the objects. You can't dodge roll in water at all. There's so many things that were wrong about it. Like it felt weird. It felt really, really weird. It didn't felt right. But the part that I enjoyed the most, cutting trees, mining, building. Holy shit, building is good. It's just everything else that is related to exploring, combat, very fucking tedious. The creatures respawn super fast. They're super dangerous. The combat is janky. You get attacked by a random dragon and a million goblins every 20 minutes. It's like the game is just constantly trying to murder you, so you don't really have time to have that much fun. At least that's how I perceived it. I don't really intend on going back until they fix some stuff. That's my perception right now. For that, I don't know if it's worth the $30. Some people are having a fucking blast with it right now. So maybe it's just me. Maybe I just need to get good. I don't know. I don't know. I honestly have no idea. Heinz, thank you for the follow. Do you follow? Yeah, we're following guides and tutorial. We're just gonna go with that and try to see
depending on
what the fuck is going on, I
resolution
guess,
of the
right?
video. But this little window right here is set up.
Oh yeah, I'm 100% doing that tomorrow, Diocese. 100%. Tomorrow we start. So I'll be doing this Luxthos learn how to make a game once per week, maybe 3 to 4 times per month, like depending on how the schedule works out. I would like to do this once per week. If we can make this happen every fucking Wednesday, I would be so fucking happy, right? So we'll try to do that, right? But tomorrow we got Last Epoch. I'm going hard tomorrow, Friday, and possibly like Saturday, Sunday. We'll go hard all weekend pretty much because we got drops coming in. So 6 hours of watch time with Last Epoch on the channel is going to get you some drops. Also, gifting a sub is going to get you a special effect. I'm going to be part of the whole content creator thing. So it's going to be really, really good. I got to hop on a meeting, but glad we figured out your problem. I might hop back later. Hey, see you later, Shibi. Thank you for helping out, my friend.
For a pixel art game, like this bush looks about to be the right size. So let's run the game again, right? Oh, well, that's just a really tiny window, so that didn't actually help, right?
Yeah, I've watched this first part already, so I knew that this was going to happen.
So how do we fix that? Well, project settings. We need to set our test width and test height. So this is basically the width and height of the window. So not the actual view in the game, but the window on our screen. So we'll set this to be 1280 by 720. I think that's 4 times the size. Yeah, that's 4 times the size. So we'll be scaling everything up by 4 times. So let's close out of our project settings, run the game again, and wait a minute, this is kind of back where we were before.
Yeah, so it doesn't have the test size. Windows with override, maybe? Override the game initial window with, maybe that's it. Window with override. Okay, so, but now we'll go back to what he was saying is we're going to be back to... Oh, wait, I can drop elements and they show up? What the fuck? I don't even need to reload the game. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, but what he was saying is because we did this, now the element is small again.
Why is our window's the right size, but this hasn't scaled yet? Well, we need to fix one more thing. Come into project settings. You need to set your stretch mode right here. We need to set it to 2D. And so what that will do...
Stretch mode. Okay. Stretch mode. So this is the thing. It doesn't have stretch mode 2D in this version.
Is it will stretch our small little
Okay, I guess we'll do some tests then. We'll do Canva items. Oh. There we go. That seems to work. What if we do viewport? Okay, so let's Google the difference then. Godot 4.4 stretch mode viewport versus what was the other one? What used to be 2D is now called Canva item. Oh, okay. There we go. See this change? Oh, so this is the thing you were giving to me. Upgrade guides. Okay, so if I search stretch mode. Ah, there we go. That's pretty easy. A few things I've noticed so far. Stretch mode, change. The dock will still use. What used to be 2D is now called Canva item. I had to change it manually. Okay. Texture now told to repeat via the Canva item. Now it belongs to it. Okay, cool. Yeah, Control F is definitely going to be my friend. Okay. So now if we run this, we have a bush here. We've got a bush. Oops. Jesus Christ. I'm going to close this. Okay, there we go.
Game view here up to our test width and height here. And if we run the game again, you can see now we're getting exactly what we need for this
Nice.
pixel art game. So let's we can just leave that bush in. That's fine. It'll be a happy little bush, right?
Oh.
Got Bob Ross here. Happy little bush. What we want to do now is create a character. And we want to be able to move this character around inside of our game. That seems like a pretty good spot to start for an action RPG.
Yeah.
We're going to create a new node. So when we created our first scene here, we actually attached our very first node. And so Godot uses a combination of scenes and nodes to organize your game. And the scenes, like we can create new scenes up here with this little plus button right here, are a collection of nodes organized in a tree structure. So you can see that this bush right here, it's got this little line coming down and it kind of indents a little bit. That's because it's a child of our world node. And you can actually see that our world node has a location right here up at the origin, 0, 0. And our child, this child node, its location.
I was trying to figure out, we didn't create a camera.
Is actually relative to the world node. So if we actually move this, it will move the child node with it if we move the world node. So we're going to do Control Z to undo that. But that's a very important thing to realize. So if we make a node with our player that represents our player, and then we attach some sort of other nodes to that root node of the player, that base node, and they're all children of the player node, then they will follow the player as well. So if you have a sword or something that's attached to your player or whatever, it will move with the player. Its position will be relative to the player's position, and that's really important
You should
to
have the bush
understand
following the player
in our node system. So the way you organize the nodes in your tree over here is crucial for how your game is going to work. So let's start by clicking on our world here, and then we click this little plus button to add a new node.
Okay. Oh, it's
now
kinetic.
For this game,
No?
we're going to be using the node for our player
body?
is going to be a kinematic body.
Kinematic, physical body object. I think they renamed it, right? Physics body, static body, character body. Okay, so they renamed it. I'm assuming character body is what I'm looking for here. If anyone has seen Role Model, I'll sniff that. Jesus Christ. Character body. All right, there we go.
Now there are multiple different kinds of body nodes. We have a kinematic body, a rigid body, a static body. Static bodies are generally used for physical objects in your game that aren't going to be moved. Rigid bodies are used for objects that are going to use physics to control their behavior. And then kinematic bodies are nodes that are going to have collisions, but we're going to control their movement ourselves with code. And that's generally better for platform characters, or in this case, our action RPG characters. So we're going to select our kinematic body node, and it should be a child of our world node. You can see it's placed it in here. So the bush and the kinematic body are now siblings. So let's rename this here. We'll name it
Lux hasn't thought so hard about bushes since he was 13.
We can't see our player, right? And if we come over here, we can't actually set anything here to try and see our player.
At 13, I was thinking about World of Warcraft that was going to release in a year. That's what I was thinking about, man.
So how do we see our player? Well, let's look. We can see our bush, right? If we click on it, you can see that this is a node of type sprite. So we can, in order to be able to see our player,
we got to give it a sprite, right?
A sprite node to the player as a base. So we're going to click on our player here.
Okay.
And it's important to click on it because when we click add node, it will add it
animated
as a
sprite
child
2D?
of whatever one you have selected. So now
it makes so much sense. Like, it's so easy to...
And we can add a sprite. Now, this sprite node, if we move the player, the sprite node will move with it, right? And so that image of our player will move with the kinematic body because it's a child of it. Now, if we come into our... click on our sprite here, and we can see that it takes a texture. So we can come over here into our sprite, select player.
So he doesn't seem to have animated sprite, unless it was a difference that they added in here. Animated sprite. Oh, there we go. A animated sprite 2D frame is now sprite frame. Okay, animated sprite. I guess this was
and player.png and drag this and drop it over our texture. Holy cow.
Okay, so we'll do animated sprite. He's doing the display a node as a 3D region larger as frame sheet animation. The texture displayed can be a region from a large or a frame from a sprite sheet animation. Did he had access to the animated sprite, and why did he not choose it?
We can see that it takes a texture and search sprite here.
Oh, he did have animated sprite. Okay, so I'm gonna go with sprite then. We'll follow the tutorial.
And we can add.
We'll learn the difference.
Now, this sprite node.
By the way, I gotta take a bathroom break real quick though. I've been waiting a little bit, but we're gonna go $4,000. Let's get in there, chat. Let's go. All right. 135 seconds, chat. Let's go. Whew. Man, we're going to be good with bushes. We're going to make the bestest bushes game that has ever been made.
The sprite node will move with it, right? And so that image of our player will move with the kinematic body.
Thank you, Dev. Dead Kev, thank you for the 7 months.
Now, if we come into our click on our sprite here, and we can see that it takes a texture. So
thank you. 90 seconds
sprite,
left, chat.
Select player and player.png and drag this and drop it over our texture.
Okay, let's go do that real quick. So we're going to drag our player.png. We're going to drag it over texture. And now we have all the sprites being loaded. Okay. That's a lot of little characters.
Holy cow.
Thank you for the sub, my friend.
Giant sprite, right? Now, this is a sprite sheet, and it contains all the animations for our player character. And there are a lot of them. A lot of animations here. A lot of frames for these animations. So in order to make it so it only shows a single image, we need to come into our sprite and come into the animation section right here, over here on the right. These are the properties of the node that we're using. And so make sure you have your sprite selected. We can come over here onto the right, and we can set the number of H frames. So currently we've got it set to 1. Well, it's going to be quite a few actually. So let's just set this. I think it's 62.
Okay, animation, H frame, 62. I'm not going to move it for now. Let's leave it there. Because I don't know if I can move the sprite or if I have to move the player.
62 H frames. We may end up fixing that later to make sure that we got that right. But I think it's 62 H frames. And now we can only see this very first frame of our player. And if we update this frame property over here, it actually will cycle through the frames. And it looks like 62 was wrong.
Nice. You can see it moving.
Might be 60. Yep, it's actually 60. So But you can see as we cycle
Cool.
through our frames here, it animates the character in the different motions that we're going to have. We're just going to set that back to 0 for now. We'll just use the very first frame
Congrats on the bucks, friends.
for our player. And we can save. And this is something that happens quite often. Like, let's say we want to grab our player and move our player over here into the center of the room, right? We grab the player and move it. Well, actually, we accidentally just grabbed the sprite node. Our player is still actually up here. We just moved the sprite. That's not what we want. So let's do Control Z to undo that. And then we can click on our player here, and there's this little icon right here that says make sure the object's children are not selectable.
Oh. There you go. So now we can move this little guy. And if we run this, we got a little guy and a bush. All right.
We can click on that. Now, if we click on the player, it will actually move the player itself and not just
we're getting somewhere,
node
Chad.
of the player, because we've made it so that they're no longer selectable. And if we run the game again,
Ship it? Yeah,
we
we're
can see
we're
our player
close to-
is now inside the room with the bush. We can't move around, so we're going to be fixing that here soon. And we'll do that by adding a script to the player.
Okay.
So let's come to our player here, and there's a little icon right here that allows us to attach a new script.
Okay,
So we'll click this,
okay.
and it's going to be called player. That looks good. But we want to make sure we put it in the right file. So let's come into our player folder here, and we'll open this. And so that's going to save it inside of our player folder. And the name of this script will be player.gd. And I'm going to be using GD script for this. Godot has other scripting options as well, visual scripting, and also native script, which is basically...
Apparently they have their... Oh, shit, that's it? They don't have any other scripting in my version? Okay. So apparently you want to do player path open. There we go. Player.gd. Okay.
C++. And you can also use C# with Godot. However, GD script is the most developed, and it has a lot of really great features. It's my favorite to use, so that's what we're going to be using. It's based off of Python, so it has a similar feel to Python. It's good for beginners.
Pre-orders happening
so
soon,
let's
chat.
create this new script, and Godot is going to open up our script editor right here. And you can see up here at the top, we have 2D, which switches back to our scene, or script. Now, you'll probably have some other properties up here, and like 3D and asset library and stuff. I have actually chosen to hide those. If you go to editor,
there you go,
and then manage editor features, you can actually hide a lot of the different features that you don't need. I've set up a 2D pixel art template.
Interesting. He hides asset library. Interesting. I wonder if asset library. There we go. Okay, script game. Okay, cool. Extends character body.
And so I don't need the 3D. I don't need the asset library for this. I've just simplified it up here.
Okay, that's fine.
If you want to do that as well, you can choose which editor features you want to have.
The editor
included.
looks clean as hell. I like it.
Add some comments here. This is how you make a comment with the little hashtag or number sign. And you can see that this, we'll get rid of some of those comments. You can see that this code, this script, extends kinematic body 2D, and that just means it inherits from. So everything a kinematic body 2D can do, we can do inside of this script here. And you always extend the node that you're attaching the script to. So this node is a kinematic body 2D node.
I hopefully we did the correct one. I think it showed character body seems like it would it has the same icon, so I would assume it's fine. I would assume it's good. It has move and collide and everything, so it has move and slide method, move and collide. There we go. So it has all that good stuff. Where do I place my pre-order? What should be the pre-order bonus?
So we have to extend that. You can't extend something different from what you're attached to. The ready function.
It's pretty cute,
here,
right?
We're going to add our very first line of code. We're going to say print hello world scene, and it's ready to go. It will run this line of code.
He's
so we're
doing
able
like
to
an
print
hello
hello
world thing.
world down in our debugger here. And there's a lot of different. If you open up the documentation here, the help file, you can actually, if you see some code that you don't understand, you can type it. So _ready.
Shit.
And we can see this function called when the node is ready, when both the node and its children have entered the scene tree. If the node has children, their ready callbacks get triggered first. So the sprite's ready got called before our ready.
Oh, shit.
And we can click on this over here to see what we're reading again. It's usually used for initialization. Yeah. We're going to be adding another callback function. If you see a little underscore right here, that means it's a callback function. And we're going to be doing the physics process function. Okay? And inside of here, we'll do print hello world. And we'll just delete our ready function here because we don't actually need it right now. So we'll save and run the game again. And you can see down, we're getting a whole bunch of hello worlds, and it's going to start freaking out because it's printing too many, actually. Oh. That's a ton of hello worlds. So this is the physics process, and this function gets called for every single tick that the physics update. So if we search our help here, and we paste in physics process, we can see our function here. And called during the physics process step of the main loop, physics processing means that the frame rate is synced to the physics. The delta variable should be constant. So
what I learned about this a little bit is that the delta is like it's like variable with the time, so that when you move, it's not in sync with your frame rate. It's in sync with like the time that has passed. So that if your computer is lagging or if you're playing at a lower frame rate, the character still moves at the same speed than somebody that's playing at a higher frame rate. So that if you're playing at 20, you would walk too slowly because you're moving at X. Yeah.
Shouldn't
CPU
change,
clock.
But delta is how long the last frame took. And it's only called if physics processing is enabled, but it's enabled by default when we create the function here. Okay. So this is a function that we're actually kind of overriding in Godot. And you don't need to know a lot about that, but basically
what is
this runs every single physics
I wonder what this
step.
is. Why is this here?
So this is where we're going to move our character. Okay? So we're going to get some input. So the important things that we're going to learn now are how to get input, how to do something when somebody presses a key. And we can use an if statement for this. If input.is action pressed. And then we get some different options here that we can choose from. And we're going to choose UI write. Now, in GDC...
Is action press, okay. Is action pressed. Oh, shit. The editor is good.
Script, when you, instead of doing curly brackets like this, like other languages do, you just use tabbing. And so you use a colon here at the colon here at the end, and then you hit the enter key and you can see it tabs over. So we've got one tab here for this, and then it does two tabs here for this one. We can say print you pressed the right arrow key. Okay? So we've got this tab here. So we know that this line of code right here is part of this if check, the logic of this check, because it's tabbed in twice here. If it was like this,
it's working,
then it wouldn't be part of that, and we're going to get an error. So having your tabs is really important here. And we can save and run the game. Now, it won't do anything unless we press the right key, and then it tells us you're pressing the right.
That's working. Right, you guys can't see this, though. I wonder if I could. I mean, it's not the end of the world. You guys are not seeing the console? It would be cool if you guys could see the console, but my camera's a little bit in the way. But I guess it doesn't matter that much. Right? Okay.
And that's perfect. Well, instead of printing something...
Tab versus space debate? What do you mean?
Move our character. Yeah. So we're going to say... And this is...
I mean, what is the editor doing by default? Let's do in tabs. I definitely prefer tabs than space, for sure. I don't even know why would you want space. Like, what's the good thing about space? There's none, right?
Position.x plus equals 10. Okay, So this is our X position. And we're going to add plus equals. Add
Yeah, but isn't
10.
for space more annoying than a full tab? Because it introduces error possibility. While a tab is either like it's either you have it or you don't, right? Space, like I feel like space, like it's so easy to mess up and like delete one by accident and then have 3 instead of 4, or like isn't it like what's the pros of space? Holy shit, I mentioned this debate as a joke and triggered the poor streamer? Wait, you think I'm triggered right now? Poor thing.
Then to our X position, every single frame, every single physics frame,
I'm just asking
that
a
we're
genuine
pressing the
question.
right key. We press OK. You can see we can move. Now, the reason I said it's a big no-no is because you don't actually want to update the position manually like this on a kinematic body. I'll show you how we actually move this. So we'll create a variable here, var, and we'll call this velocity. We'll set this equal to vector 2.0.
Okay, what the fuck is vector 2? Var velocity. Also, what's the okay, no, yeah, he's just doing the velocity. Vector 2.0. What the fuck is vector 2? Oh, wait, what did it say? Member velocity redefined. Original in native class. Oh.
So a vector is basically just...
Oh, is velocity already a thing?
An X and a Y position. So our position is actually a vector as well. So it's an X and a Y position combined. So our velocity will be some X and some Y position that represents how much.
It's a 2D vector. Okay, so vector 3 would be adding Z to it, right? Like it would add another value or whatever? Okay.
The change of our position, because that's what velocity is, right? It's the change of your current position. So we'll be adding this X and Y to our current position X and Y every single frame.
Okay.
And we'll do just left and right for now. So we'll add if input dot is action pressed UI left. Okay, so instead of doing position plus equals 10, what we'll do is velocity dot x equals 10. Or if we're moving left, velocity dot what or x equals negative 10. Because this is all on a grid, right? Our coordinate system is on a grid. Positive is to the right, negative is to the left. And then Godot, I want to tab over once. Godot has a magic little function for us called move and collide. And then all we have to do is pass in our velocity. So we'll say velocity like that.
Okay. So what I'm wondering is what does velocity contain when I don't redefine it? Doesn't contain anything. So if I do this, oh, member velocity redefined. Okay, so it has access to. Okay, it doesn't like it that I that I try to redefine it. I wonder what it contains though, because clearly when I do this, it doesn't have it. You should also set a variable speed that you can. Yeah, the tutorial is going to go step by step, right? So I'm going to follow it. He's going to explain like everything step by step. I just want to. What was the function? Whoops. Vector 2.0. Whoops. like this, and then we call vel maybe. Okay, so velocity is okay. Oh, so earlier, okay. So what if I do velocity? And I save, reload. Oh, it already has the function, so I don't even need to pass it. I don't even need to do this. How can I would like to go see what the so if I do character body 2D, this thing? How can I read about it? Okay, velocity. There we go. So vector 2 velocity. It's already, they already defined it because people use it so often. I'm assuming, right? So they have a property called velocity, right? And it's already the vector 2. Oh, okay. So we don't need to define it then. But they needed to do it back in the previous version, right? Let me see if it's in here. Velocity. They renamed speed to velocity. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. You have the whole thing here. Kinematic body has been renamed to character body 2. A new template script already implements basic movement and jumping for a 2D platform style game. Moving is now built into the class, which contains a lot of property to define how the movement works. Move and slide no longer takes any parameter and uses built-in velocity to control where it is going. Oh, fuck. So all of his stuff might be completely useless now.
Oh, and we want to do one other thing. We actually want to make it so that if we're not, well, we'll just save it and run it like this, because then we can see the problem first. Okay, press the right key, we move to the right. And 10 is really fast. You can
Wait, what happens if you just call? Too few arguments for move and collide. Wait, didn't it say that it didn't expect? Oops. A move. Oh no, move and slide. It doesn't expect one. Okay, so velocity. This one, move and collide, does expect one. So let's save, reload. Okay, so this doesn't work because we didn't put the input.
see we have no friction. We don't stop.
So we would have to put like the if input. I mean, which I don't think is the correct way, but he's just like trying to teach, right? If input. What was it? Trying to remember. Input is action press. Okay. Input is action pressed. Let's do left. Then velocity x10. I don't know if I'm assuming we can do that. Velocity. Oh, we have to put the there we go. Velocity dot x equals 10. Actually, minus 10 for left, right? Minus 10 or minus 1. Let's do minus 1 for now. And then we can just do this. And then we can do right. And then we can do 1. Save. Reload. Yo! Oh, shit. He's okay, I can't stop him, though. He's just going. I'm not pressing anything. He's just go. I guess there's never a release key event, right? So it doesn't know that I let go. Wait, actually, I just want to I just want to do this for fun. Let's say if we do, if action, is there a release? Just release? I just want to do a test real quick. I know this is not the way to do it, but I just want to play with it real quick. Left, then velocity 0, right? Save. Oops. Reload. So if we do left, oh, there you go. But it doesn't work for right. Okay. Yo. I'm enjoying this. It's probably not where he's going to go. There's probably a better way to do this. It's like probably with like, you know, obviously, but there you go. So now it just feels good to play with this sort of stuff because you start understanding, you know, and then, but this is, you know, like, yeah, this is awful. Because can you not just put an else though, right? So you should be able to just do else velocity 0, right? So else. Wait, wouldn't the else be here? Expect, oh, you still got to do these statement. Velocity x equals 0. Would that work? It doesn't work. It works for right. It doesn't work for left. Interesting. I don't understand why, though. Velocity x after move and collide function may work. I'm just trying to understand real quick, like why. I can only go one direction right now. It doesn't permit me going the other way. Okay, let's keep watching the tutorial. Maybe.
Let's set this to 4 instead of 10 for now.
I'm also going to flip my function just so I'm matching him real quick.
Here we go. We can move left and right, but we don't stop. So how do we make it so that we stop? Well, you could do a check that says if we're not pressing the right key and we're not pressing the left key, but that would be a big pain, right? So what we're going to do instead is we're going to make this an else or an elif. So if we're pressing the right key, else if.
Oh, so you do, okay. So you do elif and then else this. You override the left movement with the second condition? But wouldn't it just enter the correct one? Like, wouldn't it just enter the like, if action is pressed right, then it enters this one and it executes this or this. But then if I don't press this one, it should have pressed the other one, right? Okay, this works perfectly fine. I'm just trying to understand why wouldn't it just enter either? Oh, because this is supposed to be run all the time. Like, physics process is supposed to be constantly. No, because you don't exclude the second condition if you press left. Oh, wait, so because it hits the first left, it exits and never gets to read the other one? Even if they're two different ifs? Interesting. This works perfectly fine now.
if we're pressing the left key, and then we can add another case called else. We're not pressing either of them.
There we go.
Velocity.
There has to be a better way to do this,
equals
but
0. Now we'll set our velocity to 0. And now you can see we're moving back and forth. Our character is moving in the world. We could add all the other directions as well. So let's copy this. We'll add the 4 directions.
just so you know, as a senior dev, I'm judging you hard right now. Yeah, it's fine though. That's part of the learning process. Because it goes into the second one, the else of right set velocity, so the -1 is overridden. But why does it go in it if I never press it? Right? So when I press right, it should enter this function. And and then it moves by 1, and then as soon as I release, it should do this. But then wouldn't pressing the other one release sets it to this and then does this? I guess I don't understand when this is run, I guess, which is why it's confusing me, right? Yeah, but isn't this function called all the time? So it would constantly be checking for either or to happen. Like, okay, so the first one that I do disables the other one, literally. No, it never works for right at all. Because this one is run afterward and redefines it. But I feel like this one should never get entered. Oh, yeah, no, I understand. This would, like, for this situation to work, I would have to do else if here and then make sure that, yeah, okay, I understand. It runs this one, it's like, oh, this is great. And then it runs this one, it's like, oh, he's not pressing this, so then it means this. Okay. Because for some reason, I thought these were going to be too different, but it's the same out. Okay, yeah, okay, no, I get it. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Got it. Okay, I just wanted to understand because I don't like moving through things if my brain doesn't fully understand it. But I understand now. Even if I wasn't pressing it, it was automatically going to the else and then setting it to 0. And then it was like, fuck you. Okay. Got it.
Directions. We'll do up.
That's the thing, though. I don't have programmer brain. I've read code before, and I've written code before, but I don't have programmer brain. I just don't have. I have UX, UI brain and art brain. So I can make things look good. I can make things be usable. And I can make things be pretty and usable and convenient and have a good user experience, but I don't have programmer brain at all. My brain is not made to be a programmer, which is why this is going to be an insane fucking challenge. And I want to make sure that I understand every step of the way because I want to work on that part.
Oops, that's UI accept. Up. And down.
Is this really the way to do it, though? There's no way that's how you actually make this.
Our X and Y, or X is here, we'll do Y. And then here we'll set velocity. This is going to be pretty janky.
Yeah.
Oops, our velocity, for going down, we actually have -4. We want that to be +4. Okay, let's press play again.
Oh, shit. Awesome. Hey, thank you for reminding me. Michigan. If you guys are going to be playing Last Epoch, by the way, I have a whole Nexus page. And you can literally buy Last Epoch or any bundle of Last Epoch, including the new bundle that is coming out, and it directly supports me. And you actually pay it for the same price. It's going to give you a Steam key. And I get literally $5 for every fucking purchase that you make through here. So if you decide that you want to get the biggest support pack for Last Epoch, if you want to get their Traveler pack, if you want to get any of those things, if you just go through this page, you'll get the same Steam code to load on Steam, but I'm going to make $5 out of it. So you literally support me. It doesn't cost you more. It's fucking amazing. So make sure you use that link if you do want to. Make sure you use that link if you want to get some Last Epoch stuff. Thank you for reminding me, Mitchie. I made sure it was correctly set up yesterday, and I thank you for checking it out. I really do appreciate it, man. I was just checking out another stream, but he's offline and linked yours. I saw your issue and felt I could help. I like your weak ores, by the way. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Wait, who are you listening to?
Can move left and right and up and down. Can't move any direction at the same time.
Yeah, I want to play with this. I wish it would auto indent. Is there probably a way to configure this, right? So up in a video game is, or is it? No, I think in a video game it's inverted, right? So up is minus. No, because you're right. Yo, Luma Day. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the follow. Oh, you were checking Jack. Nice. Let's actually check this out real quick. Let's see if it works. Okay, that works. There we go. Why is it inverted though? Isn't it like an x-axis? Am I crazy for? Isn't it like plus and then minus and minus? Or it's probably not the way that it is though. It's probably I'm trying to map it to something that doesn't have anything to do with it. Okay, so I read about this. This is like a really, really cool concept. If you press left, you go 1 pixel per second in that direction. If you press up, you go 1 pixel per second. So if you press up and right at the same time, or sometimes it works, but it doesn't always work. But if you manage to get it to work, it goes way faster. It goes at what, like 1.4 because of like it goes at 1.4, I think, right? Which is the Pythagore? What, how do you pronounce it in English? I don't know. Pythagore. So you have to do like a circle fucking... Oh, man. It's like... It's pretty simple, though. It was pretty cool when I immediately understood it, which was pretty great.
Wait, actually...
Yeah, sometimes you can get it to work in diagonal. It's weird. Pythagorean. I just don't know how to pronounce it in English.
We seem to be able to move it at some angles. And that's because the way we've set up the code, I've set this up to be really simplified.
Going to raid? Bye-bye. Have a good one, my friend.
Just using
have a good
if
raid.
Statements. However, there's a trick here that is so much better than this. And that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to actually delete all this code and use the better method, which is creating an input vector. And so what this will create is a vector based on the input that we give it. So input vector.
I knew he was going to do this.
2.0. We'll set it to 0. We'll say input.
I knew he was going to do this. I've already fully watched like his 6 first video. But I still wanted to do it because it will trigger... I wasn't really angry, right? It makes me learn a bunch of stuff, right? Which is great.
Vector.x is equal to input.get action.
But why isn't he just doing input vector equals velocity?
Let's see, get action strength. Yep, that's right. Right. So the right key. Minus input.get action strength, the left key. We'll say, let's give ourselves a little bit more room so we can see all this on one screen. Input vector.y equals input.get action strength down minus input.get action strength up.
Okay.
Then we can say if input vector does not equal vector 2.0 velocity equals, no, velocity equals input vector.
Because they're objects, so input velocity would refer to the same velocity object.
Else velocity equals vector 2.0. We'll update this a little bit more later, but let's talk about how this works. Okay? Open.
Okay, I just wanna try to. Actually, let's do input vector equals vector 2.0. Okay, then he does a input vector dot x equals is input, and then he has a get action strength, and then it's going to be for UI right, and then he's going to do minus the left, and then he's going to do the same thing for Y, and then he's going to do up minus down, and then he's going to do if the input vector does not equal to the vector 2.0, then, oops, then, oh, it's down minus up. Oh, yeah, because, yeah, that makes sense. You got to flip them over, actually, yeah, because, yeah. That's true, that's true. If input velocity equals... Okay, but that's where the problem arises. Velocity is already a defined object. It's already like a defined thing. Oh no, actually it's fine. Wait, no, yeah, it's gonna complain, right? It's gonna complain that I'm trying to redefine it, right? Input vector. No, okay, it doesn't complain. Else velocity equals vector 2.0. Okay.
Paint.net. We've got a grid. Okay. Now imagine that you have a analog stick, right? You're playing a game, you've got your controller, there's the analog stick, right? Now imagine that the farthest that you can go in any direction on the analog stick is a unit of 1, okay? It's 1. So now let's say that you have your analog stick and you're holding all the way to the right. What do you think the coordinates would be on that analog stick? Well, you would have an x coordinate of 1, right? And a y coordinate of 0. And let's say you're holding all the way up. You would have
minus
a
1.
y coordinate of 1 and an x coordinate of 0. However, in games on a screen, it's actually reversed. So it would actually be a y coordinate of negative 1. Up is actually negative. On the left side, you would have negative reversed, 1 in the x and 0 in the y. And down here, you would have 0 in the x and positive 1 in the y, right? This is our input vector. This is what we're creating. If they're pressing the right key, but they're not pressing the left key, then...
but then if they're pressing both of these, it adds up on the velocity.
Our action strength for right is going to be 1, and our action strength for left is going to be 0. So 1 minus 0 equals 1. So our x position is going to be 1 here, all the way to the right. Now imagine you're pressing down and to the left like this. That would be an x-axis of 1 and a y of also 1. Right? And this is possible with our input. So we're creating this input vector, and it's going to be some coordinate on this graph like this. Then we can just set our velocity to be that and update our position.
Okay, let's see if that works. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know why I wasn't expecting it to work, but it works flawlessly. So, but as you can see, like if you do one, you go at one speed, right? And then if you do right, you go at one speed. But if you do the diagonal, you can see yourself go like a little bit faster. That's such a cool concept. I don't know. That's probably not that crazy, but like you go a little bit faster because you're not limiting it to. The if is kind of useless though. Probably he says that he was gonna refine it later.
And our character will now move in all 8 directions.
Yeah. He's gonna normalize it into a unit circle. Exactly.
And
that's what he does.
This movement is kind of jumpy, right? It's not very smooth. We're going to be fixing that, but that's going to be in a future video. This is going to be the basics for now. We're going to save this, and I'll be making another video, and we'll go into making that movement more smooth so it looks a lot nicer. Also, you may notice that we're moving faster at the diagonals, and that's because if we're moving to the right, the maximum speed.
Input vector starts at V0, so just set velocity to input vector. The first if, you mean? You only need line 10? Because it already starts like this, you mean? I'm gonna keep watching, see what he does.
One, but if we're moving to the right and up, then our speed to the right is 1 and our speed up is also 1, which actually gives us a faster diagonal speed. But we'll be fixing that as well. So that's going to be it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed it and that you learned something.
Okay, second part.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever and whenever you are.
The line 4 invalidates the need for the if.
Part 2 for our Godot action
because it redefines
RPG
it every
series.
time, right?
In this video, we're going to be working.
So no matter what, when it enters, it's never gonna equate to this like ever, right? Because it always resets it to be the default value until you press something. Pretty much.
On the movement for our player character to be a lot smoother, we'll want to.
But I think he coded it just to explain it pretty much. I think
frame rate, and we'll want to improve on the friction, and it's kind of just choppy right now. So we're going to be cleaning that up, making it a lot smoother. Come into your player script right here, and the very first thing we're going to want to do is, and some of you noticed this in the previous video, is that we haven't applied delta. And if delta is a variable, and what it contains, what it has in it, is it has the time that the last frame took to process. This game, the physics process, will be about run every 1/60th of a second. And so delta is pretty much equal to 1 divided by 60, 1/60th. But if we have a computer that starts to lag and it's running a lot slower than normal, then delta will have a different value, right? Let's say you get some frame drops and you're running at 1/30th of a second. Well, then delta is going to be a slightly larger value, right? 1/30th is bigger than 1/60th. If you have a character moving across the screen and you have them moving like we have right here, 1 pixel every frame, but the screen is lagging, you know, your game is lagging, it's going to take them longer to get all the way across the screen if the game is lagging. And we want to avoid that. And the way that we can do that here is just by multiplying our input vector by delta, right? Delta right here. Well, actually, what we're going to be doing ultimately is multiplying our velocity by delta. So if we multiply our velocity by delta, that means our velocity will be relative to our frame rate.
Hello, Gnome, what's up?
So if we have a slower frame rate, it will actually, remember how 1/30th is actually bigger than 1/60th? If we have a slower frame rate, our velocity will actually be faster, twice as fast in that case, right? If our frame rate is 1/60th of a second, and we're multiplying our velocity by 1/60th, then that's going to be a much slower velocity than if it's 1/30th of a second. That will be a faster velocity, twice as fast, because the fraction is twice as large. Because of that, our character will be moving in actual real time. So it changes our velocity from pixels per frame to some amount per second. And so that's what we're going to do here. And we're going to create a variable up here. We'll just call this a constant for now, called max speed. And so a constant is a variable that doesn't change. It never changes in code.
We passed to the delta, but
And
not much right now. How are you? I'm doing great, my friend. I'm doing really, really good. Why are you laughing, Desh? Did I do something funny? He's like, oh, that's cute.
Set this equal to...
Yeah, delta is not defined right now, right? Is it?
Try 400, right? And then we multiply our velocity by delta and by our max speed. And the reason we have to multiply it by a max speed is because if we just multiply it by delta, then our velocity is going to be way slow, right? Like we're barely...
Okay, so he makes a constant here called max speed, 400. And then he times it by max speed. And then, whoa! Okay. Why is mine moving fast and his is moving slowly?
barely even moving on the screen right there. So
Interesting. Oh, he didn't do the,
we're going to multiply it by our max speed. Here we go. And when we run the game, now we're moving, 400 is clearly too fast, right? So let's set this to maybe 100 and see how this goes. Okay, that's a much better speed. Now we still move faster in the diagonals. I talked about that last time. And the reason is because if you have one, like if we, let's print our input vector right here. Print input vector like this.
Interesting.
We'll save, run the game. You can see our input vector is 0. If we move to the right, we get 1, -1, right? We're getting the proper input vector, but if we move up and to the right, we get -1 and 1 or +1 and 1. And as we all know, if you have a graph like this, and you have 1 in this direction and 1 in this direction, and then a point right here, this distance is going to be longer than this distance, right? Because it's Pythagorean theorem. So we've got A, B, C. And so A is going to be shorter than C because you've got both your rise and your run. And that gives us a longer variable here. However, with Godot and vectors in general, there's a special function called normalize. And that sounds really fancy, right? Like normalizing a vector sounds like all mysterious, especially if you're new to vectors. But all it does is it takes any vector. You could have a vector going off in any direction. And what it does is it clips that vector by a circle, right? And this circle, that is not a circle. This circle is a distance, has a radius of 1. It takes this vector right here, and it would make it this length right here, or this length right here, or this length right here on all three of those vectors. So if we've got our vector right here, and of course, now these arrows are off. Let's say this is 1, this is 1, this is 1, right? And so let's say you're 1 in the x and 1 in the y, and that gets you right here, right here. You know, this is 1 in the x, -1 in the y, right here. It would take that vector and clip it down to this point right here. And it'd give us a distance of 1, effectively making it the same length as this over here or this right here. So that's called normalizing your vector. And that's what we're going to be doing here with our input vector. So right after...
Makes a lot of sense.
We get the input vector. We can say input vector equals input vector dot normalized. If I can spell it. There we go. Input vector dot normalized. Now I'm pretty sure that this doesn't affect, like when you call normalized on a vector, it doesn't actually affect this one right here. It just returns the normalized version of this. That's
Okay.
why we have to set it equal to it here. So input vector equals the normalized version of our input vector. And that will set it to the proper one. We can check the docs for that. Normalized.
Seems to
go.
work, right?
And vector 2 normalized right here. You can see returns a vector 2. So it does return the scaled to unit length. Unit length just means 1 right here. We've got our normalized vector. So now when we move in the angles, we will move at the same speed that we do for left and right. And that fixes that problem.
Okay.
Really cool. Currently, we're
Pretty
just
cool.
setting our maximum speed directly, right? And in fact, it doesn't make a lot of sense to do max speed here. We would do it right here, max speed. And then we'd multiply delta down here to make sure that we're nice and smooth. So currently we're just setting our velocity to our max speed. Well, what if we want to have some sort of an acceleration so our character doesn't just immediately start moving to the right, right? We get some form of acceleration.
I'm just going to pause real quick. We're getting a quick ad break for 3 minutes. We're getting an ad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and I'll go put food in the microwave and then we'll keep listening to this. While we have the ads running, might as well, take a break so that nobody misses any content, okay? No need to multiply delta if it's 0. Yeah, that's true, right? All right. I got food in the microwave, so we'll just wait for the food, and then I'll just be able to numb on some food a little bit while we're doing this.
If we want to do that, let's create a const here called acceleration. Acceleration. Man, I'm really struggling here today. And let's say we want our acceleration to be
45
10,
seconds
right?
left.
So our
Join,
max
chat.
speed
Let's go.
is 100. Our acceleration is 10. So then instead of just saying velocity is equal to input vector times max speed, what you do is velocity plus equals, that way we're adding every single frame. That's what an acceleration does, right? You increase that amount every single frame of the game. So it increases your velocity by a certain amount every frame instead of just setting it. So we're going to do input vector times acceleration. Like that. Now our character should have an acceleration. And you can see we do. We start out slow, we get faster and faster.
That's pretty cool. And we do plus equal. And then we don't do the max speed here. We do times acceleration. Oh, but then it's never limited, so it's just gonna keep going up. Yeah, it's just gonna go like fucking quickly, I'm assuming, at some point. Yeah. Makes sense.
Our character should have an acceleration. And you can see we do. We start out slow, we get faster and faster. Now there's currently no cap to this acceleration.
Yeah, it has to be capped to the max speed, right?
I tried to get it back on screen, but it just did not happen. So there's no cap to this acceleration. So I'm gonna go far to the left and then accelerate to the right. You can see we can really start cruising, right? But another important thing here is that our acceleration.
How would you max this? Would you use a function? I'm just trying to get ahead of him a little bit. I'm just trying to understand how you would force this to never go higher than a certain amount. Assuming there's a function for that. But
it's frame based. We're adding 10 to our acceleration every frame. Once again, we've got the same problem that we had at the very start. So instead of having our acceleration time to the real world time, right, pixels per second or whatever, we're frame based now. We don't want that.
Congrats,
we also
Mitchie.
have to multiply our acceleration by delta, which then means that 10 is probably going to be a really slow acceleration. It's going to take us forever to get up to speed, right? Because 1/60th of a second is a small number. We're going to make our acceleration 100 as well and see how that goes with our speed here. There we go. Still really slow, right? Let's try 200. Whoa, this feels like we're on ice. We're ice skating now instead of actually moving. So let's try a much larger amount. Let's print our velocity so we can see what it looks like. Print velocity right here. See how this looks.
So it
Takes
needs
us a
to
while
cap,
to get
right?
up to a maximum speed of like 400. Now that we have a velocity, and we'll mess around with that acceleration in a minute, we want to have some sort of friction amount.
We don't want to have
So
delta
let's create
here,
another
right?
constant here.
Friction. Oh, shit.
We'll set this to 400. We might want our acceleration and friction to be different. We'll see. So how do we apply a friction here? Because currently we're just setting our velocity to 0 when we're not pressing anything, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. We want to apply a friction. Well, there's another useful function inside of vector 2. Let's click on vector 2 right here. And we have a special function called move toward. Now this function can be used to apply friction to something. And so we can give it a vector that we want to move towards. In this case, we want to move towards a vector of 0, 0, right? Which would be stopped. We want our velocity to move towards 0, 0, which is stopped. And we want it to move by some amount here, which would be our friction. So we would say velocity equals velocity dot move toward, and we want vector 2.0. So we want it to move towards 0, 0. And we need to give it our friction. However, just like our velocity, or just like our acceleration, I mean, our friction needs to be tied to real world time instead of to the game frame rate as well. And so we want to multiply this by delta as well.
Really interesting. Okay. So you want to do velocity times...
Matter 281 guy.
Yo, Matthew! J'avais oublié de licher un spot. Thank you so much, my friend, for the 2 months. Wait, what the fuck? Thank you for the 2 months, my friend. Appreciate it, buddy. How you doing? How you doing? I love that nobody understands what just happened here. Okay, so we need to have the speed vector 2, 0, and then we multiply it by the friction because we want to slow it down, and then we want it to be clock speed. Oh yeah, no, we have to, no, it's not multiplied. It's the second parameter is friction times delta. What happens if I do this? Oh shit! It actually does a little glide at the end, like whee, whoop, whoop, whoop. Yo, that's actually cool, but it does feel like we're on ice right now. Oh shit, I lost him. Where is it? Yeah, the bot doesn't have the French-Canadian mode in it. It doesn't have the...
And save.
Hey, what's up, Asta? How you doing, friend?
This goes. And there you go. Whoa, we had some issues there. Holy cow, it sounded like something unplugged and plugged in again on my...
Oh.
It must have been my keyboard, because... Yeah. That was some sort of a keyboard issue there.
I want to do...
And now we have a friction in as well. So last, we want to cap our max speed, right? So we want to make sure that our velocity never goes faster than our maximum speed. So right after doing velocity plus equals this right here to add our acceleration, we want to say velocity equals velocity dot clamp. Clamped, I guess.
Oh.
And you need to give it a length here. And we're just going to do max speed times delta.
Oh, shit. There's no Game Dev TV as a course to make a survival crafting game in Unreal using blueprints. Oh, shit. Yeah, I've been trying to find Godot stuff because it seems to... I don't know. It just seems so nice. But to be fair, I haven't like looked at is it clamped? Is it still a thing? Cannot find member clamped in base vector 2. Oh. Wait. Clamped? Is it gone? Oh shit. Where's that function? Doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It says cannot find member clamped. Okay, so I have to go search velocity here. Velocity. Clamped. Does it have any documentation? Fuck. No, not this. Oh no, that was it actually. Okay, ChatGPT. Wait, which one is the best for ChatGPT, by the way? You want to use 3.0, right? Is 3.0 better? How can I limit velocity in Godot 4.4? The velocity clamped function doesn't seem to exist. I'm just curious what he's going to tell me. Vibe coding. What do you mean? Oh, this is not quick, though. Holy shit. The user is asking about limiting velocity in Godot, but they're finding the function doesn't seem to be available anymore in Godot. Vector 2 and Vector 3 now use... Okay. Limit length. Clamp method was replaced with limit length, so limit velocity can use... there you go. Thought for 38 seconds. Jesus Christ. And we're going to have to use mini, I think. Var input vector. Oh, shit. Look at that. Literally what we're doing. Literally what we're doing. If input doesn't equal 0, input normalize. Interesting. Okay, we're going to keep following the tutorial, but I'll keep this one here on the side. Limit length. Whoops. Does he do max speed times delta? Limit length, max speed. Okay. He doesn't do times cap the speed. Okay. I've been asking ChatGPT to help me with some weak ores. It's so maddening because their reference data is so old. Yeah, that's the problem, right? What is vibe coding, boss? Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay, it's broken. Limit length times delta. Okay, let me finish the video real quick.
And that will clamp our velocity by some max speed. Now we don't have to multiply our velocity down here anymore by delta because we're doing.
Dude, I love that Demus saw that immediately. What the fuck, bro? I didn't even have time because it's multiply it too often by. Demus just saw it. He was just like, you got to remove it from the last line. Yeah, it feels really, really good now. Holy shit.
It right here. And so those are the different places.
Wait, how the fuck did you... Why would applying it here not get affected by it having it here, but then the limit length does? Oh, because it was ramping up enough that it didn't need it to be an issue. Because you're limiting it, now it becomes an issue because it squeezed it too much, right? Is that what's going on? Because it was able to reach such height, the character ended up moving. But if you're limiting it and then multiplying it by delta, which squeezes down the number even more, then that was causing the issue of not being able to move. Is that what was going on? Yes, I'm getting 1.6 here. But if I do times delta... Yeah, it's taking a really long time because it's still getting 1.6 though. But because it's multiplying it by delta, it never gets up to speed. But if we don't have the limit length, then it ends up getting up to speed. Okay, I think I understand. I just want to make sure I understand. Okay. Print your velocity is before delta. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Oh, wait, would it work if I do this? So would I get the right value here? No, because we're not setting it again. We're just passing it a value, right? Oh, I would have... No, okay, I just have to multiply it by delta. I'm an idiot. Just to see what it passes, I guess. Okay, so it's 0.2. It's going at 0.02. What is delta equals to, actually? I don't know why I care, but... $0.01666. Oh, it keeps printing. Oh shit, it's gonna crash now. Yeah. All right. Actually, it's not printing that fast. Oh, does it keep printing? Oh, it already does keep printing. Wait, oh, because it's not in the input, right? Oh, wait, is there a way? Okay, it's printing it every second. Is there a way to print it only when I would have to put it in the... Okay. All right, let's keep watching. I gotta go get my food, though. Give me a second. I'll just take the
This is
meal
where
out
you
of
need to multiply delta, right? Whenever you have something that changes over time, if it's connected to your frame rate, you need to multiply it by delta. So our velocity changes over time, but our acceleration changes our velocity over time. So the velocity is our change in position over time, right? Because the velocity affects the position. Our acceleration is the change in velocity over time, because our acceleration affects the velocity. And our friction, just like our acceleration, is also the change in velocity over time. Those all need to be multiplied by delta. I can't tell if we're immediately hitting our max speed or not. It kind of feels like we are. Yeah, it looks like we're just immediately hitting our max speed here, and it's probably just because our acceleration is way too high. So let's set our max speed to 200 and our acceleration to 50 and see how this feels. Are we still printing it? I guess so. It just decided not to show us. And see, there we go. Now we've got an acceleration. You can see we've been printing our velocity here, that we start off moving slower and then we approach our maximum speed until we reach it. And deciding on your own, our friction is instant. Messing with these values a little bit will give your game a different feel. How slippery do you want the movement to be, right?
This is really, really quick, right? So if we do 25, 25, and like what, 150? It's very, very snappy. It's nice. But it's like, it's nice because you don't go immediately at full speed.
How fast do you want your character to be able to move? This is a really
Friction
fast
needs to be
right
a little bit
now.
higher, though.
But it does feel nice and smooth. Now, if you have any sort of jitter or
it's actually
jumping a little bit, there's actually an article in the Godot documentation that I'm going to link to.
Yo,
that has
Cybexia,
some
thank you for the
solutions
74.
for dealing with that. And sometimes it's just like on Windows, there's a known issue with some stutter when the game isn't in full screen. And that is a Windows issue, apparently, according to the article, not a Godot issue. But if you set your game to full screen, then it's no longer there. And I've done this testing myself. Mine actually has.
Hey, by the way, I just want to do a quick pulse check. Are you guys enjoying this? Are you guys having a good time? Is it like a fun type of content? I know it's like a lot of me watching videos and shit, but I just want to know, like, are you guys having a good time? I don't know what you're doing. I'm loving it. This is better than WoW.
Issue when the game is in windowed mode, but once the game is set to full screen, it's smooth as butter and looks really nice. And most of the time, if you're going to be making a professional game, you're going to want your game to be played in full screen anyways. And that is, once again, a Windows issue. There is a workaround for it, but it involves, I guess, setting the priority to your game really high, and they don't recommend that. It's better to just have it run in full screen. I'll link to that article in the description because I think it's really helpful to understand, jitter and stutter, the differences.
I'm just trying to see how I could improve this in the future. Because right now it's a lot of me watching the tutorial and then trying to replicate it, so.
And what some of the solutions are. So this movement looks really nice and smooth. I'm gonna set our max speed down. It's way too fast still. And maybe the movement actually felt pretty good, so we'll actually lower our friction and our acceleration again too. Now this looks pretty good. Once again, I'm getting a little bit of stutter because it's not in full screen, but it feels really smooth. So that's going to be it for this video. I actually wasn't even planning on making a video today, but I decided, you know what, let's get one done. Let's make it a shorter one. In the next video, we'll be talking about collisions.
Next one, chat. Part 3 already.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever and whenever you are. My name is Benjamin, and welcome to our Godot Action RPG series. This will be our part 3, and in this video, we're going to be talking about collisions and addressing a few of the comments that you guys gave me in the previous video. So let's come into our player here. One of the things that you guys brought up, and this was a silly mistake on my part, to be honest, we actually have delta inside of our clamped function right here, which means we're multiplying our max speed by delta right here. So if delta changes, then
Yo,
this
was
is
ChatGPT right? I think ChatGPT might have been right. Under the hood, limit length is doing the usual manual check you might have written yourself. If velocity length, okay. Wait, I'm actually curious to see if I can just literally. Oh no, I can't steal this because. I guess please include friction and acceleration. Um. Have you programmed before? I've programmed for web development. Before. I did. But very little, like very, very. I understand a little bit how things work. I understand what is a function. I understand what is, like, I understand the very, very fucking basics. And I've done it a little bit in the past, but I wouldn't call myself a programmer. I used to make websites. So I used to do mostly the front end part of things. So HTML, CSS, a little bit of JavaScript. And then I played a little bit right into the PHP a little bit, and then like all that stuff. But I've never touched like Python, C#, all that shit. I've never done any of that. And it's very, very like surface level what I know. I come from the front end kind of space, so UX and UI design. So my brain is not thought on how to be a programmer, right? So okay, so now it includes max speed, acceleration, friction, and then it does all of that stuff. Yeah, this is GD script. This is GD script. I'll still follow the tutorial, but I think this works, man.
is going to change. We're basically clamping it too soon, right? Delta needs to be on the outside of this, right? And so we could put this right on the outside right here. And this is one step better, but this has still got some problems. And it's because we're applying delta to our velocity, right? But then we're actually manipulating our velocity again later. And so that's a problem right there, because it's not going to be, this velocity is not going to be quite accurate because we've applied delta beforehand. So the easiest thing to do here is just apply delta at the very end to our velocity. And then, of course, we need to apply delta to our acceleration and our friction, but we can apply it at the very end. And one of you also suggested using...
Okay, so what they're doing is they're moving this out of here pretty much again, right? Oh no, they're keeping it in here. It's this one that we're removing, the clamp. But the values don't work right now, so he's probably gonna adjust them.
Move toward instead of this right here. So we could say velocity equals velocity dot move toward, and then we want to give it the value that we're moving towards, right? And this would be our input vector times our max speed, I think, if I'm thinking about this right. So we take our input vector, multiply that by our max speed. That's the value we want to move towards. And then the amount that we would move towards that would be our acceleration.
Wow,
times delta.
ChatGPT is right.
Very similar to our friction right here. And this is a lot cleaner, and it should work.
Man, there we go. They're literally doing it correctly. That is insane. Like, this code literally just should work. I don't know why they put the... It's kind of weird to read. Move and slide. I kind of want move and collide, though, don't I? Move and collide, expect... Okay, so... Oh, does move and slide work? Hold on a second. Debugger? Oh, shit. Wait, what's the bug happening? Wait, oh, error? Input map action move down doesn't exist. Did you mean UI down? Oh. Interesting. Let me just correct ChatGPT real quick. See what happens. Returns copy error. The following error. Let's see. Homework must be easy for kids now? It's fucking crazy. That error just means Godot doesn't know about an action called move right. You have two options. Define your own action. Oh, if you really want to move right, add them into the input map. Oh, interesting. So I didn't know you could do that. Project setting, input map, and action, type move right, and it add. Okay. I'll just do this instead for now. Right? I'm just winging the fuck out of it, but I'm trying to... It's a mix of... Okay, oh, so why are they doing colon equal? Because they can? But what does it do? What does it stipulate?
Work the same, theoretically, if I've done my job right. And yes, we'll allow access. Oh, that's another thing I should mention here. I've updated my version. I'm now running Godot 3.2.1 stable. Just so you know, I did update to that new version. And so we're getting a really slow acceleration here, or a very slow max speed. So somewhere along the line, we've changed it, right? If our max speed is 100, our acceleration times delta, velocity equals move towards. It seems to be working how I would expect it everywhere else. Like, it seemed that I was moving properly and stuff. So let's try printing our velocity here and see exactly what's happening. So we're very slowly approaching. We're still increasing. Our max speed is still increasing. And there we go. We capped at 100. And then we slow back down again. So here we're moving towards this max speed. Aha. Yeah. So I see what's going on here. Because we're applying delta afterwards, right, to this max speed. Our max speed is still 100. That's the value that we're approaching. And then we're applying applying delta to it afterwards. And so what we get here is a problem where our acceleration is way too slow for this max speed of 100. And even though in the end it's going to end up moving.
So if I set it to be 100.0, then it's going to be like a float instead of an like that's what it's doing, right? I guess by setting the base type also by doing it this way. Okay. Print velocity. It seems to be doing, like it's accelerating, but it's taking like forever to reach max speed.
It's going to end up moving slower. It still takes us forever to approach that maximum speed that then gets brought down. So let's just try upping our acceleration here. I want to just see what this does. And there we go. We can now hit that max.
I don't know what move and slide is versus move and collide. Move and move and slide. Move the body based on velocity. If the body collides with another, it will slide along the other body by default only on floor, rather than stopping immediately. If the other body is a character, it will also be affected by the motion of the other body. You can use this to make moving a rotating platform or make node push other node. Modifies velocity. Okay. So what is the difference between move and collide? Moves a body along the vector motion in order to be frame rate independent. Move and collide. I wonder if move and collide is better. Also, why does he not need to pass anything to move and slide, but to move and collide, he has to pass the velocity?
Significantly faster. And I don't even know what this max speed is going to be like. And wow, our friction is way slow again, of course, because we haven't done anything with that. So here we go. Now we've got our movement back, similar to how it was before. But you can see this does make things a little bit confusing because our friction and our acceleration look much larger than our max speed, even though in the end we're multiplying our velocity by delta to make sure that that's fine. It is a little bit awkward, and that's something that I've run into, but we're not going to get into that too much for now. We're going to leave it about like this because this feels pretty good for movement.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow what he does. So we'll do like move and collide, I guess. We'll do what he does, and then we'll figure it out. So velocity times delta. And then I have to make these like super large. Also, I'm not going to put the this like that. I'll do this and this. Like that. Yeah, this feels pretty great. Can I drop a link? Basically, slide and collides are very... Yeah, sure. You're totally allowed to drop link, yeah. This makes me... this takes me back to college days. So much coding. Does move and slide require an optional parameter? Basically, slide and collide. Okay, doc engine. Introduction. Why characteristic body, movement, and collision. When moving a character, you should not set its position directly. Instead, you should use move and collide and move and slide method. These method moves the body along a given vector and detect collisions. Warning, you should handle physics body movement in physics process callback. Move and collide. This method takes one required parameter of vector 2, indicating the body's relative movement. Typically, this is your vector velocity vector multiplied by the time frame time steps. If the engine detects a collision anywhere along this vector, the body will immediately stop moving. If this happens, the method will return a kinetic collision to the objects. Move and slide method is intended to simplify the collision response in the common case when you want one body to slide along another. Oh. It's especially useful in platformer or top-down games, for example.
Hey, it's me, your project manager. We're moving the game from a 2D adventure into a 2D visual novel. We need it done by next Wednesday. Thanks.
Thank you, SpongeBob. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. When calling move and slide, the function uses a number of nodes property to calculate its slide behavior. These properties can be found in the inspector or set in code. Velocity, default value. This property, okay, motion mode. Up direction, floor slope, okay. There are many other properties that can be used. So, but why does it not need the value to be passed? Where does it take the velocity from then? It just knows from... Which one to use? Oh, really? Oh. A common question for new Godot user is how do you decide which movement function to use? Often the response is to use move and slide because it's simpler, but it's not necessarily the case. One way to think of it is that move and slide is a special case and move and collide is more general. For example, the following two codes snippet results in the same collision response. Anything you do with move and slide can also be done with move and collide, but it might take a little more code. However, as we'll see in the example below, there's cases where move and slide doesn't provide the response you want. In the example above, move and slide automatically alters the velocity variable. This is because when the character collides with the movement, the function recalculates the speed internally to reflect the slowdown. For example, if your character fell on the floor, you want it to accumulate vertical speed due to the effect of gravity. Instead you want its vertical speed to reset to 0. Move and slide also recalculate the kinetic's body velocity several times in a loop as to produce a smooth motion. Example. Movement in walls. For this example, add a character body with two children, sprite 2D and collision shape 2D. Use the Godot icon as the sprite texture. Oh, that's kind of cool that they give you this little icon so that you can do tests instantly. Like they give you like one asset so you can immediately use it to do any testing. Variable input, get vector, blah, blah, blah. Physics process, get input, move and color. Bro, what the oh, dude, look how simple this one is. I guess it doesn't have friction. It's not normalized. Run this scene and you'll see that move and collide works as expected, moving the body along the velocity vector. Now let's see what happens when you add some obstacle with a rectangle collision shape. For visibility, you can use a sprite and a polygon to turn the visible collision shape. Run the scene again and try to moving into the obstacle. You'll see that the character body can't penetrate the obstacle. However, it tries to move into the obstacle at an angle. And you'll find that the obstacle acts like glue. It feels like the body gets stuck. This happens because there's no collision response. Move and collide stops the body movement when a collision occurs. That's actually interesting. What behavior do you want? Like in a Zelda game, when you run into a wall, it doesn't start gliding, right? It just stops your character. But I guess it's probably because of a limitation more than... Like, what happens in a... I'm curious as fuck. That's actually really, really interesting. Which behavior you want. Both are correct. Both are correct. No, but it's more like, I don't think it's like a Chat GPT thing. I think it's more like what I'm trying to remember games that I've played and how I would want it to play. You know? We need emotions. But I think he's in one of the other part of the tutorial, he does get into collision and everything, so. I think I'll keep moving collide for now, and I'll keep it at that. And then we'll see what it... This feels pretty good right now, so we'll leave it at that.
It might
and
be
then
a
we'll
little
see
bit
later
fast
when he gets to collision, he might talk about it.
for a max speed. I think maybe I'll try 80 and see. You want your character to be able to move around on a screen pretty quick. And 80 feels pretty good. So we'll use these values, but that solves the problem that we had before. The last thing that you guys commented that
so the way that we did it differently is he did an input variable, input directory, input direction. Is it weird that I like my variables to be fully spelled out? It helps me read the code. Input direction. Okay, so I'm not familiar with this. So when you do a dot, it's because you access an object within it, right? But if you can, so you're literally passing the value directly to vector. And then vector, I'm assuming, transforms its... No variable kink shaming here? No. Can you control-click vector 2 to get a documentation? Oh, yeah, you actually can. I'm just trying to understand, the difference between this code and this one. So this one, we're just initiating the a variable and saying you are this, and then we're setting each parameter individually instead of just being, hey, vector, these are your property, bam and bam. So I'm assuming this is cleaner, right? var1, var2? Yeah, but doesn't that make your code unreadable afterward? So you weren't replying to Pogalis. You were replying to me. Okay. Yeah, it's using a constructor. You're telling it to create one off the bat. He's saying create a 0 vector and then updating the X later. Okay. Oh, but you're still storing it. You're just doing it at the same time. Okay. So vector has a constructor that allows it to output. It constructs a vector object using these parameters. Instead of initiating it, then modifying the value, you construct it and it automatically assigns it as that object with these value now, right? That's pretty much how that works, right? Exactly? Okay, good. All right. You saw you can do input get vector key name, and you saw you can do get... Oh, you mean here? Get vector? So what does that do exactly? You know what's crazy is the fact that they have such a good documentation probably is why ChatGPT's response is so good. So we can literally replace all of this for this. Yours is more explicit if you want to tweak it. It returns a vector. Oh, so this returns a vector? Automatically? So input direction, instead of doing this, you can just replace it with input get vector, left, right, up, down. Okay, I'll leave it like this
really
for now.
Helpful is that there's an argument to be made for not using delta. There's an argument to be made that if your game does slow down, you want to just have the game to slow down and to show that frame drop and have the character move slower and not be tied to the time, to seconds, to time in the real world.
So I'm learning so much.
And the argument there is that it can be more fair to the player. If there's lagging or something, then they're going to be able to react better to that lag and deal with it properly. So there's two sides of the argument there. I'm going to continue using delta throughout this because I feel like for this game, it will be fine. We're not going to end up with a lot of situations where the game is going to lag down significantly. So we'll continue using delta. I think this will be best for this game, but there is an argument to be had for that. And you might consider that, that's something to consider when you're working on your game. So now let's get right into collisions, because that's what we're going to be doing in this, is setting up some collisions. And we might actually discuss some, we'll see.
My biggest fear is that he goes, all right, let's delete all of this. Bro, you've been working on something for 2 hours. He's like, okay, let's delete all of this. Let's start over.
Yeah, let's just do collisions for now. So our player character right here is set up as a kinematic body, and we've attached a sprite to this. But
we can
this
attach
kinematic body doesn't have any sort of collisions yet. So we're going to attach a collider to this kinematic body, and you can see we've actually got this warning over here saying that it needs some sort of a collider attached to it, or else it can't actually interact with other things. So we're going to start by clicking on our player and clicking the little plus button, and we'll search for. This is so
cool how intuitive this is. I'm assuming like Unity and Unreal Engine, do they have these kind of node already pre-made in objects?
2D. We'll just pick this right here. For the collision shape for our player, I have decided to use a capsule shape. And oops, actually, did I use a capsule shape? I hid my other collider. Yeah, I did. Okay. And this will just make it so that our character can more easily move around corners and stuff. If we run into the corner of a wall, we'll be able to slide around that a little bit. It'll be more forgiving when the player is moving around in our world.
They're called components.
So
what's the major difference between something like Godot and Unity or Unreal Engine? Is it the way that they end all these objects in the scenes, or is this pretty standard across and what they call? Yeah, so the name of the variable and all that shit doesn't matter, but is it the same principle? Godot and Unity are much closer. Okay.
We come over here. If you have your collision shape selected.
I mean, the biggest thing about Godot is that it's fucking free. And from what I understand, you can literally publish any game you made in this, and they don't take a single penny. It's 100% community and charity funded, which is insane.
And you come over here into the properties, we can select new capsule shape.
Oh.
And we'll want to shrink this down. And
how do I how do I go back to the world? Hold on a second.
Situations where the game is going to lag down significantly. So we'll continue using delta.
I didn't see how
this will be best for this game, but there is an argument to be had for that, and you might consider that. That's something to consider when you're working on your game. So now let's get right into collisions, because that's what we're going to be doing in this, is setting up some collisions. And we might actually discuss some...
Oh, okay. It's at the top. It's this. So this is the 2D rendering. This. Okay, cool. Okay, I got to learn these fucking tabs. Okay, collision, circle, capsule shape. Ooh.
We'll see. This decided we can select new capsule shape, and we'll want to shrink this down. And let's actually come into our snap options up here and turn on use pixel snap. It's probably off because I...
Can I... How do we...
didn't have it quite set up right.
What was it? Use pixel snap.
And let's actually come into our snap options up here and turn on use.
Okay, I have it. How do you move? Okay, I gotta figure out.
Pixel snap. It's probably off because I didn't have it quite set up right. And we will, oops, accidentally grab the player here. If you want to...
It doesn't matter that I move this, right? Because all the objects are linked together? Yeah, okay, we're good.
Select...
Oh, still, I should have the print printing endlessly right now. Oh my god! We gotta remove the print. I'm at 40,000 print. Okay. Jesus Christ. I'm at 41,000. The print is still going because the game is still open. Jesus Christ. All right.
Collision shape here and move it without grabbing the player. What you can do is you can hold the Alt key. You can select it first and then hold the Alt key, and that will allow you to move it by itself. We'll set it about here, and we're actually going to rotate it as well.
Okay. Oh, shit! Transform.
We'll set its rotation to -90. So I just came into the transform and set the rotation, and that moves it to be more like this. I'm going to hold Alt again, move it down just a bit, shrink this down a little bit more. You can set it up how you want. We don't want the collision to come up here because later when we deal with depth and making sure that this can walk behind and in front of things, we'll want our collision for movement to be very different from what our collision for taking a hit looks like. Once we get our hit boxes and hurt boxes set up, we'll be setting up a different collider that encompasses more of the player character here for that.
I guess.
So let's save this like this. That looks good enough. And let's add in a new node here so that we can test these collisions. So we'll come up to world, we'll add a new node, and we'll do a static body 2D. And like I think I mentioned this in the very first video, but a static body 2D is used for creating some sort of a wall or static object in your world that can be collided with but won't be moved. It's going to be static.
Okay.
Once we've created that static body 2D, you can see it's up here just in the corner. We can attach a collision shape to it as well. And this time we'll do a collision polygon 2D. And when you have a collision polygon 2D attached like this,
Hunter,
if you select it,
thank you for
you'll
the
notice
49
up here that we get some new options right there. And we're actually going to turn on snap here. Just click this little icon right here to turn on snap. We can use these options right here to create a collision shape. We can just kind of draw it out actually. So we'll click this little create points icon. We'll create a point here, here, and just kind of draw some shapes out, okay? Anything you want. And come all the way back around and come back to the starting point. Now, sometimes when you do this, sometimes when you create this collision shape like this in the collision polygon, I've had times where when I come all the way back around, it doesn't fill it in. You should see it fill it in like this. If it doesn't fill it in, you'll need to right click and try again. Because that means it didn't quite work right. And that's happened to me a few times. I don't know exactly why, but usually if I just do it again, then it fixes it. Now we've got this set up. If we run our game, you can see we can move and we can actually collide with these, but it's not properly, you can't see it, right? We can't see the collision shape.
Okay.
So what we'll do for now is just come into debug and click visible collision shapes. And you can see there's some other debug options here, but visible collision shape should be good for now. Now when we run the game, we can see the collision shape for our character and the collision shape for
my character is completely stuck. It's really annoying.
We kind of stick to these walls.
Hold on. Pause. Don't say it. I want to try to fix this myself now. Because now if we go here and we do collision, move and slide, save this, run this again, he slides along the edge. Oh my God. He doesn't stick anymore. He doesn't completely. Oh, that's so good. See the difference? Like when I press down and diagonal, he keeps gliding. He just follows the natural. He just follows the natural curve. If you do the previous one that we had, and as soon as you hit it, it completely stucks the body, and it's like it's trying to. It's just trying so fucking hard to that is so cool. Whoops. Okay. So we'll just use this. Now we got. That's neat as hell, dude. That is really, really cool.
If we move into them, it feels kind of like they're sticky.
Pre-order opens now. Yeah, the game's launched. The game's launching tonight.
That is because of the function that we're using for our character's movement. We are using move and collide right here. Move and collide handles movement and collisions for us. If you notice, we didn't have to write any collision code. It just automatically worked for us once we put our colliders on, right? That's wonderful. But the problem is that it doesn't slide along those walls. And there's a couple different solutions for this. If you come into the help file and look up move and collide, right here in our kinematic body, you'll see that there's another function right under it called move and slide. And so this function right here can handle sliding along an edge as well.
I try to get ahead of the tutorial. Man.
It comes with some other properties that you can pass into it if you're making like a platform game or something. But since we're kind of making more of like a 2.5D perspective, we don't need to worry about a lot of those other optional arguments that you can pass in. So we could just switch this right here to move and slide and run the game. There's going to be a problem though. And holy cow, we're moving way slower now, right? That's not good. Why are we moving so much slower? Well, come back here and look at move and slide. You can see that for move and slide, if we come down to here, it says the linear velocity, this is the argument that we're passing in, right? It says, is the velocity vector in pixels per second. Unlike move and collide, you should not multiply it by delta. The physics engine handles applying the velocity. So if we come back into our player right here and we say we can now remove the multiply by delta, and that's because move and slide will handle the delta for us inside.
So now I understand a little bit better. So what they decided to do, which is why I'm not specifying velocity. Velocity just exists. It's already specified. And then all these changes that I'm doing are modifying it. And this is why I don't have to pass it, right? Because then this function automatically calls for it. Current velocity vector in pixel, use and modify during call to move and slide. That's so fucking cool, dude.
side of the function.
Soon TM,
so we
yeah,
don't
the
have
Switch
to
too,
do it
man. I don't
outside.
even know if I want to get
We
it,
still have to have delta applied to our other areas,
I don't even know.
but we don't have to have it applied there. You can see now it's a lot smoother. We don't stick to these walls like we used to before. We slide along them. In the corner here, we get a little bit of weirdness going on. Right here. And one of the things that I generally do with the move and slide function is it actually has a return value. And if you guys come into your warning messages right here, so let's talk about warnings for a bit in Godot. Godot will give you warnings. They're not necessarily game-breaking bugs. It's not going to break your game. However, these warnings will often tell you about potential issues you might be having. So this warning, for example, says the function move and slide returns a value, but this value is never used. So they're saying this function returns some sort of value, but it's not being used currently. So if we come back into our kinematic body, we see that move and slide returns a vector 2. Okay, so what does that mean? Let's come down and read. It says returns the linear velocity vector rotated and or scaled if a slide collision occurred. To get detailed information about collisions that occur, use get slide collision. So this is if we need to get more information out of the function, but for now it's just saying this returns a linear velocity. So that means we're passing in a linear velocity, and then this says, oh, your velocity, this should be your updated velocity after the collisions. So in order to get that information, we just say velocity equals move and slide. So now this function returns some sort of velocity after a collision, and we set that to be our new velocity. And that right
so
there.
So now which I understand now why they redid it, because it becomes so, it doesn't make any sense, right? It's like, why not just end all of it directly inside the move and slide, right? So now they took all of that shit out, and now you just call the function and it endles everything. It doesn't return anything, I'm assuming. So it returns true or false, and it handles everything on its own, from what I understand.
Will allow us to remember the velocity that we had before the collision and properly handle that, which seems to fix the issues we were having in these corners. You can see, and we also kind of keep our momentum around corners. We'll kind of slide up the new edge. And that's because we're getting that information from the function. It's saying, oh, look, you got this, you had a collision, and this is the velocity that was left over from the collision.
This is so fucking cool, dude.
And now set that to be our new velocity. So there you go. And that talks about warnings as well.
This is so cool. I'm having so much more fun than I thought I would. Jesus Christ.
Right here, font oversampling.
I used to build Flash games too when I was a kid.
Resize modes,
we would download existing game and then try to understand how they worked. Me and one of my friends. We would we were like 10 years old. No, we weren't 10 years old. Yeah, 9 to 10 years old. And I remember while kids were playing ball at school, like they were throwing the ball on the wall and shit, they were running around fucking poking each other. Me and my friend were talking about the video game that we were going to make. And then we would get back home and then we would like go to each other's house or whatever. And then we would download a Flash game and try to break it apart to understand what created like collisions and shit. It was crazy, dude. It's insane that I was doing that. We were thinking about this at like 9 years old.
Start using fonts. If the fonts may start having issues unless we use, if we come into our project settings and our window, unless we use the aspect ratio here, we might want to set this to keep. I wonder if that would do it, or if we need to set it to one of those keep width, keep height. Setting it to keep seems to have fixed that. And usually keep is what I like to do. That way it just keeps either the width or the height depending on which one fits better. And that will just add black bars to the screen if the aspect ratio of the monitor or the phone or whatever doesn't quite fit our 16:9 aspect ratio.
We don't have a camera right now.
So that's going to be it for this video. Thank you guys so much for watching it. I hope
next
you
one,
enjoyed
chat.
it.
Next one. Are you
Good
guys
morning,
still
afternoon,
following
or
along?
evening, wherever and
Are you guys still following along? Are you guys learning, enjoying this? Learn Adobe Director to build DVD menus. Holy shit, DVD menus. I remember my dad made a DVD menu. I don't remember what the fuck he was doing, but while also taking notes, that's pretty insane, isn't it? Like I'm getting so much knowledge right now. Holy shit.
whenever you are. My name is Benjamin, and welcome to
I feel
the
like he's
Godot
changing
Action
mic
RPG
every video.
series. This will be video 4 or part 4 in the series. And in this video, we're going to be learning about creating scenes for our different objects inside of our main scene here, inside of
Okay.
our world scene, and potentially a few other things. We'll see how things go. So in the last video, we learned about collision shapes.
Why is this so interesting, man?
this,
Can't stop
and
watching.
setting up some collisions for our character. So here's the problem that comes up, okay? So let's say you have this level right here and you've got your character in this level and you create another level. So let's create a new scene. We'll just click the little plus button up here and do a new 2D scene. And we'll call this level 2. This is just an example, right? And so we create this other level and we're like, okay, well, we want to put, well, we won't save it. Don't need to save it. But we're like, well, we want to put our player character in this level. And well, let's see, we have to create a kinematic body 2D, right? So kinematic body 2D right here. We've got to name it player. We've got to attach a sprite to it, right?
Can you just
Okay,
copy
so a
paste?
sprite, and a collider. And you can see where I'm going with this, right? This is a huge pain. We don't want to have to do that. So Godot has a system built in place for creating scenes from existing kind of objects right here, or
Nice.
node structures. So we can see that our world scene is made up of multiple different nodes inside of it, right? And if you go down a layer, our player scene is also made up of multiple different sprites inside of it right here. And so we want to be able to create a scene of our player that we can then re-instance in multiple different
Instantiate child
levels.
scene?
And this is really easy to do. You can just right click on the player and we can do save branch as scene. Here we go. We'll do save branch as scene and we can save this wherever we want to. We're going to save this inside of our player folder and it will be called player.tscn. Save. And look at that. Now our player is a single node.
Where did you put it?
A single node. And look at that. TSCN. Save.
Okay, and player.
And look at that. Now our player is
You're having
a
fun watching
single
this? Good.
node, or technically a scene in this.
I was just busy in a dungeon? Yeah, no problem. I know everybody's just like sitting around and watching and just learning and just all that stuff. I guess I just like, because like, it's like me, right? I mean, while I'm watching this, I can't really speak or say anything. So we're kind of just like sitting there watching. And just want to make sure that you guys are following along and watching and enjoying this. And if there's anything that you, if you think that there's anything else, if you think that there's anything else that we could do differently or improve, just make sure you guys let me know.
Case inside of our world scene. And if we want to edit the sprite on our player or the collision box, there's now this little icon next to the player that looks like a little scene, or one of those, I don't even know what those things are called, right? From plays or movies, the little thing that claps in front of the camera. It looks like one of those. And so we can click on that and that will open up our player scene. And you can see this scene, it opens up a new tab up here, just like our world tab. And we can edit all of the properties inside of this player scene. And if we go back to our other level right here, we can actually go into our file system and find our player and our player scene right here, player.tscn. We can drag and drop this inside of our level. Now, why is it doing that? Why does it show the player over there and then drop them right here? What's going on with that? Well, that is actually a really good question. And so what we'll do to fix that is we'll actually open up our player scene again. And you can see when we created our player as a scene, it actually created the player in the same position relative to the origin that it was inside of our world. And so what we actually want to do is come into our player kinematic body.
Excuse me a second. I just want to do something real quick.
Here's to a good stream.
I want to try to do something really, really quickly. How do I... Sorry, I'm trying to... I just learned about something real quick, and I just want to check it out. I think the reason this is engaging is because you're pumped about this, and it's contagious watching someone actually genuinely excited about something. Completely agree. It's so refreshing and captivating seeing you excited about this. That's awesome. That is fucking awesome. I'm just trying real quick to do something, but I don't remember. Okay, there we go. I just want to try something real quick.
Here. And you can see
Okay.
when we created our player as a scene, it actually created the player in the same position relative to the origin that it was inside of our world. And so what we actually want to do is come into our player kinematic body here.
Yeah.
Come into the transform, and you can see our position right here. And we want to reset this to 0. 0, 0. So that sticks our player right there in the center. We can then save our scene.
Wait, how do we open... Ah, there we go. Oh, mine is already like that. It's already at 0.
Control S, saved our player scene right here. And we can delete all these. I'm going to use Shift to select them all. Delete them all. And now when we drag and drop our player into the scene, it should do it properly. And of course, it's snapping a little bit because we have snap on. But other than that, it's lining out perfectly. So we can have multiple players, and we can select these and delete them like that. And we'll get rid of that second level because that was just for the sake of example.
Okay.
When we come back into our world, you can see it moved the player up into the top right-hand corner.
Into the top corner.
And this is because when you make a change to the base scene here, it will update all of the children's scenes to be that way. However, if we move this instance scene that we've made back out here, it won't actually change the base scene. The base scene will stay the same. So now if we run the game, nothing is actually
we put it
changed.
at the bottom of the feed,
functionally works exactly how it did before. However, our project is now organized better than it was before. And that's easier for us to manage as developers. So we're going to create a scene for our bush. Now this bush is just a sprite, so we don't actually need it. We're just going to delete it.
Backpack Battle was made with Godot.
And we'll come up
shit!
Here.
Wait, how do you know that? Is it on Steam?
We'll come up here and we'll create, we'll add the little plus button to create a new scene. We'll make this a static body 2D because we want our bushes to be able to be collided with. So we'll choose other node here, static body 2D, and we'll call this bush. And we can come over here to our origin because that's where it's going to be created. And we'll add a sprite.
Okay. We'll add a sprite. Game engine, Godot. Oh, shit. GD scripting, other feature. I'm assuming it has like... Oh, shit. Notable video game created with this. Dome Keeper. Brotato. Backpack Battle. Slay the Spire 2. Holy shit. That's probably the biggest one in here, honestly. I mean, it's all indie game, but you know. As a result of the change with the Unity engine license, Slay the Spire 2 has been developed with the Godot engine. Yeah, that's the problem, dude. The runtime fee, bro. Like, that's what's gonna kill them. I feel like I truly wonder what something like Unity. I mean, I'm assuming like for bigger games. They reverted that, did they? Yeah, but people, I think the damage is already there, though, right? I think the damage is already there.
Node to that. We'll come find, we can search in our file system here for bush, and we'll drag the bush.png into our texture here and our texture property here on our sprite. So now we're going to add a collision shape to this bush. We'll come.
Okay, we take the sprite and we move it to the texture, I guess. So the sprite, we do bush. Bam. There we go.
We can search in our file system here for bush.
I've done the
drag
tutorial. It's very good.
PNG
Nice.
Into our texture here.
It's all about adapting to
our texture
4.4
property
though.
Here on our sprite. So now we're going to add a collision shape to this bush, and we'll just do a collision shape 2D. And once again, I'm going to do a capsule shape, and we're going to rotate this capsule by -90, and we'll shrink it down.
No, I think I prefer doing
So something
90.
like that. And I'll move this down to about here. There we go. And that's a pretty good collision. That way our character should be able to come behind the bush up here a little bit. So the bush has, you know, if you imagine the perspective, this is about where the bush's shadow would cast on the ground, and that's the kind of space that it would take up in the world. So if you want the exact properties, you can use the position here, the rotation, and I'll click on the capsule shape here, and you can set the radius and height to be exactly, if you want to set up exactly like mine. Now we save this scene, our bush scene, and we'll save it under world. Save it here. And if we come back into our world, we can delete this random static body that we made. Don't need that, just delete it. And we'll instance our bush in here. We can just drag some bushes in here. Now, this is actually a good time to talk about why I like to use the world as a base, or the node 2D as a base for my world. There's some different reasons for why you'd want to do that. If you use, because you can technically use just a base node for your world here. So I'm going to do that. We'll say world 2 like this. So let's talk about the differences between these two real quick, because this is helpful to know. Why would you want to use one over the other?
Nice.
One benefit of using a node 2D, or drawback, you could see it as both, is that you can technically move the world node 2D around, and it moves everything attached to it. So you could technically, there might be a reason you would want to do that in a game, you know, like have
Is the main character going to be a mini version of you or nay? Honestly, if I'm being very honest, I would love for you to be able to customize the character. So ultimately, in a perfect world, like if I implement every feature that I want, you would have full customization. But is that realistic? Maybe we make like a character that's easily customizable to limit the number of sprite to begin with. Maybe we design, because I want to get also into doing pixel art. Like that's going to be part of this whole journey. It's not only going to be about making the game. I want to be able to create a sprite as well. Right? So
things shift for some reason. And so that's possible. You can't do that.
Yeah,
with
this is pretty realistic, but not with the sprites this tutorial will give you. What do you mean? You mean that you don't get the experience to draw the sprites? It will not teach you to layer sprites to full custom. Yeah, I know, but what I want to do is way beyond this scope, but it's going to take a bunch of mini tutorial to understand what we're doing, right? Then I'm going to go search a tutorial on how to create custom ID. Like this is my first journey into this. So this is my very, very basics. And then after we're done with this, after we're done with like creating like just the plane with bushes, then it's going to be like, okay, let's try to make a door, and then we can enter to another level. or, you know, like we're just going to take it step by step and eventually, like, because character creation is not worth, like, it's definitely not going to be the first thing. I want to be able to work on the world first, and then we can, but it's going to be a journey of many, many years probably, right? Like if I'm doing this once to twice a week, you know.
A node, because it doesn't actually have a transform, as you can see over in the properties. Another thing is if we drag a bush into our world, it places it right there, right? However, if we're in world 2 here and we try and drag a bush in the scene, it always sticks it right at the center and then we have to move it. Well, that one worked because it was a child of our bush. If we make it a child of the world, you can see every time we drag and drop one in, they get stuck up here. So that's a drawback as well. And so, in my opinion, using a node 2D, the benefits outweigh any potential issues. You could actually drag your world around, but then you can just set it back to 0, 0 and you're fine. Or you can even just lock it so that you never accidentally click on it, right?
Oh. There we go.
So yeah, that's kind of the differences between using a node 2D and a base node. And I've kind of discovered that along the way as I've been using Godot. So let's don't save this. We'll close out of our bush scene. We'll close out of our player scene. And we'll save here. And I want to do another thing in this video. So we've learned about how to make a scene, right? And you can actually instance scenes inside of other scenes. So if we come to our player here, click on our player scene, we can actually instance our bush inside of our player scene. All right, we wouldn't want to do that. But if we do that and save.
Wait, hold on a second. So that means that we can create a, what is it called? Metal Gear Solid kind of. Whoa, what the fuck happened? Oh, is it because they're colliding and it's glitching? Dude, he's just fucking off. I think that's what it is. I think it's because it has a, if I just put the bush right here and then I run this. Yeah. All right. Enough. I think it's because it had a collision and then it broke it or whatever. Wait, what is he complaining about? The root node of a scene is recommended to not be transformed. Ah, is that what it is? Wait, no, why is he complaining? Since instance of the scene will usually override this, reset the transform and reload the scene. Oh, there you go. So it complained that it was like right here. See? So it tells you that it should be at the axis and have 0 transformation. Wait, why is up direction minus, why is, okay, I guess. Whatever. Okay.
Then we're going to have a bush following our player around. And it will be, you know, a child of the player scene. It will try and move with it. And that's kind of weird, but you can do that. And why would that be useful? Well, let's say you have a city scene, right? And in that city, you have different houses. And in each house, you have chairs and tables and people, right? All of those can be scenes instanced inside of other scenes. And it's a little bit hard to grasp at first for beginners. This is one of the hardest
I mean, it actually makes a
that
lot of sense, because then if you want to make an object and you want to apply different things to it, you don't want to have to create that object every single time. So you duplicate it, and then you have bush 1, and then if you want to have a bush that behaves differently, then you got to create a scene that's called bush 2, and maybe bush 2 is like a secret bush where there's something in it instead of being the normal bush that you normally encounter, right? But then you can reuse bush 1 as many times as you want, and it will as soon as you modify that scene, then every other instance of that thing will apply the modification
to understand about Godot. But that system is extremely powerful because you're organizing your game by these different scenes, and you can make each scene work on its own, so it doesn't have to be, so it's not connected to any other scenes. It can be independent of anything else. And that makes your project much easier to manage because if you need to edit the player scene, you just click on the player and you manage everything inside of the player. You don't have to worry about a lot of code outside of the player, right? It's all kind of isolated.
That's so
each
good.
Organized
I love
into its
this.
own
What the
little
fuck?
compartment. And so this is a very, very powerful system. And once you get used to it, it will change the way that you make games. And so that's scenes for you. Now, the last thing I want to talk about in this video, because I considered doing this in 2 videos, but let's just do it in 1 because this is a shorter video.
Thank you for the follow,
Let's talk about why
Appreciate
sort. So if we play right here and we move our character around in this room, you can see the depth doesn't work when we're down here. The player is behind these bushes, and probably
it is a TCG shop, yeah.
But like the player's always behind the bushes. So the collisions are working properly how we want them to, but the depth ordering isn't. So there's a node that you can use for that. And for now, we'll just set our world node to be this. We may end up changing this later, but if we right click on our world node, you can do change type. And we can set the type here to Y sort. Now a Y sort node, what it does is any node that is a child of it, it will sort the depth of those nodes by their Y position. So on the vertical axis. And so that is really powerful because then we can easily sort. We can come behind here and in front here, right? You can see it's automatically doing all that sorting for us. Now there is a problem. There's one more problem here, and we'll see if I can.
It's crazy, right?
I can't actually trigger it. But the problem is that it sorts them based on the center of the scene. So if we open up our bush on our player, so where's the center of the player scene? Well, it's right here on the player's neck. It's actually sorting the player right here at this point. But that's not where we want the player to be sorted. A better spot to be sorted would actually be right down here at the player's feet. So in order to do that, we're going to select our sprite and our collision shape by holding shift to select them both and move them, and move them both up. That just moved the player. Oh, it's because we have this on still.
Yeah.
Remember earlier when we made it so the children weren't selectable? Well, let's check that. We don't need to worry about that anymore. So clicking on it undoes that. Now we can select the sprite and the collision shape.
Okay, so what we do is we put this as a change type, and then we do Y sort. Oh, fuck. It's not a thing? Wait, what is it erroring about? Up direction can be equal to vector 0. Consider using floating motion mode instead. What? Error. Up direction can't be equal to vector 20. Consider using floating motion mode instead. Yeah, but I didn't have an error not that long ago. Everything was fine. Okay, everything's fine. I think there was just an error when I try to modify this thing or whatever. I think it's because I tried to do this earlier. Okay, so so what do I ask? Why sort? Why sort? Why sort node remove functionality move to node 2D? Oh. So it already does it? Change type, node 2D. Isn't it already a node 2D though? Okay.
Move them both up to...
Click on ordering and click on Z as relative. In here? Where do you want me to do this? In the inspector? Ordering Z index. You want me to uncheck this pretty much? Oh, sort enable? Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, but do we still have to do what he is doing, which is take these two things? I have pixel snap here. Like right there would be great, I think.
Turn off snap so we can get single pixels. And move them up to about, I don't know, maybe we'll do here. That seems pretty good. And so what position is that? The sprite transform is 0, -9. The collision shape transform. Here's the capsule size. Let's just set that to 4.
That's so
4
good.
and 4. And the
How it
transform
handles it
is-
so well.
Why? That is a weird.
This blows my
transform. We're gonna
fucking
set
mind.
the X to 0 and the Y to 0 as well. 0,
Dude, I
0.
can't wait to
There we go.
start sprite animation.
So you can have it set up exactly like this, and now it will sort it based on this point. So if we have
That's so good.
a bush that is sorted based on its own point, so we're gonna do this with our bush too.
Oh.
We'll select the sprite and the collision shape.
So you want to have where the trunk or where the gravity point would be, I'm assuming, right? It's where the object is standing on the ground in a way, right? That's what you're illustrating with this? That's pretty good. Can we request this tomorrow and Friday instead of Last Epoch? I'm going to do this more often, but I really want to play Last Epoch. Also, considering tomorrow is going to be like kind of a big day with like the gifted sub thing and everything, it helps me out a lot because, you know,
Move them both up until
it
it's
helps out a
here.
lot with the support and
once again,
subs
here are
and
the
shit.
transforms if you want to copy those exactly. -4 and 0 for the collision shape. And so that means our bush will be sorted at this point. It's important because if your sorting isn't working properly, if it technically is sorting, but then it does weird stuff where like it sorts properly unless you get past a certain distance, then then you need to make sure that you've set these up like this. And I actually want to show you. I'm going to do an extreme reverse example. So we'll sort the player by the head. Clear up there, right? So this will technically work still, but you can see how it sorts properly until we get to here.
Mm-hmm.
That's because it's using the sorting position of the bush and the sorting position of the player, right? You can see, imagine there's a little dot here for the bush. In fact, let me show this.
I understand.
It's always better to show it. So we'll take a little screenshot here, paint.net.
Where the hell is Mentos? I don't know, man. He's slacking.
Paste this. Okay. Imagine you've got your point here for the bush, right here, and your point here at the head of the player, right? This is where it's sorting them from. And so that's why it works properly at first. That's why it works properly right here, because the origin of the player is lower than the origin of the bush, so it's drawing the player on top. But once the player's origin right here passes the bushes, it sorts the player behind the bush.
I love how he
That is
teaches,
why it's
man. That's great.
important to make sure that you have your origin set up properly. This is where we want to sort the player at, right? Kind of like at the center. If you imagine a pole going down through the player right here to the ground, right in the center, that's about where we want it to sort. But I think the Y-sort node is very cool, very powerful, really easy to set up, and then we automatically have Y sorting. We can come into our debugger, turn off visible collision shapes, run the game again, and this just looks really nice. Looks really good. So thank you all so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it and learned something.
All right.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening.
Bro, you just upgraded microphone in between, man. Good morning, good afternoon. I think I'm going to play, but I'm going to go... You know what? I'll just go start a coffee really quickly. Quick coffee mug. I'll just hit play and I'll go get it. I'll give you guys Lux Bucks at the same time. We're currently level 5 right now. Thank you for the insane support today. You guys have been fucking awesome. I'm having a ton of fun right now. I'm learning a bunch, and I'm learning a lot, and I hope you guys are too. So
wherever and whenever you are. My name is Benjamin, and welcome to the Godot Action RPG series. This video will be part 5, and in this video we're going to start animating our player character. As you can see when we run the game, our character moves around nicely in this world, smooth, collides with the bushes, but the character just stands there. The animation, our sprite, doesn't move. So we're going to be fixing that. So we're going to come into our player scene, and you're going to find that's a reoccurring theme throughout future videos, is if we need to do something with our player, we're obviously going to be opening up our player scene and changing stuff inside of this scene. So we won't actually have our character fully animated by the end of this video, and the reason is because we're going to have to learn about 2 different parts of the animation. There's kind of 2 areas that we need to learn about and implement. So this video is going to cover the first one. We'll get the basics down, and then in the next video we're going to talk about some slightly more complicated things, but they're really beneficial and important to talk about as well. Let's start by adding a new node to our player scene here, and we're going to add an animation player. Now, an animation player is a powerful node that lets you basically keep...
Because I knew he was going to have a little bit of an introduction, so I kind of wanted to let it play out while we were... and I could still hear... I can hear across... the fox is awesome. I want to clarify that, but can you change your character at this point just for the model? Yeah, you could, but I mean, I don't want to get into drawing these, right? This takes incredible amount of time and knowledge. But at any point in this, I could design a new sprite. It's just that you have to understand that this sprite that is being provided here is a massive, massive picture that contains every frame of the animation, right? So it contains a walking animation, sideway, upward, other way, and then downward. And then it contains sword swing in every direction. It contains side rolling. So this is what... No, it didn't came with the game. It came with the tutorial. So this dude gave those resources away. I don't know where he got them, but he's given out those resources. And it includes dodge roll. It includes a sword swing. So, like, doing all of this takes an insane amount of time. So because I want to just start learning, I'm just straight up starting from those assets so we can get into the nitty-gritty and the fun stuff, right? Because if I had to draw this, then I wouldn't be able to... We wouldn't be here right now, you know? Like, we wouldn't be... we wouldn't be here right now, right? Because we would still be trying to draw something. So, but this allows it to look good already, which is what makes it fun, in my opinion. Holy shit, only 2 people won the Lux Boxes? I think everybody... Bro, what the fuck? Nobody entered. Oh, no. Is nobody paid attention? Jesus. Nobody entered. All right, let me go get the coffee then. I think that's the slowest. Yeah, in the YouTube tutorial, In the YouTube tutorial, he has all the assets that you can download, so you can immediately get started.
Keyframes, key any property actually over here. You can key anything like offset, whether it's flipped, animation, the region, position. I mean, you could.
There's no join right now. There's no join. You guys joined too late. You guys joined too late.
You could key whether it's visible or invisible. You can create any key in a little timeline down here and have it animate. So first, we're going to start by creating our own animation. So we'll click when you select the animation player, it should open up this little tab down here. And we can click animation and do new. And this will allow us to create a new animation. I'm actually going to open up my reference project here because I want to make sure how I set this up. So we're going to do an animation for run right. Yeah, we'll do run right. So we'll call this run. Oh, we got to name it. Run right, like that.
Do you want to name it like without the space and everything? Like I'm not sure how that works. I guess yeah. So what naming convention do we do? Do we do run right or do we do run right? Do we? I guess. Interesting. What do we do, chat? Capitals?
And you can see that gives us a little timeline down here. In each of these numbers, they represent seconds. You can see that down here. You could change this to frames per second or whatever, but we're going to just keep it in seconds. And we've got a snap, and our snap is set to 0.1. So if we try and move through this timeline, you can see our position will snap it in 0.1 intervals.
Okay.
And this is the end of the animation. We can actually use our zoom here to kind of zoom in.
Camel case are for function. Snake case are for variable. Yeah, but I don't know what this refers it to. It's not either one of those things, is it? Huh.
That's probably good. This little lighter area represents the entire animation from here to the end of it.
I have no clue
this number right here is the total length of the animation. So for this animation, it's actually going to be 6 frames for our character. Well, we actually need an idle too. That's okay. We'll start with a run, then we'll make the idle. We're going to have 6 frames, so we'll do 0.6 here. Since we're in 0.1 snap increments, then we can do 0.6 to create 6 frames.
I'm trying to figure out why I'm not like he is. Why it doesn't look... Oh, I guess I'm not zoomed in enough.
Frames right here for our total animation. Now, what property do we actually want to animate? Well, we want to select our sprite because we're going to be animating the sprite for this animation. And the property we want to animate is the frame right over here. And you can see if we move through this, we get the different frames for our animation. So we're going to start on frame 1. This is the first frame we want to key at the start of our animation. So then we can just press this little key right here.
Okay. So we do... Oh, he's in the sprite. Animation, frame 1. And then at the beginning of the animation, we press the little key.
And it's going to say, create a new track property frame and insert a key. And we say create, but we don't want to use Bezier.
Create reset track. I don't know what that is.
Curves. We don't need to worry about that for pixel art. for this kind of frame by frame animation. So we'll do create, and you can see it's added a little frame down here now. If we come back to our sprite, we can come over to the next one here, and we can move up a single frame to go to frame 2, because this is the next frame we want in our animation, and we can key it. Now, since it's already been properly keyed, or since we've already created this track, it doesn't ask us about the Bezier curves anymore. And because of that, it instantly jumps to the next frame based on.
Okay, there we go. And we do this, 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 this. That doesn't seem to be the right
on
number
our snap distance, and also moves the next frame here. So Godot knows that we probably have a sequence of animations and we want to key each frame. So it's going to do those two tasks for us, and we can just continue to hit the key right here until we get to this last one right here. Here we don't want to key it again, and the reason is because technically for this last frame in our animation, we actually want our very first frame.
Oh,
and that's because I want this animation to start out on an action frame. So I want it to start with the leg going forward and then end on a standing frame. And that just helps so that if you barely tap the right key when you're moving your character, it'll start out on this frame instead of just, being able to move the character without the legs moving at all. So there we go. And we want this animation to loop. There's a little button right here we can press, and this will make it loop, and we can play the animation and watch our character animate inside of the editor in real time. And we can stop this animation.
How did he play it?
Watch our character animate inside of the editor and move the character without the legs moving at all. So there we go. And we want this animation to loop. There's a little button right here we can press, and this will make it loop, and we can play the animation and watch our character.
That's a weird place for a play button. It seems to is a lot. Oh yeah, it's not. Yeah, the last frame is wrong. You're right. So the last frame isn't 1. We want 2 again, right? Or 0? Oh, you're right. It's 0. Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're right. So that's why we didn't wanted it. Okay, now I understand. We don't want the starting frame to be the idle animation. We want it to be the last frame so that if we start moving, we just press a little bit and then he lifts his leg up to start the animation.
Character animate inside of the editor in real time. And we can stop this animation and save. Now we're going to create a new animation, and we'll do run up. And we're going to do a lot of the same things. We'll set the length to 0.6. And we'll come to our frames here. Come all the way to this frame.
Okay, I'll try to do it without him. So we don't want the first one because that's going to be the last frame. So we want to go with 7. Then we do 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the next one? Okay, it doesn't work. So then we go back to this one, and then there we go. We loop, we play. Does that work? No. Did I fuck up? Did I miss one? Okay, hold on a second. Let's try again. So we don't want this one. We want the next one. And we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then this one, we go back to the full idle. There we go. Okay, now I got it. There you go. That looks good. This is crazy, bro. This blows my fucking mind.
Frame 7.
Thank you for the follow,
We'll key this frame.
Banan Jockey.
It's going to ask us if we want to create the curve, or if we want to create the track. We do. Come over 1, go to frame 8, key.
I'm like
key,
so
and then
excited, but
you need
it's
to go
weird,
all the way back
man.
to frame 6.
It's weird that I've put off doing this for so long, and I've wanted to try to do this for so fucking long. It's been something I've had in the back of my mind for so long, and it's like, it's so fun to do right now. I'm having so much fucking fun.
And key that as our last frame. And we'll turn on looping for this too. Now we have running up for our character. Perfect. Now we're going to create a new animation. We'll do run left. Set our length to 0.6. We'll want it to loop. Come to here, this frame 13. Key that. Go over 1. Come up to frame 14. Key. And then come all the way back to frame 12 and key that. And now the character's animating properly there. And you can check these animations in the editor to make sure you have them set up properly. If you mess one up, you can click on it and right click and delete it and then add a new key there. And if you lose your properties over here,
There we go. Nice. What is after? Run down, I guess. Okay. Now we got to do animation, new, run down. We do 0.6, loop. And then we do this one, key. Then we create key. And then we go back to this one. Okay. Crazy as fuck.
here, make sure you click on sprite again to get those back. And we'll add a new animation. Run down. That's how we're all feeling these days, right? Just a little rundown. And we'll
The
set
best
this
thing is
to
that
loop as well.
maybe 1% what you can do
Come
with animation
to
player. What do you
frame
mean?
19. Come to our first. Make sure we're in the first point in our track.
That was depressing.
We'll key
We're all
frame.
feeling
Key
run
that
down.
frame. Go to 20. Key. And then we'll come all the way back to 18 and key that as our last key. Test this to make sure it looks good. It does. And save. Now we're going to do the same thing, but this is going to be for all of our idle animations. So we're going to do idle right. So let's see. Idle right. This will be a new animation. This only needs to be a length of 0.1 because we're only going to have one frame for our idle. And you could, of course, set up your game to have animations for the idle. I don't have that in this project, but you would just make sure to add the frames for your idle animation here. Make sure to set it to.
We'll do one even though we don't have it. Just right. And then he goes 0.1.
Loop. So I'm just going to go back to.
Oh no, it's idle right. Oh. How do I modify this? That's okay. I guess that's a good example. Trying to figure out how to modify. Fuck, how do I modify the animations? Manage animations. Okay. Idle, right?
Our very first frame and key that. Set it to loop. And we'll create another one. idle
Okay.
up, set it to 0.1, and we'll key idle up, which will be this frame.
Okay, so we got to do this for every single one of them, pretty much. This, create one loop, save. Idle up. There has to be a faster way to do this, though. And then idle down. There we go.
And then we'll set it to loop. I'm going to save so I don't lose my progress if something happens. Make a new frame. Idle left. Or new animation, I mean.
No, but I'm just saying you could
And
probably
we'll come
duplicate them,
to
right? So like
our
because
left.
so you don't have to set this, so you could probably create one, do tack 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 tack, and then you rename them, and then you just change the frame, right? Instead of having to do the.
On here.
I don't know if it's
Key
faster
this. Make sure it loops. Save. Make a new animation. Idle down. And we'll set this to 0.1. And key this frame. Make sure it loops. There we go. So you should have a big, if you click on this now, you should have a big list of the 4 different directions that your character needs to animate in. And that's pretty quick to set that up. It doesn't take too long to set up those animations, and they're ready to be used inside
What
of our
takes a
game
long
now.
time is creating the character.
So if we set our run right here as an animation, there's a little button right here that you can press.
Yeah, you can
This is
post
called
the link.
autoplay on load. It means that this animation will be the one that plays when the game loads, when the game starts running. If we run our character, you can see our character is now animating, although he continues to animate even when he's not moving, and he always faces to the right. So we'll start with the very basics. What you're going to learn about here is how to get access to our animation player node inside of our player script.
Okay.
So first I'll show you how to do it. So let's hide our animation thing here.
Show
And
me.
We'll come up here and we can create a new variable. We'll call this animation player. We'll set this equal to null. And then you can do function ready in the ready function.
Wait. Why do we have animation player like this, but then all the other functions are underscore? I understand that constant, maybe, or capitalize. Why wouldn't it be animation player? It's a variable? Oh, wait. So input direction. Oh, I guess it does contain a function, right? It does contain a.
We can say animation player equals, and if you do the $sign here, this is a shorthand for getting access to a node in the tree here that is a child of you, basically. And so you can see we could get the animation player, the collision shape, or the sprite. We're going to get the animation player. And it turns
Oh.
that green saying this is a path to a node. That's to get to this node. So we're setting our
Okay.
animation player variable. This is a reference equal to the path to that node so that we can get access to it. Now, why do we have to do it in the ready function? Well,
why can't you just initiate it in the ready function?
if we try to do it up here, that node might not be finished initializing its properties and stuff, and so we wouldn't be able to access it yet. It might actually not even be in the scene yet. We want to make sure and do it in the ready function. Once we're ready, it should be ready as well, and we can access it that way. And then we can do anything we want with the animation player once we have access to it. However, there's a shortcut for this inside of Godot. Instead of doing it like this, you can do what's called an onReady var. So we can do onReady, and then you can say animation player equals, and then do the $ here, animation player. And what this allows you to do is get rid of the ready function, so you don't have to have a ready function that accesses a whole bunch of nodes, right? You can just do onReady var, and this variable will not be created until the node is ready. That's what the onReady keyword here.
OnReady is a class body.
Says beforehand. So now that we have access to our animation player, let's start.
Wait, did they change that? This is all gibberish to me. What's up, Feisty? How you doing, my friend? I'm happy to see you. Yo, thank you for the biddies. So it is it for Godot 4? You may use export and onReady at the same time. OnReady switch to onReady. Oh, there you go. So Godot 4 has it differently. Okay, cool. That's good to know.
With the very basics.
Thank you so much for the biddies. I'm just here for the moral support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for the love and support.
Animate when we're stopped. Well, we'll run the idle when we're stopped. So if you want to look and see what you can do with this animation player, we can actually search the help and say animation player. Right here, click on this. Okay, so this is the documentation for the animation player. Let's look at some of the methods that it has.
Can I just click this? Control click? No? Yeah, I can control. Oh, there we go. Nice.
That's what you can do, right? What can it do? You can see we can add animations, advance, find an animation, and you look through these and you see play here, and it says string. And so let's click on that. It says play, plays the animation with the key name. So whatever we pass in as the name here, that's what it will play. That's the animation. Then there's some optional arguments here that we could pass in, but we don't need to worry about all of those. So we can come back to our player, and in here, when we're moving, right? This is when we're moving. We can say animation player dot play, and it gives us the list of our different animations. Well, this is when we're moving, so let's do idle right. Okay, that's a good starting point. And when we're not moving, wait, no, that's not right. We want run right. Silly me. And then when we're not moving, we can do animation player dot play idle right. This is when we want idle right.
Why are we arguing with functions? What do you mean? Finally, docs from gibberish to semi-normal language. Their documentation seems insane. That's crazy that you can just click like that. I've never really, I don't know if this is like the standard today, but this blows my mind that you can just do this. And full documentation for every function and everything is insane. Is this fucking normal?
Let's save and run the game. And now our character only animates when we're moving, otherwise it plays the idle animation. Now let's see if we can take this one step farther. We have our input vector, and it will be positive. The x value will be positive if we're moving to the right, and negative if we're moving to the left. right? So let's implement that into here as well. We'll say if input vector vector.x is greater than.
Wait, hold on a second. I want to see something. Now I want to. I created my animation for my sprite. Run up, run down, run left, run right, with also idle up, idle down, idle left, and idle right. I'm just curious if he's gonna come up with it. Pew text, holy shit. Well. Hi, Lux. I'm putting myself down for beta test, by the way. Just hit me up. K-bye, my friend. K-bye. How you doing? Move and slide. Okay, decide which animation to play. If velocity length is greater than 1.0, we're moving. Compare X and Y to choose animation dominant axis. Pretty good. How you doing? I'm doing fantastic, my friend. Bro, I literally told you the fucking function was animation player. Whatever. I'm super curious to see if this just straight up fucking works. This is after move and slide? That's weird, isn't it? What kind of games are going to be? We don't know quite yet. Use space character for indentation instead of tab. Oh. Can I tell, please use the animation player function and use tabs and not space for indentation. There we go. Yeah, so I got ideas. It's gonna be like I don't know yet. It's gonna do everything. It's gonna do everything. But let's be real. It's not gonna do anything for a while. Let's be real. It's not gonna do anything for a while. Function animation player string vote if animation current animation doesn't. Wait, what the fuck is this? It's just we're far away from it. So I want it to do everything. I want it to be like a sandbox, biomes, underground building, crafting, gathering, farming, cooking, class item. I want it to do everything, but that gives me like a giant scope so I can practice a bunch of shit, right? But let's be real. Let's be real for a second. We're not going to do anything for a while, right? We're not going to be doing anything for a while. Let's be honest. A velocity length, if block, expected indent after if block. Oh. It didn't pace this indentation correctly. But then these else are not correct. Interesting. in the current scope. Really? Oh. Jesus Christ. My find and replace animation player is not a function. Is it not? Oh, we have to do play. Right? Yeah, I kind of messed him up, I think. Okay. All right, let's see. Holy shit, dude. What's up, Herbie? How you doing? Okay. The only issue is... yeah, it never stops. Okay, let's go see what the tutorial does. I was just curious to try to do it without him.
0, that would be positive. Play, moving to the right. Else, let's copy this. Paste it right here. Play, run, left. Save, and run. And now, if we move to the left, our character, and
okay, the only issue is these match last direction. I wonder if this is actually correct here. I give credit to programmer because my brain melts staring at this for more than 50 minutes. Yeah, but I mean, your brain melts because you don't understand it, right? I don't fucking understand it either most of the time. But then by practicing it and doing it, then you end up, right? You know? I mean, it's pretty readable, right? It's really, really readable, which makes it pretty cool. I think I'm going to remove all those concepts of...
animates,
okay, we'll just wait
or turns and faces the left. It doesn't work for other directions, though, right? And you could write a big, giant script that said, oh, what if our input... you know, if our input is this, then move to the right. If it's this, then move up, you know, and try and figure out all of that logic. But that's going to be a huge pain. Oh. We're not going to want to do that. That won't be fun at all. So, and this gets into the next video, we will be learning about animation trees. And an animation tree will allow us to easily animate our character in multiple different directions. Oh, including fuck. If you had a game with, we only have 4 directions here for our sprite, but if you had a game that had a sprite for all 8 directions or even more directions, you could set up your animation tree to handle multiple different directions for animations for all of those different directions. So that's what we're going to be learning about in the next video. This one is going to be done here. We created the basic animations. We learned how to get access to a child node inside of our scene and how to look up.
Millionaire streamer, call of one is in China. Your brain melts because you don't understand it. I mean, it's like if you fucking try to read Mandarin, like, on a fucking sheet of paper, if you don't fucking understand what you're reading, you're not gonna fucking. Of course, your brain's gonna fucking melt. That doesn't make you a fucking idiot. It's just you haven't fucking learned it. If you try to read something that you haven't learned,
the things that node can do in the documentation and then use them like this. That's really important. When you're learning about nodes, you can see what can this node do. Look it up in the documentation. You can kind of see what it can do. And so I'm happy with how this video turned out. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you
Yeah,
guys
let's watch the
learned
next
something
video because I
in
want shit to
multiple
move.
directions, but then struggles with left.
Oh shit!
For that, so I'm going to show you guys.
I've
how to
already
do
watched
that
a little bit of these while
without
going to
having
bed.
to write a whole bunch of code. So we'll be doing this with a node called the animation tree node. So come to our player scene, click on the player. We're going to add a new node, and we'll select animation tree. And inside of the animation tree, if we click on it here, we get this new animation tree tab or whatever it is down here, but there's nothing in it. And the reason there's nothing in it is because we need to set up some of the properties over here on the right first. So the first thing we need to do is tell it which animation player it will be using. So the animation tree node needs an animation player to use it. And that's why I did the animation player in the previous video. So we'll click on this little button and select our animation player, and okay, there we go. We've set up the animation player. Now we need to tell it the tree root, and this is basically an animation tree can have multiple different, I guess, structures. And so we want to tell it what the very base structure to this animation tree is. And we get a lot of different options here, but we're going to choose an animation node state machine. And we don't need to worry about a lot of these other ones right now. They're not going to be useful for the project that we're working on. If you want to look them up in the documentation, you can. We're going to focus on the new state machine.
I already finished this game, Lux. Come on.
That, we're going to get some more information down here, right? And it says the animation tree is inactive. Activate to enable playback. So that means we need to activate it here. There we go. And you can see we got some error messages here. These are not regarding our game, and we can just clear those and ignore them. It's likely we did.
You still need to assign your animation player? Do I? I think it already... Oh. Wait. Hold on a second. Advance... Animation player. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, now it's active. So, advanced expression base is the tree, and then animation player.
Activate to enable playback. So that means we need to activate it here. There we go. And you can see we got some error messages here. These are not regarding our game, and we can just clear those and ignore them. It's likely we did something in the editor that the editor didn't like, but we're fine there. So let's click active. And so we get this special little area here. Well, what can we do with it, right? This is all kind of like excessive. It all seems a little bit excessive. Well, we're going to right click and we can add something into here. And so let's start by adding an animation. We'll start simple, okay? So let's add our idle animation, our idle right. And you can see when we do that, it gives us a little box here that says idle right with a play button.
Okay. I have a start and an end. Definitely different than what he had.
And we can press play and it plays our idle animation. And we can also right click.
Oh, if I remember, all of this
add
is
another
useless.
animation. Let's do run right. Okay. And now we've got run right here, and we can play that and it'll play up here. And we can add transitions between these two. So if we click over here to switch to connect nodes, instead of the selection tool, we can then click here and drag over and have a transition there. And we can click and drag back and have a transition back. So we can have transitions that way. If we switch back to select, we can play our idle. And if you click on the transition here, you can actually tell it when this transition actually happens. And so our idle, these two animations are set up to loop, right? And so that's why it's not actually transitioning, because our idle is just set up to loop. But if you set up auto advance, let's come into our Let's click on this transition. We'll set up auto advance as well. Then it's going to immediately advance between the two instantly, right? And that looks really weird. But if we set up our idle, then it would play the idle. Let's turn off the auto advance on this transition. And we'll turn it on this one right here. So what happens, we play our run right, and then it automatically advances to this one.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool so far,
you can change the switch mode. So let's say we want it to switch at end. Now if we play our run right, once the animation ends, it will automatically switch to our idle right. And I'm showing you this not because we're going to be using this necessarily, but just so you can get an idea of what all these things mean inside of this graph here.
I'm showing you all of this
what these little arrows
reason.
mean and kind of how they work, just the basics. So we're actually going to delete these. Select this one, click delete, select this one, click delete. And the reason is because we need a system that is going to manage multiple directions for our animations. And
why is mine...
the solution to that is called a blend space 2D. And when we add this, we can just call this idle.
Is play mode is set to... Okay, so if I do animation, add blend space 2D... But why the fuck do I have start and end on mine? Can I delete these?
So instead of having an idle right, an idle up, an idle left, an idle down, we can have this blend space 2D and we can just call it idle, and it will contain all of the different animations for our idle state.
I can't delete them. They just exist in here. Okay, I'll just ignore them for now.
Right? And you can see now it's got a new icon. We've got a little edit icon right here. We can click on that, and that opens up this new window. And we can actually switch, it opens up a new tab over here. So we can switch back to the root and come back into our idle, root, back into idle. You can switch between those. So inside of here, this blend space is where we can set up our different our actual animations. Remember how we added animations in the root? Well, now we're adding animations inside of here. That's why it's called a tree. We have the root, we have the idle, and then we'd have animations inside of here. It's a tree structure, right? And so in here, it says no triangles exist, so blending can't
take place.
So no blending can take place. And so it wants us to set up some triangles, right? What does that mean? Well, it wants us to come into this one here, create points. You can see, oops, we don't want that point there. Let's switch back to select and delete that point. I just switched to select, clicked on it, deleted it. This right here is set the blending position. So we'll set this back to about the center and come back to create points. We'll create a point here at the very leftmost position. And for this, we'll say we want an animation and we'll do idle left. Okay. And we'll come up here to the top point, and I'm going to throw you for a loop here. We're going to do idle down. I'm going to come over here to the right, and we'll do idle right. And then I'm going to, ooh, we got a big triangle now, right? I'm going to come down here to the bottom and do idle up. Okay. What this does is it creates, so you can see we're on a grid. And we've created these points on the grid.
And now my brain is melting.
Even though it doesn't look this way, if we drag this over, this grid is actually one high, -1, -1, and 1. Now, doesn't that sound awfully familiar, right? Remember when we were setting up the input vector? That sounds a lot like our input vector, right? With the 1, the -1, -1, and 1 over here, and the X and Y position. Well, that's what we're doing. We're setting up a position-based animation. So we've got animation down up here, left, up, and right. And why did we switch up and down? Well, it's because you can see here that the Y positive is actually up, which these blend space 2Ds are often used for 3D games, and I'm guessing that's why it doesn't line up. But that's okay, we can work with this. Now if we switch back to our...
Wait. Fuck.
idle left. Okay? And we'll come up here to the top point.
Top is down, right?
And I'm going to throw you for a loop here. We're going to do idle down.
Okay. And then at the bottom, we do up. And then here we do right. And then here we do left. Okay.
I'm going to come over here to the right. And we'll do idle right. Grid. And the X games I'm used for 3D games, and I'm guessing that's why it doesn't line up. But that's okay, we can work with this.
I'm going to throw you up for a loop.
Now, if we switch back to our select mode and we move this cursor around, let's see, we got to switch our blend here to the little dots instead of the line. And that's because we're not using an animation that is physics or bone based. So we can't interpolate between them. So we want to switch to this. And we're still not getting... This still isn't set up properly for how I'd expect it to work. It should be setting our player. Let's click on our animation tree. It is active. And I did set up our animations, right? Oh, maybe our root's not actually playing. Oh yeah, make sure that the root is actually...
Holy shit. Chat, we have a new drinking game. Every time he says it, we drink.
actually playing. And then come back into edit. And now if we move this around, you can see our character is moved. So if we come over here, it faces to the right. If we come over here, we face to the left. If we come down here, we face up. If we come up here, we face down.
I'm in.
So our character can now rotate in this space, and all we have to do is set this little position, right? And once again, like I said, wouldn't it be useful if we could just set this thing's position to be our input vector, since that would work properly for this character? If we come over here to the right, you can see parameters, and these are the things that we can actually manipulate. And the blend position is the main parameter that we can manipulate. We're going to set it to 0, 0. And that just sticks it right here in the center again. And we're going to save. We're going to come back into our root, and let's make another one. Let's make one. New blend space 2D. We'll make this one. We'll double click in here, and we'll name this one run. And we'll play it. Okay, and we'll edit it. And we'll switch back to adding points.
There's no way that you can't just copy paste though, right? Oops. I'm trying to take shortcuts and it's Can I duplicate this somehow? No? Fuck. Really? Fuck. Okay.
Points. We'll come to the left point here. We'll add an animation. Run left. Up here, add animation. Run down. Right here, add animation. Run right. Right here, add animation. Run up. There we go. And remember how our blend mode needed to be switched to the little dots. You got to switch that. So there we go. We switch back to manipulate the blend position. We can now move around in this space and our character will rotate properly.
Bro.
Okay, and we'll click on select again.
Okay, this, and then we do parameter. Set this to 0, 0, 0, 0.
Come over to, and now if you come under parameters, you can see we have the idle blend position. We also have a run blend position. So we can set that to 0 and 0. And save, come into our root. Now we want to create a transition between these so we can transition from idle to run. So make sure you click this right here, and then from run back to idle.
What was that? Warning. Okay.
Like this. So we've set up a very simple animation tree with some states. And we're going to play our idle. Oh, we got to switch back to select and then play the idle, just so that our character isn't constantly animating. And we'll come into our player, we'll come into our script, and now we want to use that animation tree that we set up. And like I said, we want to try and get our
So it says animation node state machine playback. Parameter playback aborts the transition by detecting one or more loop transition in the same frame to prevent infinity looping. You may need to check the transition setting.
input vector to equal the blend position of our animation tree. Isn't too hard. I'm going to look up my reference here to remember exactly how to do it, because it is a little bit of a weird way to set that. So, okay. First things first, we need to get access to our animation tree. So we'll create another onReady var animation tree. Set this equal to animation tree. So we've got access to that animation tree now. Next thing we want to do is set up our blend position.
Okay, let's keep going with what it's doing, but something is not working, I think. Something is not working. Tree. I think something is gonna break because I'm getting an error or like a yellow
when
warning.
we're moving. So we'll come right here into where we're moving, and we'll say animation tree. And the reason we only want to do this when we're moving is because if you're not actually getting any input from the player, you don't want to update the blend position to be equal to the input vector, else it'll be 0, which you saw when we set it to 0.
Fox is on
the
crack.
player
Yeah,
faces to the left. So we don't want our player to face to the left every time we stop. So that's why we only update the blend position when we're moving. That way when we stop, it will actually remember the previous motion, the previous blend position, and continue facing in the direction that we were facing when we were moving.
Oh, shit.
So animation tree dot set. And now we have to get a big giant parameter value, which is a string here. And this is why it's a bit weird, because we have to tell it which property to set. Well, if we come into it, we want to set our idle's blend position. If we hover over this, it'll actually tell us exactly what that string property looks like. It's parameters, idle, blend underscore position, with idle being capitalized. So we can come back into here and we'll go parameters / idle capitalized / blend underscore position. Okay.
Wow.
And you might want to double check this because if you have any typos in this, it's not going to work properly. And what do we want to set it to? Our input vector. Make sure you don't have typos in that either, vector. So that will set the blend position for our idle.
Oh, it's... For me, it's input direction, I guess. There you go.
We also want to do it for our run. Animation tree dot set parameters run blend position. We'll also set that equal to our input vector. So we're just setting the blend position inside whenever we move. And we're going to do it on all of our animations whenever we move. That way we can just switch to the different animations and inside of code, and I'll show you how to do that next. And the blend position will be properly set up. So if we run our game now, what you'll see is that our character apparently doesn't actually update at all. So let's check here. Oh, we need to make sure that one of the animation plays on load. So if we select this one right here, select our idle, you can click the little A icon here, and this will automatically play that animation on start on when the game.
Okay, so maybe that's what this was doing. Yeah, it doesn't have... It doesn't have that function anymore. So maybe... I don't think that's how that works. Fuck. Shite.
Game starts. Let's run the
Godot 4.0 new animation tree. Let me see if using the animation tree. Holy shit. 2D. Sprite.
I'm going to show you how to do top-down 2D movies.
It has to be Godot 4.0, though. It has to be the new... Okay. All right, I'm gonna take a really quick bathroom break, and then we're gonna try to figure this out. I'm gonna give you guys level 5,000 Lux Buxes. Make sure you guys get in there, and yeah, exclamation mark join. Don't miss out. All right. 135 seconds. Let's get in there. Get in there, chat. 90 seconds left. That's quite interesting. 45 second chat. Join. They don't seem to use the animation tree.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening.
I'm trying to figure out.
The game again. And there we go. And now, oh, we're having some issues here.
No, nothing's working for me. Stuff definitely moved. I don't know what this create new node. Okay. Immediate.
Here with our left and right. It works in multiple directions, but then struggles with left. Let's check our animation for moving left. Where's idle left? Oh, we have run right set up as our auto animation. We want to turn that off. Definitely. Let's look at idle left. Oh, we're still setting. Are we still setting the animation? We are. This is the problem. I knew it'd be something silly. And the funny thing is that the reason I realized it is because when I went in to actually play this left animation and I set it to play, it was doing the thing from the video, or it was doing the thing from the game, and I realized that we were playing an animation on top of the animation tree trying to play it as well. So yeah, we definitely want to get rid of that. And hopefully that fixes all of our problems, right?
Oh, there it is. Godot 4 user, connect the starts node to the idle node. No more autoplay button and animation tree. Like this? I noticed that, but I didn't want to be rude to the creator of the video. I was totally going to say something. Yeah, I'm sure you were, man, because you completed it, like, because you know exactly what was, yeah. Okay, so it's working, but why do I look like a little flickering ghost? Woo! I mean, the effect is cool as fuck, but what the fuck is going on? I was seeing this when we were... Oh, fuck. Like, why is this happening? I mean, he doesn't code anything in his version. Okay, so that doesn't work. You're using immediate transition. Isn't it what he is using?
Oh, we're still setting. Are we still setting the animation? We are. Automatically play this one right here. Select our idle. You can click the little A. Oh, we're still set up as our
Method call, defer, sync.
auto animation. We want to turn that off. Definitely. Let's look at idle left.
Let's watch the whole video and then we'll figure it out. Yeah.
Oh, we're still setting. Are we still setting the animation? We are. This is the problem. I knew it'd be something silly. And the funny thing is that the reason I realized it is because when I went in to actually play this left animation and I set it to play, it was doing the thing from the video, or it was doing the thing from the game, and I realized that we were playing an animation on top of the animation tree trying to play it as well. So yeah, we definitely want to get rid of that.
Click on the path between each animation. Mode, make it enabled. Yeah, it's all good, but then it doesn't play anymore. Okay. For anyone, depends on what you type on Control F on the animation tree. Try this. Click on the path between each animation. Mode, make it enabled. It helped me. Thank you, man. Thank you, Lifesaver. Thank you very much. For those using Godot 4, make sure the animation tree you attach to the start to idle, and then both the idle and the run to end. But make sure you use the at end arrow, which is the drop box at the top. Took me a good hour to figure it out. Break loop at the end, is that it? Oh. Okay. So you attach the start to idle, and then both the idle and run to end, but make sure that you use the at end arrow, which is in the drop box at the top.
And hopefully that
Onyx, thank you for
fixes
the follow.
all of our problems, right? Let's fix all the problems by getting rid of that.
Oh, okay.
There we go. So now we've got movement in 8 directions.
Okay. Okay, so he is at that part. Okay, so I'm not crazy.
But it's still just using our basic idle pose. And it's still cool that it just works like that. I love how that works. It's amazing. You just set up that blend space 2D inside of here and then works like a charm. So what we're going to do for that is set up our, animation tree. We want to actually set the animation that we're going to play, right? It's pretty easy. What you have to do is you have to get access to the animation state. This is a little bit weird, but what you do is up here at the top, you create another onReady var, and we call this animation state. We set this equal to animation tree, let's see, where's the variable? Animation tree, this is the variable that we created right here, so make sure you're using that, dot get, and now we have to get parameters, playback. So what does that actually get? What does that actually store inside of here, right? If we come look at our animation tree, you can see we have a playback parameter and there's an animation node state, which is basically, it's basically what we've set up in here. It's this, our root. We're getting access to this information right here now. We're not setting the blend position or anything. We're getting access to this. And we need access to that animation state so that we can then set the proper animation. We'll be doing this with a function called advance or travel. It's not advance, it's travel. So we'll be doing that with a function called travel. So we can come here when we're going to move, we want to say animation state dot travel, and then we'll go to run, and then down here when we're idling we'll say animation state dot travel idle, save, and that's all we need to do in code. And it looks like non-existent function travel and base nil. What this means is our animation state isn't being loaded properly. And it likely means I did parameter instead of parameters. So there was a typo in this. And once again, that's a problem with having to use a string to try and get access to that. It's really easy to get a typo in these strings. So double check
it's called
those.
Godot that I'm doing
Let's
right
run
now.
the game again.
I'm oh my god, it just works. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really understand why it works. I'm a bit confused about what we just did. If it wasn't that I followed something step by step, call it a day. Hey, I think we're ready for. I think we're ready for alpha soon. I mean, we got 3 bushes, but I mean, We'll do 5 bushes with the DLC. We'll do 5 bushes with the DLC. Bro, I would play this all day. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know about you guys, but I would play this all day, bro. He's using an animation tree, so later down the line, you don't have to redo much or less. That is what you're learning. Yeah, but I don't understand how the animation tree works, man. It's so... my brain is melting looking at this. Like, this whole, like, start, idle, and then idle looping into run. I guess it's looping because it's either you start here... and then you go here until you need to come back here, I'm assuming? It's a state machine? I don't know how state... I don't know what that is. I don't know what a state machine is. And he was talking about, like, the playback or whatever, and I was like, what the fuck are we talking about? Idle and run at the moment are the states.
Means I did parameter instead of parameters. So there was a typo in the idling. We'll say animation state dot
Animation tree playback. So he's like, we're accessing the playback. Animation node. It's like, what the fuck is this? No description available. So I guess because we named our stuff run and idle, it's like able to figure it out? Like it's able to map all of this? The fuck is the travel function, bro? I can't have access to travel. I have access to animation state, though, which is animation tree. Which is animation tree, and then we do travel, maybe? It doesn't have travel in it. And I guess it's able to know that we want run right, or we just pass it like the start of a key, and then it's able to. I don't know. It feels sketchy. I don't know why. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it's just my understood of it. Look at the inspector window. The animation tree is just a more efficient way to manage the link between the user input and the mini sprite animation you have. Once you add a text soon, you'll have one more state. Probably call the property travel. Oh, I guess it's these here. It's because we named them idle and run. I forgot about that. Okay, now I understand that a little bit better. I forgot that we call these idle and run. Okay. And then these dictate the animation each. So that's good. Okay. Now I understand the start. Like, so when the game starts and the animation starts, it goes directly to idle. And then I guess it waits on a different, like, I don't know what this path is. It's a transition going to run. So then let's say that you add an attack afterward. Does the attack start from From which node? Can it transition from any node? Or does it always transition from idle? And we're going to keep watching. I'm assuming my question are going to get answered. It started firing shit because I'm trying to understand how it works, but
travel, idle, save, and that's all we need to do in code. And it looks like non-existent function travel. And good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever and whenever you got travel. The left, it's crazy game again.
Okay.
Now we have moving in all 8 directions, and idle with very little code, I have to say. Okay.
That's insane how little code this is.
Okay. There's one other thing that's going to drive some of you crazy. And it drove me crazy, to be fair. So if I go up and to the right, it uses the sideways.
Oh,
right?
yeah. That's what I was going to say. I was like, this looks weird when we go in diagonal. Right? Because it uses the side away when it should, if you go like this and then you go up, it shouldn't use the sideway. It should use the up, I think.
To the left, it uses the sideways. If I go down and to the left, it uses the sideways one. If I go down and to the right, it uses down instead of sideways. So how do we tell it to prioritize one over another one? Well, there's a little trick that we can do for this. If we come back into our animation tree and edit our blend spaces here.
Okay.
And this little trick is that if you manipulate the position on these so that they're not at exactly 1, you can have it prioritize one over another one. Now, I personally want to prioritize left and right. So if you're moving exactly at a diagonal, then I want to prioritize the left and right sprite. So in order to do that, we're going to move these positions by, if we come over into our y-axis, we're going to add 0.1 here and add 0.1 here. And we're going to switch to select, and we're going to move these up each by 1 point. And what that'll do is it will prioritize, when we're at exactly at an angle here, it will prioritize the left sprite over here. Right, exactly.
Oh, shit, dude. Really? Okay. Did this for run and idle, or? Oh, he's doing it for idle right now. Idle, modify, and then he does 0.1, and then 0.1. Fuck. Any DK nerds in here can help me mimic some... yeah, sure. What's up? Can help me with some quick gearing questions? Sure. Do you have a video for this area? It's literally just... the channel is called Heart Beast. There you go. Thank you. Whew. Yeah, I think it works better right now. There you go. It blows my mind that this is working already.
Exactly at the 45.
What a good tutorial, man. It's crazy.
For exactly 45 over
it took
here,
so
it will also
less little
prioritize
code than I ever thought it
the
would.
left sprite. And so if you want yours to prioritize up and down at your diagonals, you would add 0.1 to your X position. So this is a trick that I came up with, and from the testing that I've done, it seems to work fine.
Oh, yeah, you want to do that. You want to do that, and then you get double Dusk of Thread versatility upon being at over 80%. Apparently that's what's simming higher for create yourself. What are your craft? You have Nerubian. So recraft your boots with Dusk Thread versatility, and recraft your bracer or cloak, probably your cloak. Actually, yeah, whatever. Yeah, your cloak is shitty. So what you want to do is recraft your boots simulate with your boots being dusk tread, and then your cloak or bracer being dusk tread with that new weapon, and see the difference between the combination that you have now, right?
This kind of project. So let's do it with our run as well. We will change, we'll add 0.1 here and 0.1 here. And then we'll make sure we're on our select and move these both by 0.1. Save, run the game. Now we should always prioritize the left and right sprites when we're moving on the diagonals. And there you go. We've got an animated character. Now I know that this was kind of a lot to take in for one video. Not gonna lie, using the animation tree has a lot of stuff involved, right? We have to set up the root with the states.
No, I think it's
here.
more
We
damage.
have to set up each individual blend space. And then once we've got those set up, we have to get access to the state, the animation state, and set the parameters on our different blend space 2Ds. And so there's kind of a lot of stuff going on with this. So if you have questions or concerns, let me know in the comments.
That's
It is
actually
a lot
crazy
to
how
learn.
you
If you don't
circled
feel
back
like you
to
understand
exactly
it
what I was having
perfectly,
issue with.
know that that's okay. Good morning, afternoon, or evening,
All right.
wherever and whenever you are. My name is Benjamin, and welcome to the Godot Action RPG series. This will be part 7. And
Part
in this
7,
video,
chat.
we're going to be learning about setting up a simple background.
Oh shit,
for our
tiles.
game.
Let's go, dude.
Background tiles, and a tile set as well, and how to set up auto tiling. For the background, there's actually 2 different methods that I'm going to show off here, and then I'll show you which one that I actually prefer. So first of all, remember how we made our world a Y-sort node? Well, we're not going to be able to keep that way, because then everything that we put under this would be Y-sort. So let's change this. We'll change its type back to a node 2D. And then we'll add a new node as a child of our world. We'll make this a Y-sort node. And then we'll add all of our objects as children to that node. So I just select.
Wait, do I need to do this for 4.0? So far, this was the most frustrating part since Godot 4 is pretty different. Notes on the changes. As others have mentioned, there's no longer a Y-sort node. I just put the background and later the tile map as children of world. And if your background ends up in front of your inspector ordering, repeat isn't a flag anymore. Go to inspector texture, scroll down, repeat enabled. The auto tile, to auto tile the dirt pad inspector, click, oh shit.
Selected the player, held shift, selected the brush or the bush, and then grabbed it and grabbed them all, dropped them under our Y-sort node. And now that we've done that, our world, we can add a new sprite here. Sprite 2D. Just drag this all the way up to the top. And its texture will be inside of world and grass background.png. For the offset, let's uncheck centered. And you can see there is our sprite. However, if we drag this out, it's going to stretch it, right? And that's not what we want.
Okay. Why do I have a feeling it's going to suck? Wait, didn't we want to make a scene for the background for, I guess? Maybe not. Okay, sprite. We'll just do this. There we go. And then we'll drop the grass background. There we go. Wait. Okay, I guess it already generated it. Yeah.
So how do we make this sprite fill up the entire area right here without stretching it like that? Well, if we come into region here, we can enable region. And the first thing you'll notice is that it shrinks all the way down like this. And we also get a new tab down here called texture region. And we can come into here, click on this, and we can see, can zoom in. Whoa. Let's zoom in here. I use middle click to pan. You can see we've got some sort of a region here. And as we extend around this, our sprite extends here. And we can actually select this. Let's set pixel snap equal to true. We should.
Okay, texture region isn't down there anymore. So edit region. Okay, there we go. That didn't fix it though. Repeat isn't a flag auto tiled or okay.
Be able to select our entire sprite quite easily that way. Okay, and this is actually 64 by 64 too.
I am confused as fuck. So when I enable the region, it breaks it. And then I can't fix it. Uh-huh.
So you could set up a grid snap, set this to maybe 16 by 16, and easily select it as well, like that. Anyways, that doesn't really matter. What you can see, however, is we can extend these out farther too, but if we look up at our sprite, it kind of stretches it out weird here on the end. And so that's not really what we want. But when you set your region, so when we set these properties here in the texture region tab, what it's actually doing is setting these values over here. Once we have region enabled, these values right here are getting set. So you can see as we
Wait, that's so weird. If you don't click it, it doesn't work. Okay, 64 by 64. Okay, there we go.
manipulate this, the values over
I don't know if you
here.
guys saw that. Like, if I didn't click it, it didn't update these numbers, even though it looked like it was correct. You know, like... Even though it looked like it was correct, it didn't update them until I went inside.
Are changing. So that's essentially what you're doing. If we want this to repeat across a long distance, we can come into our texture down here and come into import, our import properties. We can check or come to the repeat flag right here and set enabled.
Okay, and that's where people were saying it doesn't exist anymore. Repeat isn't a flag anymore. Go to Inspector Texture, scroll down at the bottom, repeat enabled. Okay, so we go here, Inspector, scroll down, Texture, repeat enabled. There you go. Forrest Grump, thank you for the follow.
Now, when we stretch our region out past, well, we forgot to click re-import. There we go. Then click re-import. Now when you stretch out past your actual region, you can see that the sprite is actually stretching here, and we can fill our entire room this way by stretching our region instead of our sprite. Or we can set our region manually, which in this case probably makes the most sense. You could turn on centered again, and you could stick your sprite in the middle of your room by setting its offset or its transform here. So we do, let's see, our room size was 320 divided by 2, right? That gets it exactly in the center. and 180 was the height divided by 2. And you can see you can actually do the math right here in the editor, and Godot
Interesting.
will do that math for you. So that's very...
What's up? How you doing, buddy? How you doing? How you doing, Void? You are at the right place, man. You are at the right place. You got a $1,200 webcam? I got one for free from work. What the fuck are you going to do with that?
convenient. And then you could set your region, right? Where is our region? Here we go. Your width and height in your region to be 320 by 180, the exact width and height of the room, and that would properly set this up. And so that's how you can do a background that way. Background. And this is a pretty good way to do it. There's another way, so I'm going to hide this node so we can't see it anymore. We're going to create
There's
another
another way.
node.
I knew it.
This is going to be a texture rect right here. And with this node, we can stretch it to fill the whole room. And we'll drag it up here as well. Call this one texture rect background. And we'll drag our grass background texture. And you can see, even when we stretch it, it doesn't actually stretch the sprite, right? Well, if you come into your properties over here, you can see stretch mode, and we can set this to tile. And then it will just automatically stretch. So the benefit of this is you can really easily just drag it around here in the editor.
What's the
problem
best
with
one to
this is that it's actually a control type node, and they're not really meant to be used like this. They're meant to be used for UI related elements.
Huh?
And so this isn't really a UI, right? This is actually in our game. And so that's kind of the problem with this, but the benefit is being able to drag it around super easily inside of our room. Now, which one's better? I don't actually really know, because I don't know how big of a drawback it is to use a control node. Obviously, the control node is more convenient, right? It's a lot more convenient to use a texture rect like this, but maybe there's drawbacks that I haven't run into with using a control node like this. So I don't know which one's better. I think for this series, I'm going to be using the first method. So we'll get rid of our control node and just make our background visible, and then manually set our rect properties over here if we need this.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to hear. To be honest, I don't really know, but you're like, well, shit, I was listening to you, man. You know? I was listening to you.
To be bigger. And the reason I want to do that is just to kind of be safe, because I don't know if I'll run into issues with the control node, but I should be fine just using a sprite like this. So that's the plan. If you guys have any comments on this in the description, just let me know. Okay, so this already makes our game look a lot better.
Instead of stretching, have 2 or 3 tiles and then build a simple generator that fills the block. You could even have a generator randomize the asset placed in each of the tile. Yeah, that's kind of where I would like to end up. Like eventually having like a generated world, so I don't have to, because my goal isn't to draw the world. I want it to be. I would like it to be generated. That would be the goal, but it's probably complicated. What's everyone planning for Last Epoch? What class you all playing? Oh boy, I think we're gonna go with probably Minion again. I like Minion, so yeah, I like Minion. We're probably gonna have Minion. I'm gonna get myself some snacks, Oh, actually, fuck, I have to go order. I have to order Instacart groceries because I need stuff for the week. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some stuff. Okay. Cool. I get to clean my apartment after work tomorrow because I have visitors all weekend. Yay, no Ellie until next week for me. Nah, it's fine, man. It's all good. Yeah, I don't know what build I'm going with, you know? Oh, okay. Well, matey, welcome to the game dev community. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, I'm completely fucking new right now to all of this. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. No idea what I'm doing.
Because now we've got a nice background.
Void is every time Void has a situation like this, I keep trying to like make you feel like it's not the end of the world. And every time he knows that's what I'm doing, and he's like, "No, it's not fine." Oh, and it makes me laugh. I keep trying to like, but that's what I do with everybody though. As soon as like somebody like, you know, starts to like oh shit. Oh fuck. Hold on a second. I'm so confused.
Hello and good evening.
Oh shit. Hendy Hank, yeah, thank you for the big resub, my friend. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for the 10, my friend. That is weird. I swear to God, I created an account to save my. Okay. I'm avoiding jumping back into my final bug testing. The solution is already at hand. The only way to change the solution is to throw in variable, like pretending you're sick. We got ourselves an optimist, folk. I like to, I don't know. I don't know how to say it, I guess. I like to calm down situation or like reassure people, I guess, all the time. I don't know. I just do that naturally. I just tend to do that. Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to do this later then. Fuck. Sorry, I'm just trying to get something going. Okay, I'm just writing a quick email and we'll get back to it. All right, there we go. Cool. I'm just doing this, and then I gotta order some groceries, and then we'll good. What is the TubeBuddy at the top? TubeBuddy is like I don't use it anymore, but it used to be a feature to help upload and modify things on YouTube. So it allows you to like mass edit video. It allows you to check for analytics. It's pretty cool, but I haven't used it in a really, really long time, so it's disconnected. It's a paid feature. I stopped paying for it, so I disconnected it, but it's really, really cool. They have some like really, really, really insane features. When it comes to YouTube video, it has like suggestion for keywords and shit. It's really, really cool. It's really, really powerful when you do make videos, but I don't do videos anymore, really. I don't really do videos that much anymore. Okay, let me just do a quick order because I completely forgot I was supposed to order because I'm out of blueberries. I'm out of Greek yogurt. I'm out of like everything right now, and I need food for the marathon and all that shit. So we're gonna have to do that. So let me do that real quick. It's a hell of a tool. Yeah, it's actually really, really strong. What do I need for tomorrow for the Path of Exile? Another Path of Exile, the last epoch thing. I don't want to grab like bad snack. I want to grab good snack. What do we grab? I need some snack. Whoa. It's not Lube Buddy? Yeah, it's Tube Buddy. Mountain Dews and Doritos? Whoa. Okay. Let me try to see here. What do we got? What do we get? They have some. I need some suggestion real quick. What do we get from Costco? What do we get? Do we get anything? Spin on that thing. Did that girl ever came back, bro, or she like pieced out forever? I think she might have pieced out forever, man. She stole a bunch of fucking money for her shit, and then she just disappeared. Damn, man. Damn. There was never like any explanation, nothing. She just pieced the fuck out and like that was it. That's crazy, dude. Is there anything? I'm trying to see if there's any like food I could just buy to help with like some snacks or whatever. I'm just trying to see. Costco is like, it has some good shit, but it has so much bad shit as well. She did the obligatory. My team and I are looking into this statement, but then crickets. God damn, dude. Kind of sucks, man. Kind of sucks. We'll be honest. Kind of fucking sucks. Oh, shit. All right. We'll do this. We'll do that. What else do I want to do? I'm just trying to figure out, like... Just trying to figure out... I think I'll do the veggie tray. Oh, dude, no. It's the snow peas. Snow peas. Yeah, snow peas. That's a good fucking snack, dude. Do they still have them? Oh, I don't think they do. They used to have like a big bag of snow peas at Costco, and it was so fucking delicious. God's butter. Thank you so much, my friend. All right, there we go. I got a little order. I'll place it in. Beautiful. Okay. We're going to get this order for Costco, and hopefully we were able to get everything. I don't care about priority. As long as you get it to me, I'll be pretty happy. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so that's ordered. That's good to go. I'm going to be right back really, really quickly. I'm going to give you guys level 6 Luxbox raffle, and we'll be right back. I just got to take a quick break, enter for Luxboxes, and then we continue the tutorial, okay? All right, we got some water. We're good to go. We got some water. We're good to go. Good. Beautiful. All right, I got everything I need. Let's keep watching the video.
To go along with our character.
90 seconds left. Make sure you guys join.
One more little bit here. We're going to learn about tiles. So let's create a new node, attach it to our world, and this will be a tile map node.
Okay.
We'll drag this up. I want this to be below our background so that it draws on top of it, but above our Y sort stuff. So then we can click on our tile map, and we can create a new tile map, but we're gonna want to set our cell size. So let's first.
What is this? Use tile map layer node instead to convert a tile map to. Okay, so this one is deprecated. I'm assuming tile map layer. Oh shit! The software just crashed, bro. Oh fuck. I don't remember the last time I saved. Okay, not too long ago, I guess. Import tile map layer. Okay, we want it to be above the, above the grass. All right. Congratulations on the bucks, friends. Congrats.
So let's set this to 16 by 16. That will be the cell size. And we'll come to the tile set property here. And we'll do new tile set. Now tile sets in Godot, they're relatively new, especially the auto tiling stuff, and they've changed quite a bit over the last little while. So a lot of the stuff in my Godot 3 videos is a little bit outdated because they've changed. Like for the platform series that I did a couple of years ago. And tile sets, because they're relatively new, they're getting changes quickly and updates quickly. They're improving quickly, essentially. There's kind of a lot going on with them, so we'll try and take it slow. So these are the properties for your tile map. Well, if we click on the actual tile set resource right here, we're going to see some properties for that resource over here now. And we're going to get this new tile set window down here as well. And you can see there's some buttons here that we can't really interact with yet. But we're going to click this button right down here called Add Textures to Tile Set. We'll click that, we'll come into World, and we'll select our dirt tileset.png. So we'll open this.
Holy shit, okay. And let me go read the comments, though. To autopath the dirt. Okay, inspector, click on tile set. Okay. Let's try. The fun begins. Okay. New tile set. We do this? No. This tile map tile set has no tile set. Go to the tile set at the bottom panel to add one. There we go. The Atlas texture was modified. Would you like to automatically create the tiles in the Atlas? Hello, Jerome. What's up, my friend?
And we should zoom into this. And this tile set I made with a program called Tile Setter. And I have a video on that as well. So if you want to learn more about Tile Setter, you can go check out that video. I'll probably put it as a card in this video and maybe in the description. I think it's a powerful program to simplify making tile sets like this.
Holy shit.
So once we have our tile set here, we can actually select, we can tell what kind of a once we have our tile imported, essentially, we can tell it what kind of a tile set we're going to be making. Yeah. And there's 3 different types up here. There's a single tile. So if you just need one tile, I don't use that very often. I'm not going to lie. There is an auto tile right here. This is what I use the most often. And there's a tile atlas. This is just like a list of multiple tiles. They won't auto tile, but you can, if you have some chairs and a whole bunch of different things that you want in a big list of tiles, you can create a tile atlas. We're going to do an auto tile for this. And once we click auto tile, we get this region button right here. So it wants us to select a region. And you can see we also get some snap options right here. And if we turn those on, we can actually snap. And I'm just clicking and dragging. So I clicked up here and dragged down here and selected this region. Well, this region is too big, but you have to do that before you get these new properties over here. Okay, so originally there weren't these properties over here, but the minute we created a region for this new auto tile set, we got these properties over here.
It's
so now we can
different.
change our snap options. We want them to be 16 by 16.
I'm going to go get my old
well.
man nap. See you later.
So
See you later, my friend. Thank you for hanging
so
out today.
Click here, drag to here, and now our region only contains the tiles that we have right here. Once we've set up this tile set region like this, we can do Control S to save. And if we click on our tile map again, we can actually already see this tile set over here. But it doesn't really work, right? Like this isn't what we want right here. And so let's double click on our tile set again, and then click on the tile right here that we added. And we can click in here again to select the region. So it's a little bit of a weird process right there. Pay attention to that process. Click on the resource, click on the exact tile set that we're modifying, click on in here to select
actually
our
is
region
free to
again.
use. Yeah, the engine, the Godot engine is actually free to use. It's crazy. The full open source community, like it's insane.
And if we do selected tile right here, you can see some more properties that we can expand and look into. And the first property here is the subtile size, and it's 32 by 32. Well, we want this to be 16 by 16.
I'm assuming everything is already configured correctly. It seems to be already good for me. Rendering quadrant size 16. Everything seems to already be good.
Again. And now we can zoom in one more time. We're getting a little bit closer to what we actually need. Now for this, for our auto tiling, we need to choose an auto tile bit mask mode. I don't understand exactly how.
This is to auto tile the dirt pat inspector. Click on the tile set, terrain set mode, match corner and slide and sides.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever.
Okay. Jesus Christ, it's gonna be tough.
How all of these work. But for this tile set right here, we need a 3x3 minimal. Basically what it does is if we click on our bit mask right here, if we're in 2x2, you can see each tile square gives you 4 squares, right? 2x2. And there's a 3x3 minimal, which gives you 3x3. So 9 squares total, 3x3. And a 3x3 non-minimal, which also gives you 9 squares total. I don't understand the difference between these two right here, but I do know we need to use minimal for this.
Okay.
And once you've done that, the bit mask is where you tell Godot how to.
Okay, so I gotta figure out what I'm missing here because there is process. It doesn't have the 3x3 thing. Pattern, maybe? No. Hey, good evening, Graybeard. What's up? It doesn't have the same thing. It doesn't have the same multiplier.
Place the tiles. So let's look at this middle tile right here and talk about this one. Okay, so this middle tile, when do we want this tile to be placed? This middle tile. Well, we want this one to be placed when there are tiles all around it.
So I feel like I'm going to have to go watch a tutorial on a tile map layer. I might have to do that because this is clearly changed. Sorry about that. It seems the Sims doesn't add up. The Dusk with Ascension. What do I do? What to do? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you don't have the right neck. Also, you're using Dungeon Slice. You don't have the right neck. You don't even have the right gear on both of them. You're changing like a bunch of pieces across. Your neck is a 619 here, and this one is a 629 with 2 sockets in it. Right. I mean, you can use Dungeon Slice, but you should probably do like a patchwork, like a single target boss, maybe. But no, you shouldn't do that. You should keep Dungeon Slice. That's fine because Dusk is supposed to be better too for AOE. But you need to fix your gear though because this version doesn't have the correct neck, so you're missing gems in it with like the wrong neck. So yeah, make sure you fix your necklace. This is like a huge chunk of damage with the gem missing and everything. Okay, let's do Godot for tile map layer pixel art tutorial.
So the new Godot 4 alpha version just dropped, and with it we can play with the new tile map we all awaited. And you guys wanted a tutorial on how to use that thing. So here it is. Let's make a little scene using this tile set you can get for free on itch.io. We add a tile map to the scene and add a tile set to the tile map. Here we can set the size of the individual tiles, 16x16 in our case. We get greeted with the message, this tile map's tileset has no source configured. Added a tileset resource to add one. And I will not lie, I searched up here first, because I think this is the tileset resource. But what this message means is this tab all the way down here. It also says tileset and only is visible when we select the tile map on the top left. So we click that. We can drag our image in and it will automatically be split into tiles. It's so smart, it even leaves empty tiles out. The image is now called a tile atlas. We can delete it with this trash can. Pressing delete will ask to delete the whole tile map currently. To delete tiles, use the eraser. Now we can make a single large tile for the tree by deactivating the eraser and holding shift while dragging over the tree's tiles. We can also change tiles manually by clicking the cursor icon and then on the tile. Notice these little circles? You can use them to expand the tile. Now let's map a little. Go to the tile map tab. We can select a bunch of tiles down here and just start mapping. We can paint tile by tile, hold shift to draw lines, and even hold shift and control to draw a rectangle. We can also switch between these tools with these buttons, or the keys D, L and R. There's also a fill tool and a picker in the bar, or we press Ctrl to pick the tile. When we select multiple tiles, by drawing a rect down in the lower window, or by pressing Shift, we can place many of these tile arrangements at once. We can also enable Place Random Tile, so we get a random tile from our selection. If we enable Scatter, sometimes no tile is placed. This is great to quickly decorate larger areas. To move tiles, draw a rect with the Selection tool and then just drag the selected tiles. We now got the option to define patterns for tile combinations we frequently use. Just map it out, select it with the selection tool, and copy paste it into the patterns tab. We can now select the front layer, a layer for ground level object, on the paint tool, choose terrains, and then the specific terrain. Then mark where we want. Navigation is done quite similarly. We can define
Feel like
Alright, I have a blank project here. Add a constant of
tile map layers and 4 point.
All right, let's learn tile sets in Godot. So I'm going to be using this Tiny Swords asset pack by Pixel Frog. I'm going to go ahead and download it.
What? What is this? It looks so cool.
And after I download it and extract it, I'm going to right click on this res file, go to open in file manager after right clicking it. And then on the right is my Tiny Swords folder where the extraction is. I'm just going to go into the Tiny Swords folder. And then I will shift click all of these. And then I'll just drag it into my project, which I already did, like so. And then when you go back into your project, you'll see it all kind of loads in. And we're only gonna be
Look
playing
at
with
this.
the terrain
Look at these assets.
stuff. The terrain.
You got towers. You got. I remember when I was still following tutorial on Game Engine. It was a fun time, and I hear building my full game now browser-based with Angular, TypeScript, and VS Code. That's crazy, my friend. Some feature is nice like sprite sheet, tile mapping, and quick physics, but coding outside of a game engine, you just have more freedom. Dude, that's an insane setup. It has full texture, full little characters. That's a really, really good thing to learn. You even have enemies like goblins. That is pretty cool to learn. You even have base, so you can do construction, attack, demolishing, different colors. You have trees, you have sheep, you have meat. Oh my, I might end up downloading this and like making something out of this. It's actually pretty dope. We'll see. We'll figure it out though. It's a cool little website. I'll put it to the side.
Okay.
Let's keep watching this one.
Folder, which has the ground, the bridge, water, stuff like that. And let's go ahead and get into it. So I created this Node 2D game scene, called it game. I'm going to hit Control A, and I'm going to look for tile map, and I'm going to use tile map layer.
Okay,
This
there
is
you
the
go.
new and updated one. Tile map is deprecated, so I will go ahead and click tile map layer and click create. And now you'll notice that we don't have any way to kind of draw on just yet, and that's because over in our inspector, there is the tile set is empty. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this empty, create a new tile set, and you'll see on the bottom, there's a tile set button and a tile map button. So the tile set is where we can just drag our image in and kind of define what we're going to be drawing. And the tile map will actually allow us to draw onto our world. And you'll notice these tools at top. There's a fill, bucket, eyedropper, draw button. And then if you want perfect lines, you can use the line tool. If you want to draw in squares, you can use the rect and so on. So I'll go ahead and click tile set. You'll notice there's tiles and pattern. We'll click tiles, and I'm just going to drag in this tile map, the floor. So I'll just go ahead and drag this in. It's going to say Atlas texture was modified. Would you like to automatically create tiles in the Atlas? I'll just select yes and see what it comes up with. And now you'll see that our tile maps are already set up with these little squares. And now you're probably asking, how do you paint it? So this paint button is not actually just to paint this directly on, that we're going to be using the tile map in order to actually paint it onto the world. But this paint button is good for properties, which we'll go over in a second. But let's go ahead and I'll just click my tile map. And then you can go ahead and left click any of these, and you can actually just start drawing right away. Now, this one probably looks a little ugly because this asset is intended to be used in specific tiles so that it's kind of looping. So I'm going to go ahead and click Control Z, or better yet, we can use the erase tool, which is over here, or shortcut is E. And now you'll see that with the pencil selected, I can go ahead and just drag my mouse over. And let's say you wanted to erase in lines. I'm just going to go ahead and click E again to take off the erase tool. And I'll just draw it like so. And let's say I only wanted to erase a line. Then I could go ahead and click eraser with my E, and then I'll click on this line tool using L. And then I can erase an entire line like so. And if I were to just let go, it'll just erase that line. And yeah. And if you want to erase entire blocks, you can click the rect tool and then just highlight over everything. And that will do the erase. And vice versa, if the erase is off and you do it, it'll just draw everything on like so. And same with the line tool. It can draw perfect lines for you pretty easily. So now you're probably asking, how do you pretty much draw in a big loop? So here is an easy way to do it with this asset. It's going to be
Wait,
different
what the
from asset.
fuck? Hold on a second. Bro, this dude is literally I'm praising an order on Instacart. He went ahead and ordered and labeled everything in my order as to refunded. Everything. Are you telling me that Costco is like not what the fuck? Like everything, the yogurt, the almond butter, the cheese, the blueberry, the everything. It's like everything that I have in my order is being refunded. Dude, he refunded my entire order. Is he dumb? Is this like a scam? I had 9 items. All of them are refunded. There you go, ecology. I do not understand what's happening right now. Nine items were updated, refund. The banana, the veggie tray, the bread, the cheese, the blueberry, the everything. What is this scam, bro? Is he gonna get here and like pay me nothing? He's not answering me. What the fuck is this dude doing? No, but you can't. It's not about dropping an order. He took my order and then refunded every single items. Message specialist, my order. There you go. I gotta chat with somebody. I don't know what's going on right now. I'm getting scammed. Like, is this dude gonna keep the tip and not deliver anything? How the fuck does that work? Like, I send you in for an order of 9 things and you cancel every one of them. What the fuck happens now? Sorry, I'm just trying to understand what's going on. I'm being absolutely scammed right now. Nine items were updated. What the fuck, dude? A specialist will join chat in 40 seconds. Okay. Maybe I'll be able to talk to somebody. Yeah, this wasn't really planned in the... Hello, my name is... Give me a moment of previous conversation so I can assist you. There we go. My entire order of 9 items at Costco just got refunded on every item instantly. Buyers isn't responding to my message. I'm messaging him. I'm like, yo, bro, what's up? And he doesn't reply to me. I have to solve this because that's the first time this ever happened to me.
To asset, of course.
All right, let's keep
So
listening
just
to
go
this in the
ahead
meantime.
and erase all of this. And while you are in your tile map, you can actually, I'm going to take away the eraser tool, select pencil with D. So you can actually hold mouse click and drag over and just drag as many tiles as you need to. And for me, I'm just going to drag from one corner to the other, not getting these outside edges because these are only going to go at the very end. So now, if I were to, let's say I want to draw a square, let me hover this down a little bit. Actually, let me zoom in because of these little squiggly lines for the grass. You're going to see that these are not perfectly aligned, and you can kind of see this line going in the middle, which we don't want. So I'm going to hit Control Z, and I can just move my mouse over until it's lined up, just like this. And then I can just keep extending it like so. And it's pretty easy to do so with these pixel art graphics. And you can do the same thing like so. And yeah, this looks pretty good to me. And let's say I wanted to draw the edges or these parts right here.
Bro, there's no way that's how you do it. There has to be a way better way to do this.
Just select all of them. And I will actually just stuff these onto the sides like so. And after you're done drawing a little map or whatever, instead of clicking the eraser tab with E, you can also hold right click to just simply right click and erase. And you can also hit Control Z, which also shows under scene and undo. And if you accidentally...
Oh, there you go. You messaged me apparently. The guy just told me there is none of the item available. So you're going to tell me that Costco is out of everything, including banana. Banana, ham, veggie tray, bread, cheese, blue, like just the basic fucking shit. None of the items are available. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Hi, Tyler. What's up, man? What's up? What's up? Did you get all your money back? I don't want my money back. I want my fucking order. I just want the order. What game are you making? Right now, I'm mostly in the process of learning. Right now, I don't really have a type. I don't have a type of game I'm making.
Undo too many times, you can hit redo, which is Control-Shift-Z.
But I would like to make a sandbox. I would like to make a sandbox game. Right now, I got like a very basic world where I'm able to, so we were able to program movement, friction, collision, acceleration. We're doing pretty good right now. But, you know, right now I'm trying to understand tile. But the problem is like tile map is extremely fucking complicated right now. So, tile maps are extremely fucking complicated, so I don't know, like... I don't know how... You know, like, yeah. I don't know exactly. So I'm trying to watch a tutorial right now to see how all of this shit works. Like, I am able to draw like this, and then I can make this, and then draw the edges. But like, I feel like that's not how that works. But this guy doesn't really explain that to me correctly. And I'm dealing with like a Costco issue right now. I ordered like this dude said none of the items are available. You can cancel the order to be refunded. Sorry and thank you. Yeah, but it's absolutely impossible. Like, I get it, 1 or 2 items, but not 9 items. Like, I ordered 9 items, including very basic things that if Costco doesn't have banana, it's probably because it's on fire. Like, there's no way Costco doesn't have banana, bro. Have you seen the box of banana at Costco? It's like... This is unacceptable. This is like fucking dumb shit behavior, bro. You're just making me waste my fucking time. Fuck. What an asshole. I'm talking to somebody right now to get it fixed, but like, it's just like I have to spend time doing this instead of doing anything else, you know? Like, it just sucks. Like, if you're gonna, you know, like, I'm gonna get it sorted out. It's just I wish I wasn't spending time doing that and I was doing something else in the meantime, right? That's why I'm paying the money to get it delivered, right? I mean, I know it's kind of a fucking first world problem. You know, I'm getting grocery delivered, but listen, if you're not gonna do the order, don't fucking take it. You know, like, it's pretty straightforward. You know?
Example, if I go ahead and erase this. So tile is the one that has water and lime scene base, and then drag foam in like so. And your this is probably a little too realistic.
Hey, this is really not how it's supposed to be tiling. You should set the tile and simply set up auto tiling. This is now done with terrain and painting tools. Yeah, this is not this guy doesn't work. I mean, he could be telling the truth. There's absolutely no way. Also, normally what they do when they go shopping is they shop and then they see an order not available. They do not available, refund. They walk to another aisle, they see an item, they go, not available, refund. What ended up happening is I got unavailable, unavailable, unavailable. In a lapse of 30 seconds, 9 item. Even the fucking assistant is like, we're so sorry that they're out of stocks. Like, you don't understand. Like, they're not out of stocks. Costco isn't out of banana. Listen, like, what the fuck? Are we like in the even the support chat is like, I'm sorry something you wanted wasn't available. I know it can be disappointing when items are out of stock. I'm like, it's physically impossible that my 9 items are out of stock, including bananas at Costco. Come on. The delivery guy just wanted to cancel the order and refunded all 9 items in 30 seconds. But they, like, it was the weirdest shit. He literally like did all refund in like 30 seconds. I just wanted to be assigned to another person. Somebody that's not going to be... Just assign it to somebody else.
Hello, so tile maps, which map is kind of where we drew navigation, terrains, stuff like that. But we'll go over that in just a minute. So the way that we paint it is by clicking on this tile map tab down here, and we can click on a tile and we can just drag it around on the top, and you're going to see how that comes out.
No, first time I
right?
run into this issue.
But
I've had things out of stock. Like when I usually do an order like this, like if I order like 6 to 9 things, sometimes it happens that once or 2 items are out of stock. All 9 of them? Do you imagine how like impossible this is? You know what's happening? I'm 99% sure the dude is doing like a tip scam. He opened an account, he's taking order, canceling all of it, and then it's just giving him like a bunch of fucking tips. It has to be like a fucking scam or some shit. There's no way. Or he was just lazy and didn't want it to take it or whatever. No, he didn't tell me it was closed. He said none of the items are available. This is the weirdest fucking shit. Like, I don't even know what to do. Like, my cart is just, like, frozen. I can't do anything about it. I can't do anything. All the items are just not available. It's Instacart for Costco. So it's like, it's not an employee. It's somebody that drives there. They make an order. They take your stuff. They bring it here, and they get a tip. They get like money for this, right? But normally the way that it works is they go there, they drive there, they go to an item, they go like, oh, this item is not available. And then they flag it. They're like, hey, by the way, this needs to be like either you need to choose something else or you need to refund it. That's what they do, right? And but this guy went there, and then in a lapse of 30 seconds, flagged all 9 items to not available. That's weird as fuck. Anyway.
how do we erase it? Well, let's say you put a couple ones in the wrong spot. How do you take them away? On, right? However it needs for your game that you're using. You can also, let's say we want to use this corner right here, right? I want to go over this real quick. So you see this corner? If we click on this rotation, we can actually rotate this exact, little eye. Going to automatically, this, where do we want our layer 1, 2, it's just visuals. Some rocks around, right? And the tiles, right? Extract tile map layers as individual tile map layer nodes, and it's going to take all the layers that we currently have in this tile map and extract them into their own nodes. Over here on the work. It also, a thing that I found meant. Okay, so also real quickly, I want to just go over the benefits of doing it this way, because this may look like We can set the speed to and then select it. It's going to connect to that square now.
Ah, there you go. Jesus Christ, he took forever to get to that part.
But let's move into auto tiling and learn about that now. Okay, so to create
auto tiling is the only thing that matters, and it's like this. It's the 6 minutes at the end of the video. The rest of it is completely irrelevant because you don't want to tile this way. You just want to auto tile.
Loading here in Godot with these tile maps. It's actually going to be very, very easy, and it makes everything.
Hey, what's up, Swift? How you doing, my friend? Is the dude saw his ex and baited? Yeah, he fucking bailed, bro. He just ran. He ran for his life. I honestly don't understand what's happening. I have no clue what this guy's doing. I'm asking the person to like reschedule for like right now. I just hope it fucking works. I don't know if it will.
Everything's so much easier on yourself in the future, right? It takes a little bit to set up, but then after that, you'll be able to create maps very, very quickly, right? So to do this, it's actually done in a new way here in Godot 4.3 because of these different layering nodes. If you look over here, there's no place to create a terrain set, right? Because we need a terrain to be able to create the way that we want the tiles to kind of connect with each other. So the reason we have to do this is we have to go up to our main parent tile map, and we can come down here to the terrain set, add in a tile set there, and then we can create a terrain within that tile, or within that terrain set. We'll just name this grass water, right? So this will be the grass connecting to the water tile set. And then to start adding this to our tiles, we can come down here to the lower ground layer. We can click on the paint tab, change this from texture origin down to terrains, click on our terrain set that we just created, and then select the terrain that we want to use. And then we can kind of go down here and connect it. So we can just click on a square, draw in a terrain on that. So since this is grass, the simple way to think about this is Lego bricks, right? So because if we go over here to our main, it's connecting with corners and sides. It's going to use the side and the corners. So for example, this right here is going to now connect to this because we're going to be spawning these in, but it's never going to want to leave a brown square here not connected to another brown square. This brown square is always going to want to connect to another brown square. So if we do something like this, right, these brown squares are always going to want to connect to this center one. So it should create this center one. So whenever we're drawing our terrain, it's going to spawn all of these center ones, and then it's going to spawn these to connect to the edges of these center ones to create an outline, if that makes sense. So if we go to our tile map and we go to over here, click on terrains, click on the grass, click on rectangle, draw out a rectangle, you're going to see that it doesn't really work because we're doing that on the tile map. So if we go back to our lower ground layer and then do this on our lower ground layer, you're going to see that it's actually going to work because we're going to be able to spawn them, and you're going to see that animation comes through. But if we use the pen tool and we try and draw this, it's going to not really look.
Bro, did she give it to the same person? I'm getting trolled at this point. And then she told me, I'm really sorry to say this, but I see that you were charged $9 for reschedule. This is absolutely insane. I'm getting trolled today. I'm getting absolutely trolled right now. I'm getting really upset. I cannot understand how somebody working in customer service for this would be like, oh, is it okay? By the way, you're going to get charged $9.99 for rescheduling. Like, what the do you not understand what I'm telling you? How is this a thing? It is insane. And then I just... Hi, what's up, Tenton? How you doing, buddy? I'm trying to figure out what it's crazy. There's one solution, murder. Listen, I just don't want to. It's ridiculous. I'm clearly getting scammed by somebody. I just want you guys to fix it. That's all I'm asking. Can I wish list the game yet? Soon.
Right at
soon.
all, right? Like that doesn't look right at all. So to create that and make that look right, we can add in some of these other tiles.
I would be wanting to go above their head and point to speak to a manager. Yeah, I mean, I literally just said, can I speak to somebody that's gonna like resolve this issue quickly? Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to cancel my membership. This is fucking insane. Like I'm already paying yearly to save on these fees, and now I'm gonna get charged because a random dude like it's insane. It's absolutely insane. So I'm just whatever. I'll just try to escalate it. If it doesn't work, like whatever, man. You know, it is what it is.
Going
it's
to
just
our tile
insane
set
to me what's happening
and
right
drawing
now.
in this tile map with these. So it's going to connect the sides. So basically, a good way to think about this is if you are creating an island like this, or you're creating a pathway, color in all the pathway or color in all the grass, and don't color in the water, because that's going to connect grass with grass, and it's going to leave the water to connect to water because water doesn't have that terrain on it. So basically, if you have, like, for example, a grass terrain, you want to color in all the grass because the grass is classified as the grass terrain, and you want grass to connect to other grass. So if you want that piece of the tile to connect to another tile, color it in. That's the simple way to think about it, right? So now if we go over here to the tile map, we go to terrain, we draw in a square, you're going to see that the same, we have an eraser on. We draw on a square, you're going to see that happens. But if we go to the pen tool and we start drawing in, it's going to connect to that square now.
But I don't understand the...
To our main connected to another brown square. To over here, click on terrains, click on the grass, click on rectangle, draw out a connect to this center one. So it should create this center one. So whenever we're drawing our terrain, it's going to spawn all of these center ones, and then it's going to spawn these to connect to the edges of these center ones to create an outline, if that makes sense. So if we go to our tile map and we go to over here, click on terrains, click on the grass, click on rectangle, draw out a rectangle, you're going to see that it doesn't really work because we're doing that on the tile map. So if we go back to our lower ground layer and then do this on our lower ground layer, you're going to see that it's actually going to work because we're going to be able to spawn them, and you're going to see that animation comes through.
Plot twist, they're in chat. They literally told me, I completely understand your frustration on not receiving your order, as you will be charged for rescheduling. Shall I go ahead and cancel your order? I think she's being dumb on purpose. I absolutely cannot believe this is happening right now. She like literally not on. I'm absolutely being like, I have to be on video right now somewhere. Okay, order was canceled. Reorder. Can I do this? I can? Okay. Bro, I swear to God, if this motherfucker gets my order again, I'm gonna punch somebody's testicle, okay? Somebody's getting kicked in the dick somewhere. I don't know what's going on, but... punched and kicked. All right, I just reordered. Let's see what happens next. Plot twists. If this motherfucker gets it again, bro. Oh, I gotta see what happens. I gotta see what happens. I gotta sit here and just wait. There's no way, Lolzy, that there's no way that there was. How can Costco not have bananas? They have those by the motherfucking case. It's possible? Okay, maybe it's possible they don't have bananas. They don't have blueberry. They don't have yogurt. They don't have anything. It's possible the Costco is closed. If it's closed, then they would tell me that. They would tell me I couldn't, like, the Costco's closed, right? But, like, it's clearly not. Okay, your order is confirmed. Yeah, we have a gas station, yeah. The help center is like, oh, you'll see it in your bank account in 5 to 10 days. I'll get refunded in 10 days. So I just got billed $130. I just got billed $130. And then I just got billed another $130 to take the delivery. This is insane. If I wasn't streaming right now, I would be definitely calling them. All right, let me wait and see. I just got to see who the fuck. Now, I'm going to check if I have the fees. If I have the fees, I'm 100% calling. Like, it's for sure. But, like, right now, whatever. You know, like, it's not like... I just don't understand. I just don't understand. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, when an item is being flagged as not in stock, usually they'll get flagged on the website a lot. and then on the page it will say likely out of stock, because if a lot of people went to get that item and it's always out of stock, then it will end up showing up as likely out of stock. But I'm ordering things that none of them were showing it up, and I'm ordering things that I know Costco have all the time. Like their own product lines for like almond butters, and like sometimes blueberry isn't there, sometimes Greek yogurt isn't there. But like everything else, like just the banana, just the fucking, like everything. It's just everything in there is like very common shit at Costco. I just don't understand why I just want somebody else to get the order, not that guy, you know? Il y a un problème de banane. On n'est pas capable de... Problème d'incompétence nationale. J'ai pogné un pogo pas dégelé. Ou ben gelé, un des deux, je sais pas lequel.
But if we use the pen tool and we try and draw this, it's going to not really look right at all, right? Like that doesn't look right at all. So to create that and make that look right, we can add in some of these other tiles by going to our tile set and drawing in this tile map with these. So it's going to connect the sides. So basically a good way.
Okay.
When there are tiles all around it and a tile right here.
So what did he do? He did, hey, I got somebody else. All right, let's see. Let's figure out this fucking mystery. I got somebody else with a different name. Let's see. Get your popcorn, chat. This is about to get interesting. I'm normally not somebody that fucking Karens the shit out, okay? I'm usually pretty fucking chill. But I swear to you guys on my left testicles, okay? If this guy comes in with a full order, tomorrow I'm calling Instacart and I'm getting this other fucking shopper absolutely banned from this platform. I don't even give a shit. If this dude comes in and he's able to find everything, but on the opposite, if he does the same thing, then I'll be the first one to apologize, okay? I'll go apologize to Brian. And I'll be like, you know what? Sorry, Brian, for doubting you. Sorry, Brian. Yeah, whatever. Let's just move on. I don't like. You don't like your left testicle? Hey, listen. I'm just saying it like it is. Okay? I'm just saying it like it is. Okay? All right. Let's see if this dude is able to get everything.
That's when we want this one to be placed. That's the only time that this one should be placed, is when there's tiles all around it.
Okay, I was supposed to do something here. Jesus. Pattern, terrains, contiguous. No, okay, tile. Where did he click to have the terrain set? Okay. Terrain. Add elements.
So, using your bit mask right here, we're going to draw. Okay, so we've got, imagine this 3x3 grid right here. Now shrink that down so that it fits inside this little square. So this is the tile that we are talking about right here, the middle one, right? And then around it you have these tiles. So imagine these tiles are around it, right?
The Costco issue arrow.
So you're telling it, when should you place this tile? Well, when there's a tile here and when there's a tile here, 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 and here.
Here,
all
here,
around
here,
it.
here. Got
so
it.
That's when we want to place this tile, okay? Let's look at this top corner here. When do we want to place this tile? Well, this tile, okay, this tile should be placed when there's a tile to the right of it, when there's a tile below it, and when there's a tile right here, down and to the right, okay? So these three tiles around it. So we're going to do that same thing. We're going to say, here's our tile. Well, it should be placed when there's a tile to the right of it, when there's a tile below it, and when there's a tile down and to the right of it. So that tells Godot when it should place this tile. So hopefully you're following the logic here a little bit, right?
My nose is bleeding, but I think I'm following. So what you're telling me... Where did the other guy go here?
Way to think, go to our tile map, a terrain on that set. We'll just name this grass.
Okay.
Water, right? So this will be the grass connecting to the water tile set. And then to start adding this to our tiles, we can come down here to the lower ground layer. We can click on
Terrain, no terrain. Terrain set 0. Sand. Okay, all of this. Oh, the color. Can I change this to like... Okay, there we go. Beautiful. And then this one, when these are good. This one, when these. This one, when these. Oh, no. Okay. When these... okay. All right.
the paint tab. Change this from texture origin down to terrains.
Yeah, I'm trying to wait the other dude at Costco. What's going
the
on?
terrain that we want to use, and then we can kind of go down here and connect it. So we can just click on a square, draw in a terrain on that. So since this is grass,
I'm watching the wrong one. Jesus
right here
Christ.
should be placed when there's one to the left, one to the right, and then 3 under it. So here's our tile, one to the left, one to the right, and 3 under it. So that's how the bit masking works, the logic behind where we're putting these red squares. And hopefully that was enough of an explanation. For example, this tile right here, when would it be placed? Well, you want to place this tile when there's no tiles around it, right? This is a single lone tile. And so what does the bit mask look like for that? Just a single lone tile in the middle, right?
Okay.
And so there's a pattern with this, and you'll get kind of used to doing the pattern. I almost always mess it up still. So when I'm placing the bit mask, I almost always miss one or forget one, and you just kind of have to look over it again and try and get it right. So let's place them now all the way. We're going to place these here, and I don't have to do the exact logic anymore because I've kind of gotten a feel for what the pattern looks like, right? And if you just want to follow along with what I'm doing, you'll kind of get a feel for this pattern as well. And can I turn off? I don't know if I can turn off the grid snapping. With this tile set, it can be a little bit harder to tell where stuff is because these little brown dots are actually indicators of where these need to be placed, where these specific tiles need to be placed. So we need some here like this. Oops. And like this. And like this. And like this. So you can see those little darker pixels on those. I'm not placing tiles over them. And that's...
Really? Okay. All right. I'm lost, bro. I'm so confused. I really, really fucking hope that it makes sense. And then we can just start drawing and be happy in our hearts. But right now, I have never been more confused in my life. I have the time of my life, and I never said this way. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on, dude.
That's because those are actually little...
So this one is fine. Okay, so the little dot tells you where you're not supposed to be. Okay, I understand better now. So this is what it's supposed to look like. Okay.
Edge, like in, this is where these tiles are, and well, you can see what they're for, right? Like this corner tile is meant to be placed when there's a tile to the right of it and to the left of it, just like this one, but not a tile.
I like that he's like,
right
you understand
here.
what this is for. And
No
I'm like,
tile right here. That's where this one's meant to be placed. And you can tell that because the little darker pixel here means that's a corner.
Okay,
It's this little corner in here.
I get it.
So let's do these ones as well.
Okay.
Okay. And they do make some.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. These are not. These have little pixel. These don't have it. So I guess this is it. Yeah, they do have dark pixel here, dark pixel there, dark pixel, pixel. Okay, and then this is just a dot like this?
Some sort of a pattern. You can see this bigger, thicker piece coming down through here. These bigger, thicker ones come over through here as well. Oops. Not right there, though, actually. Let's see. Like that. And
So yeah, the pre-orders are not going to be available for a while, I'll be honest. Because I am absolutely lost at this step here. So these are all good to go. These don't have the brown corners, so we can do that. These do have the brown corners, so we do this. These do not have the... Okay, I guess I understand better than I thought.
you can see this section right here is like the vertical version of this section right here, down here.
Okay.
And then we need our weird cases. So this one's our plus case.
Okay, plus
Kind of like
case.
this is, but for these. And then these come here. Like that.
That was supposed to be...
And this is
I think
here.
I'm drunk.
Like that.
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on, Steve. Jesus Christ. Okay, this, right? Yo, what's up, Frank? How you doing?
And there. I think
Having fun with the
that's
game
it.
deving? Yeah, it's actually
So
pretty
you
fun.
can pause your video right here.
Honestly,
and
the only issue of my day today is this Instacart order right now. I'll be honest with you, like this Instacart order has been pretty much my only issue today. Everything else has been absolutely flawless. Everything else has been absolutely flawless. I caught that, the refunder? Yeah.
copy mine exactly if you need to.
I've been lurking all day.
It gets,
Good.
like
Thank you,
I
man.
said,
What have you been doing,
I tried
buddy,
to explain
today?
the logic of how it works, but it's actually generally easier just to kind of memorize this
You missed
pattern
a spot, did I?
and then reapply it.
Which one? Or are you just trying to say this so I'm fucking looking like an idiot? You really did? Did I? I don't think I did. I think I'm fine. Been brainstorming on the Weaver tree. Oh, shit. Nice. No, I see it. Oh, this one? Oh, you're right. So, okay, wow. Okay. So there's a little bit of texture, but it's not. Okay, got it. Yeah. Sorry. It's just the most Demus thing to watch me work on something for 30 minutes and then try to doubt me with like, oh, you missed one. But it doesn't tell me where. He just goes, oh, you missed one. And then I look and then he's like, I don't fucking know. That's just such a joke that you would do. All right.
It and
I'm
set up all your
pointing at
tile sets so they're
right
like
there.
this. That makes it a little bit quicker when you're setting them up. So let's see if this actually worked. Now that we set up our bit masks, we should be able to come into our tile map and place it in the room and get some auto tiling. And this looks like I got it all right. This auto.
Bro, it keeps moving this. How do I draw? Oops. Editor, plugin, tile map layer editor, condition pattern is empty is true, returning error output. What? Clear output. Okay, there you go. If I clear it, I should be fine, right? Not able to draw paint.
The simple way to think about this is Lego bricks, right? So because it's, if we go over here to our main, it's connecting with corners and sides. It's going to use the side and the corners. So for example,
So he's doing like a tile map and then layer underneath, but that's not how we do it anymore. At least that's not how. Yeah, I am very confused. I am extremely confused by the.
this right here is going to now connect
Uh,
to this because we're going to be spawning these in, but it's never going to want to leave a brown square here not connected to another brown square. It's going to here not connected to another brown square.
How the fuck? 4.4 Godot auto tile.
Tile map is being removed from Godot 4.3. But fear not, there's a new node that is called tile map layer. And in this video, we'll be going over. So now, if I create a new tile, add new element, action.
Okay.
So I'll
This is a bad guide? This one or the other one?
A new tile set, planes. And to set up a auto tiling, all we need to do is go into terrain sets, add new element, add new terrain, add element, and we can pop this up, go to paint, we will go to terrains, select the terrain that we want.
Yes.
Terrain 0.
Yes.
And if we want to auto tile these, we can simply select them all. And we can start using our bit mask to draw along the dirt. So all you
Dude,
need to
this
do
dude has been doing it for 5 years. Like he's been doing this shit for so long. He's like, yeah, we click this.
is copy what I have, essentially. And this will create auto tiling for us. Now, if we want all of these, we can definitely do that. All we really need to do is cover the dirt areas and avoid the grass. So it's relatively simple. All we need to do is color it in, and there we go, we're done. Now we can head over to the tile map. Let's just make sure that's right. And head over to the tile map. We can go to terrains, and now we can select the terrain 0 and just start drawing.
That's the part I was motherfucking missing. Tile, terrain. It's not there. Square tile set on. Like, what's going on?
We can head over to the tile map.
Oh, no. Tile map, terrain. That's not there, dude. Output. Yeah, so I'm getting an error right now. I don't know what is this error, though. Oh, chat. Would you guys like an update on the Costco shopping? Because it's time. So you already found the cheese pieces. You already found the bread. You already found the slice of cheese. The only thing he didn't found so far is the banana. But then he was like, would you like organic banana instead? And I said, motherfucking yes. Because instead of $2.19, they're $3.19. I don't give a shit for $1 extra. I just want bananas. But he was right. No, he wasn't right. He found the other item. He already has half the order in the cart. He didn't even fucking enter the fucking thing. What do you mean? Look at this. Shopped item. Babybel light cheese. He got it. Bakery sourdough. Fuck, he got it. Sliced provolone cheese. Got it. The only thing he asked for replacement is banana to organic banana. What a fucking... Okay, sorry. I just had to vent a little bit. Just a little bit. Go to tile set at the bottom and look for a yellow exclamation mark. You can repair it by clicking the tree dot next to it and removing tiles outside of the texture. Huh. Oh, he found the blueberry. Oh, that's so cute. I'm overreacting the fuck out. Nobody gives a shit. I still don't understand what my issue is here. Okay, let's reboot the software, see if it fixes it. If the item is out, there's nothing checked as far as replacement. You're supposed to contact, not to say sorry, they don't have your order. So yeah, normally when they don't have an item, all they do is they go, sorry, we don't have this item. Here's another replacement, right? You can even set them in advance, and I do set them in advance. But literally so far, he has 6 items out of 9. He has everything so far. So the other dude didn't even enter Costco. He just went there or stayed at home, went, they don't have it, they don't have it, they don't have it. And then, you know.
Let's just make sure that's right. And head over to the tile map. We can go to terrains. And
what step am I missing? I have to rewatch it? Okay, hold on a second. No, it was just bug. See, it's working now. Yeah. It's working flawlessly. It's just that the engine was bugged. Somebody literally said to reboot the software and then it worked. I didn't change anything. It just started working. Hey, Snook with the all-in. And now, like, you can start drawing, like, these little paths and it's automatically being mapped correctly. There we go. Look at that. Got some sands. Oh. Never mind. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. There we go. You can even do that. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, okay. Let's do this. This one is not in the correct. Oh, okay. It's pretty crazy how insane this is. I would like to never. Can I lock this down? Lock it. There we go. So I never. Mess it up again. There we go. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And then we're going to do this. So now if I go to tile map, can I erase these somehow? Eraser. Oh, it's E, E, N. Okay, E. Very nice. And then you just go like, oh, I want to do this around each of them. There we go. Okay, you can just play around and do whatever. You can even go in the background. You can do whatever. Hey, we got it, chat. We got it, dude. We even go behind the bush. Look at how pretty this is. Look at how pretty this is. Okay. It's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool. So we managed to make it through the video, which was really like problematic.
Tile map is being removed
because
auto tile looks like
it was really problematic because they had like.
So if yours has
an older
issues,
version of
then it means your bit mask is not set up properly, and so you'll want to go back. You'll want to pause, where I said to pause, and set up your bit mask to make sure that it matches exactly how mine matches. I'm going to put in some tiles here just so we've got some little paths.
Pretty cool.
In our room.
Roguelike game? We're going to try to do a sandbox. I would love to do a sandbox game, but like this is going to be really, really complicated because for me to do a sandbox game, I'm also going to have to learn to have procedurally generated world, which, you know,
that's kind of an interesting
that's like the
little
crazy part of it, I guess.
For our game.
Biomes and
if
shit.
we run the game, this tile set is now working properly in our game. And that looks pretty good. And you can see it's really quick. Once you get the tile set up, it's really quick to create it in the room. Now this tile right here that represents this auto tile, it it's not very, it's the corner, right? So you can actually set that if we click on our tile set resource again, click here again, click in here again, and then we come to this icon tab right here. We can select the icon.
We don't have this mode in here though. I mean, it must be somewhere. Oh, wait, let me check real quick. If we go back into the world. I guess it's here instead of on the side. I got it. Yo, what's up, Tojo? There's so much to think about, to think of. Oh, there's a lot, but that's why I'm trying to make something that's really, really... I would love to make something that's super, like, in-depth, so that I have a lot of points to look up and learn and figure out over times, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
It's this tile set, and I usually use this one because, right, that is a better representation of the tile set. So there we go. And these other properties right here, we're not going to worry about them right now. We'll talk a little bit more about, we'll talk about collision and occlusion in the next video. And we'll also talk maybe a little bit about priority in the next video as well and kind of what that does. But for now, we'll just leave it at this because tile sets are a little bit weird in Godot. But once you get used to them and you get, familiar with setting them up and stuff, they're really smooth, really quick, and can increase your speed while creating levels. You can create a lot more levels more quickly using auto tiles like this. And I want to put this over here and here so they go off this screen. So thank you so much for supporting this series. If you enjoy it, be sure to check out my 1-bit Godot course. This series was actually part of a Kickstarter, and so it's...
I mean, the thing that's really, really complicated is with like procedural generation. Okay. The thing that's complicated with this is
good morning.
Is like if you're doing like biomes, right? Let's say that you start like a world. Let's take for example Core Punk, right? A Core Keeper, right? And then let's say that you start in the middle here. It's like a pre-made room that you start in. And you always start in that room, but then everything else that is around you is procedurally generated. But let's say that you want to surround the user in a forest biome, right? You don't want a very dangerous biome to be close to that person. Like, so you generate like a random forest biome, and then, I don't know, like after the forest biome, you get a jungle biome, but like that's like after it can only be spawning a certain distance from there. Like there has to be rules to those, otherwise you can, like, or even if it's not hold on a second, he messaged me. There we go. Okay. Hi again. Welcome back, Tyler. So let's say that you don't do like a forest. Let's say that this is all underground, right? Like the tough part is generating which corridor are generated. Let's say that like it's generate automatically a path here, and then a path here, and then a path here. And then everything else is like, I don't know, like it's tough. It's because it's not necessarily super simple. It is doable though. It's doable, but it's just it has to obey certain rules, You have to obey certain rules. All right, there you go. Okay.
Afternoon or evening, wherever and whenever you are. My name is Benjamin, and welcome to part 8 for our
That's a pretty cool character you made. I didn't make it. I didn't make the character. These are assets that are downloadable for the core for the case of this thing here. You know, how do you guys do a cave? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like doing a cave. Like we're gonna learn all of this
action
as we go
RPG
through,
series. In this video,
You know?
we're going to be doing some more auto tiling. We're going to be setting up an auto tile for some cliffs, and these cliffs will have a collision attached to them. So these will be tile-based collisions. So let's
Nice.
create.
I'm excited for this. I have to run for the evening. Have a great night, Lux in chat. Thank you for the dev stream. I like this content. This is fun. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here throughout the day and chatting and supporting and being as excited as I am. It really, really made me feel good about this content. So hope you guys are enjoying it. I'm still going to be doing this for a little bit. So I'm not going anywhere tonight. So yeah, we're still going to, I'm super curious to do more. So we're not going to be doing this tomorrow though. Because tomorrow is last epoch. So tomorrow I'm gonna have drops plus support content creator sub for assets, and it's gonna be really, really good. Feisty, thank you so much for the gifted sub. That's very nice of you. Game Dev Dad, thank you for the follow. Yeah, they're really, really good. It's a little bit tough because this one is a Godot 3.2, and we're currently at 4.4, so. You know, it's tough, but we're making it work right now.
A new tile map. We'll click on our world, click a new tile map. For this tile map up here, we'll call this, let's see, we'll call this dirt path tile map. Oh, they capitalized the M, so let's do that too, actually. And we'll drag this up here, and we'll call this...
How long have you been making games,
let's
my
see,
friend?
I don't know what to call it. Wall, cliff, dirt, cliff, tile map.
So do I need to do this? That is the question now. Or do I just have a layer that builds all the world? Like, why don't I just make another terrain?
We'll try that. Dirt, cliff, tile map. And this one will need to be on top of our other tile map right here.
Okay, maybe
click on it. Come over here to the right. Set our tile set to new tile set. Come into cell. Do 16 by 16. Wait, is this one? This one might be 32 by 32. I think it might be 32 by 32 actually, if I remember. We'll see when we get into it. And click on the tile set. We'll add a new image here. We'll do our cliff tile set.
Okay, so let's do that then. Let's do a new node from world. We're going to do tile layer. Beautiful. We're going to put it right there. So this is going to be called send tile map. This is going to be called cliff tile map. There we go. And then tile set, we're going to do a new one. Yeah, I got to try to remember everything now. Like this, and then the atlas. No. Okay, beautiful. If you haven't done game dev before, you should try Unity. I thought about trying this because it's free, which is nice. It's completely free, and it looks very, very user friendly. So I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was pretty cool, my friend. I'll be honest. Texture, material. No. What was it? Visibility, terraform, navigation, physics. Where was it? Trying to remember, where's it? Terrain set. Wait, what? Physics. Oh, terrain set, add element. There we go. Terrain, add element. This is going to be cliff. This is going to be like this, I guess. That's good. So now if we go here and do terrain, cliff. Okay, beautiful.
Zoom out just a bit. And we'll do new auto tile again. We'll select a region.
It's using their own code, which is called GD scripts, which is like Python.
This whole region right here. And you can see it remembered our subtile size from the last one. So we'll set this to 32 by 32 now. And we'll set...
IMO lowering, lower learning curve and capabilities and good performance. Higher end, I would look towards Unreal. Unity never click with me personally, but you can deny a lot of indies and professional use it. Yeah, but a lot of people that were using indie devs that were using Unity moved over to Godot because of like that's what we were checking, like Slay the Spire and shit, and Slay the Spire, Brotato, Dome Keeper. And yeah, there's a lot of like cool games. It's completely free. That's insane. It's 100%. Dude, look at that. The team of Relogic has been watching the recent events surrounding the Unity with both interests, blah, 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 blah. To that end, we're donating $100,000 to each of the open source engine listed below. So they're literally sponsoring FNA and Godot engine. It's insane. That's really, really cool. Apparently they like talked it back or something, but I think the problem is their reputation damage is already done. You know what I'm saying?
At our step size
Like
to 32 by 32
damage is
as
already
well.
there.
And yes, this one is 32 by 32. I was pretty sure it was. We'll want to set our bitmask type to 3 by 3 minimal. Once again, that's going to be the same. And we'll save this.
Can I pay 40
and
bucks
now we
for
can
it?
start setting up our bitmask like we did before. And it will be very... Well, the pattern will be exactly the same. The tricky part is going to be, see how the tile set has a little bit of extra cliff on this side? It makes you think you only want to come down to here, right? That's what it looks like. But no, in reality, this corner tile should still be placed. Let's go through our logic again here. This corner tile should still be placed when there's a tile to the right of it.
Okay, so we got to do the tiling again. Let's try to select all of this, and then we can do... Yeah, okay, so we got to do... I think it's all of this. Okay. Selects all of this, and then we go paint, and then we have to do the... I don't know if it's the correct tile style, 16 by 16. Apparently, he said this is one is 32 by 32, so let's modify that. Does that change anything? It does look different. What happens if I do 32? By 32, rendering quadrant size 32. No. I think something I don't understand somewhere. I don't have the bigger square like he does. Guilford the Beast, thank you for the follow. Well, good night, everyone. See you around. Luxthos, good luck, mate. I'll see you in the next live stream. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that very much. I'm trying to understand why. Maybe that's in setup here. Texture. Okay, 32 maybe. Okay, there we go. 32 at 32. Okay, so there we go. So now we got. I don't know if the rendering quadrant size needs to be 32 as well, though. I'm assuming all of this has to be set to 32. And then when we go to paint, we select like all of these that we want to paint on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Like that, right? Oh, this one is not, I think. Wait, that's kind of confusing. These two like this, right? These three. Okay, and then we do the whole like this. Like that. I missed the good part of your order. Yeah. He literally found every single product, no replacement even. He replaced banana with organic banana, but everything else is there. So I don't know what the fuck happened with the other shopper. Like, I truly do not understand what the fuck happened. I mean, two things happened. He either was sitting at home and he wanted the order canceled, so he literally refunded everything. He literally refunded everything because he didn't want to do it, or he's running like a weird scam where he's trying to get like quick tip, or like, I don't understand what's going on. The most frustrating part, honestly, isn't the person that's doing the order. It's the customer service that I got from Instacart. That's what's disappointing at that. So I'm definitely gonna have to give them a call, because that person doing that shouldn't be allowed to do that. They should lose their right to deliver for this platform if they're gonna behave like this. Because the person didn't tell me, sorry, like, can you cancel the order? I can't do it. He didn't tell me any of it. He told me they don't have the products. Like, he lied to me, and there's something weird fucking happened. I don't know what happened. But it shouldn't remain like this for sure.
Above it, and to the right and above, in this top right corner here. In this east.
Now, you want to paint only this.
Tiles. So north, east, and
I
northeast
saw a really good
tiles,
video on
just
BG
like
Tile
that.
Set. I'll send it to you on Discord. Really?
So it is a little bit tricky because of the cliff, but you should be able to do it. Go down all the way with that one. These need to be in the middle, right here. Not up here, but in the middle. This needs to be right here in the middle. And then everything else, the pattern will be the exact same as the previous video we did. Right? Here we go, filling out the same exact pattern.
Well, why are you painting over these though? Like, that's what I don't understand. It seems like you're painting over some bricks, but not in this case here. That's what I'm trying to understand, I guess. I would love to get that video, because tiling is definitely fucking difficult, man. Holy shit. Tiling is not easy, dude. Like, why do we go over this? It's the same pattern, but I don't understand why, though.
Oops, I zoomed clear out too far. We'll do here. This will be...
Okay, he's going for the full H here. Like this. And then he's just going like this. Like this. That's fine. And then he goes straight up like this. I wish my PC could run this stuff. This software specifically is insanely lightweight.
Oops. Same.
Super, super lightweight. Like I don't. This one,
And remember,
I can't.
you can kind of line some of these things up. Thicker lines here that go down.
Okay, so I guess. Oh, I forgot one. Yeah, I was like, I'm confused right now. Yeah, this is not Unreal.
Down to here,
Definitely
thicker
try Godot.
lines
This
here.
is. You don't even need to install this software. It's literally a portable. It's insane. I don't understand how they do it.
These are the thin lines.
I don't get it.
This is where it gets tricky over here in the weirdness. But we'll try and do our best here. Oops. I'm pretty sure we need ones there.
Bro, it's so confusing to do. Like these, the other one was easy to do. This one, I don't get it.
I messed this one up the first time I did it because that for sure goes there. I think these go like that. Ooh, one here too. Okay, so once again, if you need to, you can pause.
What did I click? What's alternative tiling? Oh, fuck. What is it? Fuck. Shit. I don't know what I clicked. I click something and it messes up. Time to make Pokemon. Good luck, man. Good luck. Alternative tiles. Dodo. I'm trying to search where the alternative tile is. Why not Unity? Because I'm learning right now, so I decided to try this one. I had to pick one, right? So I had to pick one. I decided to pick this one. I cannot tell you exactly why. It's just the way it is, right? Let's close this and reopen real quick. I'm a head out early morning, so shouldn't have stayed up this long. I would love to see what you end up with after you go deeper into it. Yeah, we're not there yet until like a really long time. We're not there yet, but I'm gonna do my best to keep learning and yeah. What does it say? You can clear it by using remove tile outside the texture option in the 3-dot menu. Where's the 3-dot? There's like a million 3-dot menu, bro. Unity has some sketchy stuff, but they got brought up by an ad company and haven't been the same. Tile sources. The current Atlas source as tiles outside. Holy shit, I'm confused, dude. Heading to you, okay. I'm trying to understand what is going on right now. That was spoken about in the terrain that was definitely spoken about in the Reddit post earlier. No tutorial. I'm following a tutorial. The problem is it is still it is in Godot 3.2, so it's tough. It's really, really tough. I haven't been able to find like a good a fully working resource right now with I haven't found like the perfect resource, I guess, yet. I'm still trying to figure it out. You know? You can clear it using remove tile outside the texture option in the 3-dot menu. I'm trying to see which fucking 3-dot menu we're talking about. Yeah, this is my first learning session, yeah. This is my first learning session. This is the first time I open the software, and I'm just kind of learning as we go. It ain't easy, but I'm having fun. We started building like something pretty neat. But yeah, right now it is not easy. We got something neat going on, but we have an error though. And I don't understand where the error is coming from. Is it because the atlas doesn't match? The current atlas source is tile outside the texture. The current Atlas source has tile outside. Where is this? Select paint. It's so like, where the fuck is the menu? It's not like, it's so weird. It might be too late, but maybe it will help someone else. I just got the same error and I found a solution. At least it worked for me. Go to the tile set setup. Oh, remove tile. Okay, I guess that works. Wait, did we needed the middle one? It's empty. Now that I think about it, why do we need the middle one? I don't fucking know. You know what?
Copy mine.
The thing is gone, so I'm not gonna. The thing is gone, so we're just gonna pretend everything's good. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna pretend everything is good. All right, am I missing any? Think, yep, I'm missing this one. So we got a ding, ding, ding. So it goes ook, ook, ook. So ook, 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 ook. 2, 2, 1, 1. Full line. Okay, I think this works out pretty good. Let's save. All right.
And that should be good. Let's come back into our, I'm going to do Control S to save. We'll come back into our cliff and try placing some of these in the level. There we go.
Okay,
Seems
so
to
let's
work
say that
properly.
we delete these bushes. Yep. And then we go to the send tile, and then we erase this.
We may end up wanting to move stuff around and adjust around these cliffs a little bit.
And then we make some
so let's come into our
cliffs.
dirt path again. I'm going to remove some of these right here.
Okay, let's do some blocks.
Kind of have like a central point here like that. And we'll move this bush. Where do we want this bush? Put 2 bushes here maybe.
There we go, like this. And then we have...
Like that. Okay, and you can see that this cliff tile set is designed, since it's got the empty space here, it's designed to work on top of our grass. So you can kind of get some weird stuff if you do our dirt path into the cliff like this.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, so we can go like do some fun stuff like this. And then we do like, I don't know, something like that. Like that. And then we can put like a bush right here. And put like a bush right here. Oh no, I'm doing the wrong thing. I have to take the bush scene. Okay, like that.
right? This doesn't look good.
Ignore me? Ah, it's
However,
fine. You're
you
trying to
could
help, my
do the
friend.
dirt on top of the cliff
You're trying to
like
help.
this if you wanted dirt cliffs. And you could get that to look pretty good. And that's one of the benefits of having the cliff transparent like this. But it's definitely not necessary. You could potentially set this up to have a grass tile inside as well. I set it up this way because I like the flexibility of it, but there are some limitations to it, so be aware of those. Now if we run our game, this works properly. Well, it looks good, but we can move through these cliffs. So it doesn't actually
Orders coming in,
function
chat?
properly. So we need to talk about the other properties of tile sets. So click on the dirt cliff.
Collision.
Click on your tile set resource. Click here. Click in here. And we can talk about some of these other properties, these other tabs up here. What do they do? Well, the collision property is pretty straightforward. This is the collision tab, I guess, is pretty straightforward. This is where you set up your collisions. For this, I generally just use, you can do polygon collision shapes, but I generally just use a rect.
Okay, we haven't seen this feature at all in mine, so that's going to be interesting. Custom data, I'm assuming it's going to be somewhere in here. We're going to have to figure it out. I don't know where it is. I'm going to take a really quick bathroom break, and I'm going to go grab my Costco order, which is coming up, which I finally managed to get. Very nice. This additional shopper ended up getting it for us. So I'm going to be right back real quick. I'll give you guys 6,000 Lux Bucks. Get in there. Get your bucks. We'll be right back. Fuck yeah, I got everything. Absolutely everything. Absolutely everything I asked for was in the order. Everything went smoothly. So, I just want to take the pulse a little bit, ask you guys, how do you guys enjoy this series so far? Do you guys want to see more days like these? Yeah, even the banana. We got the banana, I got the little cheese, I got everything. I got everything, man. I got everything. So, how are you guys feeling about this video game series? And, do you guys want to see more of this? Do we do, like, once a week? Do you guys want to... What do we do? How do you guys feel? I liked it. 15 hours a day, every day. It's nice. I always have your stream on the background, and it's interesting to take a look every 10 minutes or something. I just moral support? I know, you're just here whenever. Vicey's like, I'm here whenever the fuck you do, my friend. I appreciate that. This is super interesting to you? Even though I think it's wiser, I want to build a transformer. I found myself checking the stream a lot more today. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. I'm just like, I'm going to do this no matter what. Like, I want to do this for myself. I want to learn. And I want to do this no matter what. So it doesn't matter. But I like to know what you guys feel about it. Like, if you guys find it interesting, if you guys find it fun. But I'm doing this no matter what, right? I'm just here for Fight Killer. I'm glad you guys are getting along. Some coding chops. I enjoy the variety. This was really nice to watch and listen today. Thank you, Bolton. That's great. Awesome. Hi, Lux. I found you while starting Guild Wars 2, but I did not stuck till the end of your journey. How was it? Can you say a few words about it? It was really, really cool. I love Guild Wars. I'm not done with the game yet. I haven't done all the stories. I haven't done everything. I just haven't went back. A lot have happened over the past few years. I came back to WoW, been doing a lot of variety. We've been doing like a lot of different things. I did enjoy my time in Guild Wars. Maybe I'll come back at some times. I'm still not done with it, but I haven't came back for now. I like playing WoW. I like playing ARPGs. I like doing varieties. I've been incorporating a lot more variety lately, like Gundam, Lego, fucking game development, you know? So yeah.
Rectangle collision shape, and this process is a bit of a pain still. I'd like to see this process improved, streamlined a little bit in future versions of Godot.
GCG, yeah.
Once you get it set up, then it's done. You don't have to mess with it again, but setting it up initially is a little bit of a process, so I'm going to step you through it. So first we click on the square for doing a square collision shape. We stick it here, right? And it automatically makes one for us. Well, we need to make another one over here now. So we'll click there.
Oh boy.
Click on the square and click here. Now that's very slow, right? To do this, because we have to do it with every single tile set here because they all need collisions attached to them. So there's not really a way to make this faster. I'll probably end up speeding this up in the video. But the one thing...
Okay. Did they improve this somehow, somewhere? Maybe the physics layer? Collision? Fuck, I think I'm gonna have to watch another tutorial.
Mood. Now do make sure that if you add a player, so for example, if we add a character body 2D, and I add, let's say, a sprite behind the dirt, that you order make sure greater than the dirt.
Okay, tile collision.
Hello everybody, Chris here, and in this video I want to show you how you can add tile map collisions inside of Godot 4. Like you can see here, I can't walk into the water. So when you're creating objects that you individually add to your game, you can just use static bodies and collision shapes. But of course that's going to be a bit different than doing it for a tile map. So when you have a tile map object inside of your scene, you need to attach a tile set to that tile map so that you can actually start drawing onto the screen. Yep. So under tile set, you should see a section in this blue box called physics layers. If you don't see that, then just click on the tile set after you've created one normally, and then it should be able to expand like this. So under physics layers, you're able to add an element, so that will create a physics layer, which is a set of collision layer choices and a set of collision masks that you would use for collisions inside of your game. So by default, a character like a player with a character body 2D in Godot 4 is going to be able to collide on layer mask 1 and look to layer mask 1 to check for collisions where it would stop the player's movement. So that's the default layer for collisions. So if you want your player to be stopped by a collision, then the layer mask here needs to match the collision layer on your tile set's physics layer.
Yep.
Now you can create multiple layers and you can assign each layer to each individual tile that you have on your tile set. So with this selected, down here at the bottom of the screen, there should be a tab for tile set. If you click on that, we can go ahead and expand this. And what you're able to do for each tile in your tile map is to go to the selection mode here. So now, if you go down to physics layer 0,
Okay, so we do this, then we go to select, and if we select this, we should be able to go to physics layer 0, add polygon tool. Like this? Is that it?
Then you can set which part of the selected tile is going to match physics layer 0, as in which part of the tile should have the collision layer and collision masks set up with your physics layer 0, which is going to be the first one in this list here. So to add it to a tile, you would just use selection mode and then left click on a tile while you have this physics layer 0 selected. Then if you want to add a perfect square collider to this tile, you can click on the 3 dots here and do reset to default tile shape. So that's actually going to add the 4 corners here to make physics layer 0 appear everywhere in this square. Now that's probably not what you want for this particular tile. So any tile that you want to remove one from, you can simply select the physics layer, then click down here and clear to remove it. So if I click over here to this water tile, you'll see that it already has the physics layer 0 added, and that's why when the player was able to walk over here, that it would stop it from moving. Now another case where we would probably want the player to stop would be down here at the edge of this tile. So the black area should be walkable, but the area over here is more like the cliffs, so that should be prevented from being walkable. So I'm going to go down here to where I have the...
Okay, very interesting. That's pretty good. Does this work now? It does! Wow. Oh, what's that? That's it, Shane. I'm getting stuck behind the bushes here. But, you know. So there's something with these cliffs, though. I should be able to go underneath them, though. Right? This side here, I should be able to go behind it. So I guess that's gonna get covered.
Those tiles.
Thing that does seem to make it faster is if I click here to select my next tile, then I click on this, I can click anywhere else in here and it will still create it over here. So that just makes it nice because you can click on the next, you can double click on the next tile you want to do. So we'll click, let's start here on the farthest tile.
Yeah, they're all
so
collision based.
Here, then we'll click on square, then we'll double click on our next tile. You see that? Click here, next one, and these are double clicks. And that speeds up the process a little bit, but it's still not the fastest process for setting up these collisions. Okay, and there we have collisions set up on all of our tiles. Now, if any Godot contributors are watching this, my suggestion, and obviously this is just a suggestion because I haven't ever contributed to Godot before, but my suggestion for making this kind of an easy fix for making this faster would be to add a hotkey for this create new rectangle.
Yeah, they already
that would
changed
speed
it.
up.
For me,
I
it
wouldn't
was
have
very
to click
fast,
back
right?
and forth like this. I could just press a hotkey on my
I
keyboard
didn't have any issue with
and
mine.
immediately set the tile, the collision for each new tile. But once we have these set up, we can save, run the game, and we immediately have collisions working with these. Now I didn't set this up to work with depth, and I'm not going to be setting this up to work with depth because that complicates things. Action RPGs, as you get more and more complicated with depth, adding jumping and stuff, that's not the scope of this project. That's not what I'm going to be going into. But you could do that. It is possible to add depth, and part of what would be, if you're going to keep your game 2D, which if you're going to do depth in an action RPG,
You would have to cut down the top part.
I'd recommend going 3D, but then making it look 2D. But if you want to try and keep it 2D, you can use z-indexing, and you can set the z-index on each individual tile, which basically is just how it will be layered. So you could, bigger values are drawn on top, in this case in Godot, which is the opposite of GameMaker. So you'd set, these top pieces to be larger, and then you could have your player go behind them, and you would set up your collisions to allow for that using...
There you go. That's what I thought. So now, if we go here and we do this... Grid snap. Grid snap. There we go. Beautiful. So if we go like this... and then we increase their z-axis, I should be able to walk behind them. All the top parts should be like halfway. Like this. But then you need to put the z-axis higher so that they show up over the characters. Right? Oh, fuck! What the hell? Oh, they're transparent. You're right. Fuck. I forgot about that. You're absolutely right. So I'm going to show up underneath. Yeah, I could just put sand on top for testing purposes. So now the z-axis, where would that be? I guess in the rendering? Occlusion layer? No? Z-axis, z-index? Go 1. Okay, so all of these, we have to put them at 1. Let's see if that works, actually. The fact that it worked instantly is like really, really fucking dope. Like it literally did. Oh. There's an issue here. I don't know what is the issue, but there's an issue. So we could do, now we could come back here. And then we could do like this. It's not perfect though. Some of it looks weird. Oh, because of the z-axis, it fucks it up, doesn't it? Yeah, so I would have to create another tile of these and give it a different... For all of these, I would have to create a new layer. Right? Or actually, we could just remove the path and just do this and just pop this as like... Z-axis 1? No, it needs to be... Wait, why is 0... Wait a minute. Why is it going underneath some tiles? Yeah, all of them are at 0 already, so what's the issue then? Oh, they're all at 0. I get it. So would the cliff... No, they can't all be 1. Make it -1? Yeah, but then if I make it -1, then I need to make the grass -2. Okay, there we go. I guess that works. No, that doesn't work. Hold on a second. No, they all the sand needs to be higher. The sand needs to be at 1. The cliff needs to be at 2. But only the parts. Yeah, okay. I get it now. All these parts need to be at 2. Right? Yeah. We still got a problem here. I'm not sure why. Also, that didn't fix it correctly everywhere. Oh, the other one needs to be at 1. Wait, can I not do that manually, though? Here? Do ZX's 1? Interesting. So because I don't set the other one... Yeah, they all need to be to 2, but then the problem is you don't want to collide with these. Okay, so the sand is at... Okay, so then we'll set the sand back down to 0. Right? We'll make the player at -1 and then the background at yeah. We'll set player -1. Background at -2. Okay. Okay, this works. But the texture isn't, it's not, oh yeah, so that's the problem, right? You can't, you don't, no. Fuck. So the walls need to be... Yeah, the cliff needs to be on the same axis as the player. Because I need to be over some tiles. You know? Wait, how do you fix this issue? There's still a problem because you can't climb cliff. You need a, you end up under sand. Yeah. Fuck. Yo, this is so fucked. There has to be another way to do this. Yeah, I could add the texture directly to the cliff for sure. That would fix the issue. Okay, I guess we're just not gonna do occlusion then, because the tiles are not ready for this. I mean, I guess I could merge them. I think I could literally go in Photoshop and merge them, right? I think doing the transparency, like, actually fucks it up. What is the name of the software that I downloaded the other day? Asaprite. Holy shit, is there a dark mode? Is there a layer in here? Layer? Shift N? Oh, there you go. Can you import a file in? Yeah, but if I open, it opens it up here. And then it's not able... Oh, it's not even the same size. This one is a different... Yeah, that's kind of fucked. It's literally a different... So you have to, like, zoom it like this. Okay. So what is this layer? So this is cliff. What is this? How do I move it up? Like, I don't know how to move the layer over. Oh, right mount. Have you already used this software? Yep. I was like, how do you know all of this? Is there a way to snap to grid? I mean, this seems like this work right now, right? It's pretty dope. It's pretty good. Looks pretty good to me, right? File, save as, and then we do cliff tile set and sand. There you go. Save. Yes. The second Costco order went up fucking perfectly, man. I don't know what the fuck happened. I have no idea. The first person just decided to not be working today. Okay, so now my question is, do you know how I can replace an asset? Is it possible for me to replace this? I mean, I guess I just go into world, I do this, I drop it here, and then I just drop it there? I this the hood of the hoodie, your dev persona? Yeah, exactly. This is my this is the dev persona right here. Now my head is cold. I don't know what's up. I think my AC started kicking in, bro. I'm fucking freezing. Yeah, I got all my assets on the side here, right? Right there. Like I got all my assets. I just don't know how to replace this one. Like, instead of this one, I would like to tell it, like, hey, you know what? Use this instead. But keep all the settings that we already did. Bro, I was trying to read your last message. I was like, what's going on right now, dude? What is going on right now? Yeah, I know I could rename it, but there has to be a way to... Yeah, I lost everything. Because it's two different tile. One of them would still be relevant. Like, I don't want to rename it, right? Holy shit, I fucked up everything. Hold on a second. Cliff tile. Jesus. I just want it to be back the way it was, bro. It deleted it forever. It doesn't give a shit. Yeah, I did a million Control Z. It doesn't give a shit. It literally doesn't care. No. So I pretty much broke it, I think. It couldn't handle the... It couldn't handle it. Okay, I mean, it's fine. It's gonna be good practice, I guess. All right. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember enough, though, the pattern. The pattern is really tough to remember. Because it doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. It's crazy. Yeah, there we go. That's the pattern. Let me put it on this monitor real quick while I lay it down again. Whoops. Okay. There we go. How you guys, how you doing, Tenton and Ronenjik? How you guys doing? No, it's not it, right? This one is not it. This one. Bro, that's so fucking weird. How was your day, bro? You been busy at work, Tenton? Yeah, I every time we see you a little bit less, I know that work is like fucking you up right now. You know? Man, I'm kind of excited for Last Epoch tomorrow. But honestly, I really enjoyed today. Like, holy shit, I enjoyed today. This was like one of the coolest fucking stream I think I've done in a really long time. Like, I really enjoyed this. This was so fucking cool. Did I forget something? I think I'm good, right? No, I think this is it, dude. I think this is it. And then we do all the top row. Oh, these are fucked though. Yeah, we gotta do the. I can't do full z-axis on these too. Like, how do you solve this issue? Because you want to go underneath from top, but not from bottom. But there's a way to do this. I just don't know what it is. Double layer? I'm not sure what you mean. This one we do this, right? But then I don't remember which one to click to. Is it this? Let it rip. Oh, shit. They lost everything, Chad. Wait, what's that? Okay, that's good. How do I go in drawing mode? Am I crazy? Oh, there we go. Restart Godot? Yeah, you think there seems to be a problem, right? How do you... What the fuck? Sometimes it feels like it doesn't want to cooperate, dude. Can I just click here and start drawing? Oh, no, it's terrain cliff. There you go. Okay. Oh shit, did you saw that? That was weird. There's like a bug or whatever. Yeah. It works perfectly fine with this. Or almost perfectly fine, not really. Yeah, this is really, really complex. I guess it is for another time. Maybe I'm stepping too far out of my... Maybe I'm stepping a little bit too far. This is really, really, really fucked up right now, what we're getting into. Because right now, like, I'm selecting the style... And it's like really fucking complicated. Work has been rough. That fucking sucks, man. That's fucking sucks, dude. Hey, Solaro, thank you so much for the 24 months. Wait, did I miss your resub? I'm so sorry. Thank you for the 24, Seoro. I feel bad when I miss subs. Yeah, okay, I forgot to fix the collision. What are these errors, dude? Okay, there we go. So by doing it this way, that kind of fixes it, right? So, but now we don't have the, it kind of works out, but then we don't have the, Hey, what's up, Kina? How you doing? You did the top part of the tile and the bottom with the same shape on the collision, right? So it's like inverting weird on certain edge. Yeah, it's kind of fucked. It's definitely fucked up. I'm doing great, my friend. I'm doing great. Oh, fuck. So player would need to be on top like this, right? As long... Oh, even if we're doing on top, it still generates these? Oh, unless I forgot to reset the weird z-axis. I set it earlier. No, it is at 0. What is player at? Player should be maybe at 1, just to make sure. Oh, but then if I do at 1, then it starts going over everything. Wait, why is the z-axis fucked now? I guess I gotta do send z-axis -1. I just have to. Oh no, it's It's at 1. Okay, that explains why it's fucked. Okay, there we go. So, we're going behind the bushes. That's fine. Children's render higher on z-axis. Really? Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Let's keep
Come
going.
back into our... I'm going to do Control S to save. We'll come back into our cliff and try placing some of these in the level. There we go. Seems to work properly. This process, we have occlusion. So what is occlusion set up for? Well, Godot has a built-in lighting system, and I'm not going to go in there. That gap must be too small for our characters. And then once again, you wouldn't be able to have see-through tiles like I do. You'd have to have the grass part of this cliff so that your player wouldn't show up beneath here, right? That wouldn't make sense. So there's a lot of things on top of that, and that's part of why I chose to do it this way. Keep it simple. But now we have working collisions, and you've learned about the z-index stuff too. Can't quite squeeze through there. That gap must be too small for our character's collision. So let's see the other ones real quick.
Occlusion, I get
we
it's
have
for light,
occlusion.
right?
So what is occlusion set up for? Well, Godot has a built-in lighting system, and I'm not going to go in depth into the lighting system in Godot, but you can set up occlusion shapes that will make it so that the light, when you cast a light, these shapes will cast shadows. So you can have your auto tiles automatically create shadows.
That is nice.
Using that occlusion and setting up the collisions for
But
the
I gotta
occlusion.
figure out how to make it so that you go behind the thing. Like that's gonna be something I need to figure out about. You can modify your tree collision, by the way, that the collision is more closer to the stem, so your character passes through the leaves. Yeah, that's what I did, right? It's already this way, right? So it already like goes through the. It's just like, you know, it could be better for sure. Like it's a little bit too, you know, it could do this. There you go. There we go. This is insane that we got here today, honestly. Man, the tutorial is so well done. It's crazy. The tutorial is really, really well done. I'm excited to get more. The cool thing is we'll even get to like dodge rolling, damaging people, but it's like a 33-part fucking tutorial.
Navigation
right?
is for Godot's built-in navigation
Oh,
stuff.
no, this is... I literally started today. I'm starting a series today called Teaching Myself How to Develop Game. And yeah, we're just literally starting today. So I'm following a tutorial. I booted up the engine for the first time in my life. And we downloaded some assets, we set them up, and we wrote like a little bit of a script with all that stuff, and now the character's walking and shit, and it's fucking amazing.
Easily navigate.
I'm more interested in how you know the next piece of the map. He's not gonna do this, I think.
And then use that for, you know, enemies or whatever to be able to navigate a tile set as well. Let's see. Let's set up our icon again, because I like to set this up. We'll do the single tile icon. And the last one is priority. Now, priority allows you to create some... So let's say you have a grass background, right? And as you're placing it in the room, you want it to randomly place a grass tile that has a flower in it every once in a while.
Okay.
Well, with your priority property, you can set that up. You can set up, you know, I want this tile to be placed every 1 and however many tiles that get placed. And so you can give your little flower a 1 in 50 or a 1 in 20 chance of getting placed randomly when you're placing it in the room. So that as, you know, if you wanted to place those by hand, you could, but you can set up the priority to do it for you manually. And so that the system does it. You don't have to worry about doing it all the time. It can really speed up the process of level design once again. And that's kind of the idea. You set up your tile sets, you set up all these different properties in here. Then when you're creating your levels, it's all really quick. You just
paint,
create your cliff where you want it, right?
So I wonder
And
how
now-
this works though when it comes to like procedural generation though. I'm assuming it's still the same thing, is that you create these tiles and then you create a noise map with like a cloud, and then you tell the game like, hey, in these areas I want you to create rocks, in these areas no rocks or anything. But it has to be
when
more
you run the
complicated
game,
than that though.
you immediately have new collisions right there. You don't have to replace your collision boxes, and that's the idea behind this. So it is a little bit, once again, the tile set system in Godot can be a little bit convoluted, it feels like, if I'm being honest. Like going from here to here, clicking here, clicking here. There's kind of a lot of steps along the way, but once it's set up, it makes designing your levels really quick and easy, and that's the benefit of it.
Now.
So,
like, I literally started this idea a couple days ago, and every night this week I've been going to bed watching these fucking videos. I'm not even kidding.
Good morning,
I'm obsessed
afternoon,
by
or
this
evening.
because this used to be something that I did so much as a kid, right? When I was like, that's the story I was talking about earlier. When I was a kid, I was 8 years old with my friend. I was like 8 years old or something, and me and my friend at school, we would talk about making video games with like Flash. We would download games and then try to understand how they would work, so that we could go like figure them out and shit. Like it was mind blowing how much fun I was having doing this.
Wherever and whenever you are, my name is Benjamin, and welcome to part 9 for our Godot action RPG series. In this video, we're going to be adding the attack animation to our character and implementing a simple state machine. Let's get started. First, click on your character scene here and click the little scene icon. That will open up our character scene. We can zoom in just a little bit, and we'll need to open up our animation player because we need to add these attack animations. So we'll come to animation, do new. We'll do, wait, what order did I do these in? Down, left, right, up, down, left, right, up. So let's do it in the same.
All right, let's see if we have, so we'll go player, animation player, down, left, right, up, down, left, right, up. Okay, so let's do that then. Also, animation, new. We're going to do attack down. All right. That's what I'm trying to do, Giggity. Like, I'm trying to go from memory right now. Okay. Cool. We go to 0.6. I think it might be... I'm not sure if it's 0.6 also for the sword attack, but I'm going to try it. And then we go here, and then we go to the frame where he's attacking downward. So the frame that he's attacking downward is this one. But I'm assuming now it's not going to be the same as walking. Now we don't have to do the keyframe trick. So I'm just going to listen to the fucking tutorial. Because I don't know.
Well, maybe it's actually just they're organizing them alphabetically. But we'll do attack down. And we'll click on our sprite here. And we'll come to
Make a whirlwind. Spin to win.
Where is it? Frame. And we'll go... Well, we're going to need to stop this from playing. So we can... This is actually something that came up in the previous video. You can uncheck active right here. And then inside of
That's nice that they fixed this in their engine.
Process right here, or inside of our script right here, we can actually bring up the ready function and just call animation
we no longer have to do this with the way that they fixed it.
True. So what that'll do is it'll make it so that our animation tree isn't active until the game starts. And so then our animation isn't constantly playing. So we'll come back into here and now we can actually flip through our frames We want attack down. Here we go. Here's the first frame. So we'll key this frame, come over one, go to our next frame and key, key, key. And so that is, how many frames are we here? Got 1, 2, 3. So we want 0.4
Okay.
for this animation. We'll save. Do a new.
Okay, there we go. It's pretty easy. So we do 0.4. Yo, what's up, Mitchie? How you doing, man? So we do key, 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 key. There we go. Save. So it's down, left, right. So animation, new, attack, left. How you doing, Mitchie, man? 1, 2, 3, 4. 0.4. Attack. Right? Is it right? Yep. I call myself in sick tomorrow. You're not feeling well, dude? I'm feeling... Oh! Last epoch. Okay, now I understand.
Animation.
Now I get it.
Attack.
Okay, he's okay,
Left.
yeah. He's sick. I'm not gonna tell anybody.
It'll be 0.4 as well. We can come back. You may want... Now we should have attacking in all of the different directions. So we just need to set up our state machine.
Okay.
And I'm going to do a simplified state machine. You can get a lot more complicated with these, and depending on how big your game is, you may want to look into some more complicated solutions using different nodes for states and stuff like that. But for this game, it's going to be a fairly simple little project. So we're going to, or our character is going to be fairly simple. So we're going to use a match statement in order to set our states. So we'll come up here and we'll create a new variable. And we'll call this state. And above this, we can create an enum. And we'll set our states.
I want
We'll
to see
have
you take
move,
new assets and build the same
roll,
thing, see if it works.
And attack. And we're not going to set up roll yet, but we'll be setting up attack, but we'll just...
I mean, the tiles don't really change anything, so yeah, it would work for sure. The thing is doing it, like, remembering all this stuff, I would definitely have to watch what I did, you know, like... is it square brackets? No, it's curly bracket. Oh, shit. Is there a way for auto-complete? Oh, shit. I don't remember. There they are. Okay. Move. Roll. I wrote rock. Attack. There we go. And then var state. And I don't need var velocity.
Put it in here. So an enum is short for enumerator or enumeration. And what it does is these are kind of like variables, except that they can't change. So I guess they're a little bit more similar to constants in that way. But they are automatically created with values. So this is 0, this is 1, this is 2. And so it just sets each one of these to a specific value, like 0, 1, 2. These are commonly used for like dates, like if you have the days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you might want to have an enumerator to store those values so that you're not using numbers like 0 and 1, you're actually using words, but really they just represent numbers at the end of the day because they just need their own little IDs. So our state variable here, we'll set this equal to move. And then inside of our physics process right here, we'll set up our match statement. And this match statement will basically determine which code to run. So with a state machine, let's open up paint.net real quick so we can explain this really well. So for a state machine, you have different chunks of code, okay? So let's say we have 3 chunks of code here.
Okay.
And each of these bits of code represents one of our states. So this one could be move, this one's attack, and this one could be roll. Okay? They each have their own bit of code. Inside of a state machine, only one of these pieces of code is ever run at a single time. And the benefit of that is that your debugging and when you have errors and stuff and have to try and figure out what's going wrong in your code, these sections of code are segmented off. So if you have an error when you're moving, then you're going to look in your move state, right? You're not going to look into your other states. And these bits of code have transitions between each other. So let's say we press the space key, that would transition from our move to our attack. Or if we press another key, that would transition to roll. So this could be space here. Maybe this is just the A key or something, and it transitions to these 2 other states. Well, these states, like attack and roll, for example, they have to have some transition back to the move state. So for attack, it's likely going to be when the attack animation is completed. So once the animation is over, we'll transition back into our move state right here. That's how states are set up. They're designed so that only one piece of code is ever run at a time. And for us, we're going to, this code right here is our move state right here. So we can actually move all of this code into its own function. So we'll come down here, we'll create a function. We'll call this move state. And we can just copy all of this code right here, do Control X, paste it into this function right here. Move state. And then once we've done that, up here in our physics process, we can call move state like this, and that will run this code. We do have an issue, however, here, which is where we need delta, and so we'll have to pass our delta into this function right here, this function, because we're using delta right here, but we only have access to it here in the physics process. So we can pass delta into our move state.
That's crazy
like
that
okay. And if we do this,
that it's able to figure it out.
Essentially our game hasn't changed at all, right? This game functions exactly how it did before. Nothing has changed. The only thing that we've changed is how we organize our code, because we've moved all of this code into its own little function here. So we want to be able to change states, like I said, and so we'll create another function here called attack state, and it will take delta 2. We'll pass delta into it as well. And for now, we'll just call pass, which doesn't do anything. That line of code just does nothing. And then up here, we can use our match statement. So match, match. And you want to match, you want to tell what to match. And we're going to
make sure it works still. Okay, it works. It's pretty cool, pretty cool. Everything still works out.
Match our state. And we'll say move. So if our state is equal to move, then run the move state code. If our state is equal to roll, we'll just pass for now. We'll be implementing that later. If it's equal to attack, then we'll call attack state. We'll pass.
Okay, so we'll make another function called attack state. Oops. Func. Attack state. We'll pass for now. Just do the other 2. Attack state and roll state. Roll state. There we go. Move state. Okay. And then we do a match state. And then if it matches move, then we do this. If it matches roll, then we pass. If it matches attack, then we call attack state delta. Actually, I could have just done roll state. I don't need to pass delta for this one, though. Yeah. Okay, there we go.
It's in delta.
Oh, wait, we need
so
delta?
match statements inside of GDScript work very similar to switch statements inside of other languages. Now, there are some differences. The main difference is that what you're matching, your case here, can actually be a variable, which with switch statements, my understanding is you can't do that. So there are some slight differences, but functionally they're very similar. And so we're just going to kind of pretend that they're the same for now, because this works exactly like a switch statement. You just don't have to have case in front of each of these. You can just tell it what to match.
Okay.
So what this says is if match is equal to, if the state, I should say, matches move, then do this. If the state matches roll, then run this code. If the state matches attack, then run this code. And you can see that you can never actually run more than one of them at a time, because the state variable is always going to be equal to only one of these things. It will never be equal to multiple.
I gotta get the kids to bed? Sure
so
thing,
once
man.
we've set that up, we can actually
go do that.
We can actually start setting up a transition. Remember when we talked about our transitions? So we needed some sort of a key to transition to our attack state. And this is a good time to briefly introduce the input map settings inside of Godot. So if we come up to project and go to project settings, and then we come over to our input map, you can see all of the different actions that Godot has set up and the ones that we've been using. And you can add your own actions up here as well. So we're using UI right, left, up, and down, right? Some of you have been asking me how you would set up the WASD keys.
Oh.
Well, you can just come to UI left here, add a new key with the little plus button, and then press the A key. For right here, we can do the same thing. Press the D key, and up, do the same.
Where is this? Project setting, input map. There's nothing in here, bro. Show built-in action. Okay, there we go. UI up. UI left. Keyboard key. Holy fuck, this is so... Why did they change this? This is so bad compared to what it was. Keyboard key. Bro, you gotta search for it? What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, but if you type a letter, it doesn't really... Okay, at least it comes back here. Like if you type D, there's like a million of them that have the word in it, that have the letter. At least it keeps you in here. Not too bad. Okay. That's good.
Press the W key, down, same thing. Press the S key. And now you've got WASD working already. So we'll set up an attack action here. And we can give it whatever key we want to. So I'm going to give it the space key.
No,
and also for a WASD, I'm going to give it the J key. There we go. So J and space can...
What the fuck? Attack? Wait, it's not there? Why does he have attack and I don't have it? I guess he created it? Okay, plus. All right, what's the attack? Click? Do we do click? Mouse button? Or do we do, we could do E? Or Q or 1? Doesn't really matter, right? How about monetization? Yeah, so currently right now we got 3 bushes, but if you pay... we got 3 bush right now, but if you pay for the DLC, you might get another one. So right now we're going with the there you go. So right now we got you got 4 bush. You got 4 bush. If you buy the premium ultra DLC, then you can get more bushes. Maybe you'll get 1 monster to fight. We'll think about it.
Both be used for this new attack action that we created. So how do we use that action? Well, we come into our move state right here, and we can say, at the very end of the code here, we can say if input.is action just pressed. So that means we just barely pressed it and we didn't hold it down. Or we could be holding it down, but it won't run multiple times. It just runs once. So if we just press the attack key, then we say state equals attack. Right? What that will do is set our...
That sounds like a weird way of doing it. There has to be a better way to do this, right?
State variable equal to the enum that we created for attack. And then our match case will no longer run our move state. It will now run our attack state in the physics process. If we save the game...
What was it? If input is action, just press attack. Then state equals attack. Oops, attack.
And run it, we'll see that we can move around. The minute we press the space or the J key, we can no longer move. We're stuck. And the reason is because there's actually no code inside of our attack state, so it doesn't do anything. Well, let's start by having it play an animation. That seems like a pretty good start, right? Animation player.play. Well, that's not really what we want, right? Because then we'd have to tell it which direction to play for our animation. So that's not what we want. Well, for now, let's actually just do that. We'll just show it. So we'll do attack right.
Yeah, combat is going to be an extra DLC too. Yeah.
And run the game. And now if we press the key, it tries to play the attack right animation, but then it stops and kind of switches back to our normal standing. Well, that's because we need to set all this up inside of our animation tree here, right?
Shit.
We have an idle and a run, but we need a new blend space 2D for attacking.
Okay.
And we can just have a transition from our idle to our attack and then back again. And for our attack, stick it right here, I guess. For our attack,
It is
we'll
really,
come
really
into
fun,
edit
honestly,
it,
Julia. I'm having so much fun.
and we'll add 0.1 on the Y to both sides. We'll start
I'm having
adding
so
in some
much fun doing
points
this.
here.
It is a
Add an
lot for today,
animation,
but
attack left. Add an
it is a lot for today, but holy shit, I'm having fun. It's crazy. It is so much fun right now. Okay, so let's put the start here, the end here. Let's do a new blend. Have you been playing? I saw that you built like an insanely big fucking house, Julia. That's crazy. How have you been enjoying the rest of the game? I wanted to ask you. Animation, node, state machine, playback, abort by transition by detecting one or more loop transition. Interesting. Oh, it's the resources, right? Ah. What is it? Why are they green, though? That's what I'm wondering. It's fun to me, but I can feel its early access. I think I'll play a tiny bit more and wait for the magic skyline and stuff. Yeah. I was getting really, really, really frustrated with, like, just everything. It's like the fact that the objects aren't destructible and just, you know, like it felt empty a little bit. I had fun. Like, the building was great, but everything else was like, yeah. It's like, my point, I guess, is if I'm going to pay $30, why wouldn't I play Enshrouded instead of this? Like, I just don't see what this game has that Enshrouded didn't have. You know? That Enshrouded wasn't doing a million times better, right? Like, Enshrouded, a terraforming, fully destructible environment. The building is equal, if not better. So I'm like, I guess we'll have to see what it evolves into, I guess. Maybe the skill point is like its thing where it's more fun to do like the skilling is cool though, like the yeah. Oh wait, are you guys seeing this flicker the fuck out? Yeah, you guys are seeing this giga flicker right now, which is kind of funny. What the fuck? I don't even see it on my monitor. But on stream right now, it is like losing its shit. That's so weird. And animation, attack left. Attack down, attack up, and attack right. Right? That's cool. I'm trying to remember what I did. How do I fix this? Right now it's like complaining. What is it complaining about? The parameter that is never used. Rename node. Not sure what's going on. Did we get the Costco order? Yeah, I ended up like canceling the order, placing it again. Same shop, different shopper. Went to the store, got everything that was needed, and everything was perfect. I don't know what the fuck the other dude did, man. He must have been like high on acid or some shit. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. It says it just says unused parameter. Oh, if it's intended, prefix it. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. It stops complaining. I guess it doesn't matter. Why does this care? Okay, I gotta fix the animation. The animation right now is like losing its mind. Is this working? Actually, I don't know. It could be.
Animation, attack
Boss
down.
Gans, thank you for the
Remember
follow.
that up is down in here. Add an animation, attack right. Add an animation, attack up. Okay, so we set up our animation here. We can make sure that this is working by turning our animation tree back on and then moving around inside of here, selecting this bit here and moving around. Oh, we actually have to come back to our root and play it so that we can see it. Then come into here. Well, it might need to loop too. Don't know if we set up looping on it. And that's why.
Oh yeah, we gotta change the blend too, right? Don't we? These thing continuous discrete.
Not playing here. If we come back into our animation player, turn on loop for all of these.
Yeah.
That looks like a special ability right there. Okay, so I set loop on them all.
Sorry about that.
Come back into our animation tree. And so, yeah, we want to make sure and set our blend equal to the little dots again. Now we get...
Okay. And then so if we go in the tree, we go in attack. And we do this, and we do this. Not looping the animation. I don't remember what we did to fix this. We still have the ghosting shit going on. We did something, but the first time I just don't remember what it was. What was the issue for this? Wasn't there something that we did? I don't really understand. Oh, mode auto. Is that it? No. Enabled. There you go. I think that was it. All right. Oh, WASD doesn't work though. That's weird. How's it been going? Pretty good, Fish Mobile. How about yourself? Oh wow, everything is broken here. Okay.
Now we're getting the attack set up right. So that's important to make sure that you've got this set up right, because
Okay, this works. Okay.
it can be hard to tell. And it's really easy to forget the little blend dots here. Okay, so we can turn off this now because we know that it's working properly. So we can uncheck active on our animation tree. And we can come back and we can play the idle again, which we'll put it as active and then inactive real quick just to get it set up. Then when we come into here, we need to make sure that in our move state, we're setting the blend position for attacking. So we're going to copy this line and we're going to set the blend position for attacking. And you might be asking me or thinking in your head right now, well, why don't we put this line inside of the attack state?
Yeah, I was wondering.
The reason we don't want to put this line inside of the attack state is because, well, there's a couple reasons. First of all, our input vector isn't actually inside the attack state. We don't actually have access to it. And second of all, we actually don't want the player to be able to change the direction of their attack during the animation. That could look kind of weird. So like mid-animation, if they could change. Once they press the attack button, they're committed to attacking in that direction. Yeah. That's how we're setting it up. And so we're setting the blend position before they press the attack button. And then the minute they do press it, it will remember this. The parameter, the blend position, will be the same as it was.
I wonder why the project setting input map doesn't work though. Isn't UI left a physical should be working? Oh, it works. Never mind. Oh, but then as soon as I click, it dies. Okay.
When they were moving in the attack state. So now we can set up our animation state dot travel and do attack right here. So what will happen is inside of our animation tree, if we're in the run, it will actually transition to the idle and then to the attack state. So it's going to find the easiest path.
Looks like
to
a game.
get to our
It
attack
does.
animation.
We'll be able to attack pretty soon here.
So if we run the game and we attack, you can see that it actually starts the attack. So that's pretty good. We're making progress now. It doesn't finish though. We don't actually get any sort of ending to our attack, right? We can't transition back into the move state. So we need to have some way to tell it that the animation has completed, that the animation has finished. And well, so there's a few different ways that we might go about doing this.
Okay.
And the way that I've set up to do this is with a little function. So we'll start with this method. We may end up changing this later, kind of refactoring our code. But this is a good starting point. So come into your attack animations, and on the very last frame, we can add a new track over here. So we can manually add a track. And you can do a call method track. And we'll call a method on the player node. So what this does, it'll say at this point, at this frame, you can have it call a certain method. So let's create a new method here called attack animation finished. And in here, we'll just say state equals move. So when our attack animation is finished, we transition back to the move state. So now down here in our animation, we can right click to insert key and we can find our attack. Well, it's not finding it there. Insert key, attack animation finished. Here we go. So you can see now at the end of this animation, it'll actually call this function.
Okay. Oops. Attack animation finished. All right, and then we do state equal move. And then
That's for attack down, so we want to set it for all of them now. Add a new track, call method track, player, right click, insert key, attack animation finished. Right. Add a new track, call method track, player, right click, insert key, attack animation finished. And then one more time for up. The exact same thing here. Attack animation finished. And save. We can run the game. And now, once we're done, we transition back to the movement state. We've got a few weird things going on here, right? So the first weird thing is that if we're moving and we do our attack,
okay,
we get this kind of awkward bit where we slide forward after attacking, right? That's happening because we're remembering our velocity. So we might want.
Hold on a second, my shit is exploding. Make travel path condition is true, returning false. No such note as attack. Oh, it's capitalized? Oh my god. Look at that, chat. Dude, we got a game, bro. We got a game. Oh, yeah, dude. Because of that, you should snake case for those key names? Yeah, probably, right?
Attack state to set our velocity equal to 0. So it no longer remembers the velocity during our motion. Okay. The other weird thing
Wait. Yeah, we have to do vector 0, right? Is that what he typed?
Time for up. After.
Okay. That's
so it no longer.
Yeah. Okay. Vector 2.0.
Longer remembers the velocity during our motion. Okay. The other weird thing we're getting, so that solves that problem. The other weird thing we're getting is this little flicker at the end of the animation. You can see it like starts playing the animation again. And so we want to be able to fix that. The way that we can fix that now is by turning off loop on all of our animations. Because we don't actually need the attack animation to loop. I set it up on loop so that we could see inside of our animation tree so that we could watch the attacking to make.
Really? We did that for the... Okay. Oh, I wanted to ask, but don't want to distract you. Are you going to try the Defiance MMO revival in 1 or 2 days, or not interested? I would probably have tried it out if it wasn't Last Epoch coming out. Last Epoch is really big for me. That's going to be a pretty big game.
Make sure it was working. But we don't actually want the attacks to loop. And there you go. Now we've got a nice follow through with the animation. We can attack. And we've got a simple state machine set up. Okay. So let's talk about what we did here. We added the animations to our player. we set up our new blend
Yes, I'll
space
have
for the attack,
last epoch
and we
tomorrow.
set the animations to loop so that we could make sure all of that
And
was set
probably
up.
all weekend too. By the way, chat, tomorrow, so a couple of things, chat, real quick. I just want to mention while I think about it. If you guys want to get Last Epoch or get any of the support package, you can get them at my link with Nexus, and it actually supports the stream at no extra cost to you. So if you need to buy the game, if you want to get one of the package for one of the skins or whatever, they're all available at the link, the nexus.gg/Luxthos. You can get anything Last Epoch related and actually get a cut out of it. So Mitchie, for example, today bought one. He was able to redeem it on Steam. He paid the exact same price, but I got it ended up supporting me. So it's really, really good. It ended up supporting the stream. So if you guys want to use that link, it's going to be it's available in chat. Also, one quick thing, starting tomorrow, we're going to have access to all the drops. So we're going to get 6 hours total of drops. And we're also going to get support a creator event where a gifted sub will equal to a spell animation inside the game. So that's going to be pretty cool. If you guys are interested in supporting the channel and getting some cool assets for Last Epoch
properly and working,
it's going to be a way to do it.
Then we created 2 new variables. A state, well, we created 1 new variable, which is a state, and we created an enum, which had the different states that we're going to be using. We moved our movement code into its own move state function, and we set up our own attack state and a little animation finished function for that when the attack was over. And then inside of our physics process, we set up a match statement using our state variable so that we could make sure and only run one of our states at a time. Now, you could, in this case, you could say if state equals move, then run the move state. Elif state equals roll, then run the roll state, which is nothing right now. Elif. So you could do this as well. This actually works the same way as a match case. But I did want to introduce the match case to you guys so that you could learn about it and how it works. Because this is a little bit cleaner. It's a little bit less to write.
Yeah, it looks good. They're also affordable.
And set up.
They're not like
using an
$600 like PoE. You know?
Or an if, elif statement. But functionally, in this case, they actually work the same. So if you're having a hard time grasping this logic, that's another way of doing it. Using an if, elsif statement. You can set up your state machine like that. So that's going to be it for this video. We learned, we also learned about input maps and how the input map works, which I think is a good thing to learn about. Now you've got multiple controls set up. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. This series was made possible by the Kickstarter.
It's insane, bro.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening.
All right, signal plus instancing scene in code. I don't know what that means. Wow, we made a lot of progress today, chat, though. Holy shit, we got like an actual game, dude. Is your game done yet? Yeah, dude, look what we got. Look at the little game we got. Look at that, dude. I got my taxes back. I owed him $10. Yeah, I haven't completed my taxes yet. Look at this shit. Oh, look at that. We're actually going over the wall. I gave them a little bit of money in advance, so it shouldn't be too bad, but I'm probably going to have to pay some also. So, kind of sucks, man. It is what it is. Yeah, I guess my walls are... I guess it's just the walls. Cliff tile is the index. Let's do 1. Now we should appear under it. Yeah, we pretty much appear under it, I guess. Because we still haven't done, like... Normally we would want to go under these tile, but it seems really, really complicated, so I didn't do it. Where's the terrain physics? The bush didn't even move when you walk through it? I saw a tutorial on how to do that, though. It's really, really cool. So that when you enter... Oh, this happened. Oh, fuck, dude. This is so complicated. Because otherwise you don't appear on top of it. So yeah. Oh, shit, dude. It's so fucking insane. Good night, pal. Yo, good night, man. Lux needs money. Hey, yes, chat. We are 1 sub away from the hot tub stream. We're actually 1 sub away from the hot tub stream. So if you guys want to make this happen, make the collision box on the player wider. But if you make it wider, no, it's. I don't think it's a collision issue. I think there's more to it than that. We're gonna have to learn how to make a camera too, man. We're gonna there's like, I think if I go to the camera thing. Yo, Darth Relic, thank you so much, my friend. Can I add a camera? Camera, 2D. Okay. Is that it? Is that all we need? Bro. Easy. Easy, dude. Look at that. There you go, dude. Got our little arena here. I've been messing around with RPG Maker. Nice. Oh, whoa, whoa, what the fuck is this? The fuck is this, bro? Send tile? What is it on? On 0? Player. No, clip send tile needs to be -1, right? Yeah. Grass background is like -2. Yeah, there we go. I used to do so much RPG Maker when I was a kid. I used to do so much RPG Maker when I was a kid. Is Luxthos learning? Yeah, I mean, my brain is filled with information right now. Crazy, Jesus.
Evening, wherever and whenever you are. My name is Benjamin, and welcome to part 10.
I kind of want to keep going, but I also want to eat. Series. I'm hungry as fuck.
In the last video, we ended up adding our attack animation with our attack state, but we still don't have anything to actually attack, so we're going to be adding that in this video. Now, we won't be getting into the actual hurt boxes and hit boxes for those attacks yet. That will be in the next video, but we're going to add a grass scene and a death effect for that grass in this video, and we'll also be learning a little bit about signals and what signals can be used for, which they're very powerful. So let's start by organizing our scene here a little bit. I want to put all of our bushes into their own little group over here in our scene tree, so that when we start adding grass, we can have bushes and grass all kind of organized. So to do that, we can add a new child node here, and we can add a node 2D, and we can call this bushes. And we can select our bushes. I'm going to select the top one, hold shift, select the next one, click and drag them and drop them into our bushes folder here. Right? The problem that comes up when we do that is that if we run our game, our Y sorting no longer works. Why is that? Well, it's actually sorting these bushes based on the position of this bushes node right here. And that doesn't work because they each need to be sorted on their own position. So the solution to this is to change this. You can right click on the node, do change type to its own Y sort node. So you can...
Yeah, but I can't do that. So fuck, what was the... Y sorting enabled, right? Nice! There you go. I remembered. I remembered. Okay.
Have a Y sort node
You're an AI,
inside
not
of another
human?
Y
I
sort
wish.
node. And then apparently it's smart enough, Godot is smart enough to be able to know, oh, okay, they want to group these together, but they want to be able to have Y sorting on each individual one still. So that works quite nicely for doing that. The other thing I want to do real quick is inside of our player, a lot of you have been asking, and this is a really good question, so I appreciate it. A lot of you have been asking about the difference between the physics process and the process function. So the main difference between these two, and you can actually look it up in the documentation, right? We've got these functions in the documentation, and you can learn about them. You can see here in our process, called during the process step of the main loop, processing happens at every frame as fast as possible. So this happens, the process happens as fast as it possibly can. And so the delta time for that is not constant, it's different. And so this is different from the physics process, because if you look up physics process, if you look up the physics process, this is called during the physics process of the main loop process. Physics process means that the frame rate is synced to the physics. That means this function, this callback function, waits until the physics of the game have already been processed. And so delta for this should be constant. It shouldn't change. And the main idea behind that, so why is that important, right? Why would they do that? Why would they have a physics process or a process? Well, the main reason is because if you need to access any variables that are manipulated by the physics engine, so for example, the position of the player, if we needed access to the player's position, or something else that's manipulated by the physics, we would need to do that inside of the physics process in order to get accurate data. If we did it in the process, we might actually be getting the position of the player on the previous frame because the physics hasn't been updated yet. So that's the reason why we have the physics process or the process. Okay. So in this case, since none of our code actually accesses the player's
Thank you for the follow, my friend.
Physics variables, we have our own velocity and stuff like that, speed and acceleration, but these aren't actual variables related to the kinematic body. These are variables that we have created. We're not actually accessing any of the kinematic body physics-based variables. And so because of that, we don't need to use the physics process. We can just use the process. And from what I'm told, this actually helps with jitter and stuff as well. It helps the game to run smoother.
Really?
So if you can, stick it in the process event.
Stick it in the process, chat. You heard it first.
If you actually need to get access to the player's position or something like that, then that is going to be when you'll want to use the physics process. Okay, so there's just a little bit of cleanup in our project that I wanted to do. Now let's actually create our grass scene, create a new scene, do a new 2D scene, call this grass, and we'll save this scene, Control S, inside of our world. Save, kind of by our bush. we'll add a new sprite node to this. So sprite node right here. And we can drag in our grass texture. We'll set the offset. We don't want this to be centered, and we'll set
called grass. Oh, you can still call it grass. It will still... Okay. World grass. There we go. And then we can do a little bush. Oh, no, not a bush. Grass. No? Okay, I gotta do sprite then. Cool. And then I can... Oh yeah, I gotta do the thing where...
our offset to -8 by -8. We can save, and now we can place some of this grass inside of our world. And we'll create, we'll click on our Y sort scene here, and we'll create a new child node.
Why don't
we'll
you
do
want
another
it
Y
centered
sort,
like this?
and we'll call this grass. And then if we have that selected, we can then grab our grass scene from down here and place it around in the room. Oops. Undo that. Just like this. Put some over here. And another way to do this is you can actually duplicate it around, so I can select this one.
Why is this one like this and this one is like this? Oh, because it has a static body in it? Okay, there we go. They definitely look like I should be able to cut them down like Zelda grass, you know?
Duplicate it and then drag this around. You just use Control D to duplicate it, and that can be a little bit faster than manually placing.
Yeah, I've been having fun, Laundry. It's been great, but I'm about to go now because I gotta go get some food and rest, and I gotta prepare some stuff for tomorrow as well.
And run our game. Now we've got some grass, and it has some Y sorting, so you can see we can actually go behind some of those. For the most part, we just kind of run on top. Okay, and now we will, now that we've got those organized nicely, you can actually hide or show them all at once. We'll come into our grass scene here. We'll add a script.
I mean, I'll still look at tutorial on my free time, but I don't think I don't want to continue off stream though.
And
like the project, but yeah, we'll wait.
We'll uncomment this process function. You can use Control K.
I just had fun today. It was great.
And then we can say if input.is action just pressed attack queue free. So what does the queue free function do? Well, it adds this node to a queue of nodes that should be freed, or basically removed from memory, destroyed from the game. And it does that. It doesn't remove them right away, just in case there's other things that need to access them on this frame. So it usually waits till the very end of the frame to remove those from the game. It's different from the free function, which will remove it right away, but queue free is generally what you're going to want to use. So now when we run the game and we press this, all of our grass gets destroyed. So we've got the most OP attack in the game right now. But we're going to want to set up an effect for when the grass is destroyed. So let's create a new scene here. We're going to do a 2D scene. We'll call this grass effect. And this time, oops. Oh yeah, we'll save this. Save this scene, Control S. But let's come back into...
Okay. Do a new scene, 2D, grass effect.
Do If you can press this little button up here to go back, we're going to come into our effects folder and save it inside of effects. Now we'll add a new sprite to this, but we're going to use an animated sprite for this. Now we didn't use an animated sprite for our player because we wanted to be able to use the blend space 2D and like the animation tree and stuff like that. So because of that, we didn't use the animated sprite, but you can use animated sprites, and I'm using it here because this is a lot simpler of an animation. It doesn't require lots of different things. It's just one little animation. And that's where animated sprite shines. So we can create new frames over here, do new sprite frames, and click on that. And that will open up this little window.
Okay.
This is an animation that we've created. We'll just call this animate, I guess, because it's just going to be the grass kind of falling apart in the air, the leaves kind of fluttering. And we'll set our frames per second to 15 here. Now we need to add an animation. We need to add animation frames to this animation right here. So we can click on this because ours is from a sprite sheet. And then we come into effects and we select our grass effect.png, and that will open up this window. This, you can't zoom in here, so this is a little bit rough still. It's a slightly newer feature to Godot. I don't have a lot of experience with it yet.
Yeah, we're doing a quick little game,
right
man.
Here,
pretty cool.
These numbers right here represent how many frames there are. So you can see vertically, we actually only have one frame vertically, right? There's only one row here. And so for this animation, and so we want to set this down to 1. And horizontally, it's hard to tell because of the kind of animation that we have here, but I know that this animation actually has 5 frames horizontally. So now you can see we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, in order to continue, we need to select these frames. Now you can manually select them, just in case, you know, you had a giant sprite sheet and you only wanted some of the frames.
Back from vacation? How was the vacation, man?
You can manually select them. But in our case, we can just select them all using this button up here and do add 5 frames. Now we have each of these frames inside of our animation. And we can turn on playing here, and this animation will play. And we've got loop set to true, so it plays over and over and over and over again.
What's up, Mab?
We're going to turn off loop.
It's been pretty fun.
We're going to turn off centered, and we'll turn off playing for now. And then we'll set our offset to -8 and -8, just like the grass.
I'm gonna center
that
it.
we have.
I'll keep it the center.
The grass scene that we have over here. So now we've got this sprite animation set up.
I'm not sure why we're not
sprite.
centering it. Like, why we're not centering it like every other object we did.
But we need to actually play it. So let's come into our grass effect scene over here. We'll add a script that should be added under effects, grass effect. And we'll just call this, well, actually, instead of calling it grass effect, let's just call it effect for now. Well, we'll leave it grass effect. We'll probably end up changing that later. So create.
God damn it.
And then inside of here, we're going to get access to our animated sprite. So var onReady var, actually, animated sprite equals animated sprite. Now what can we do with this animated sprite? Well, let's look it up in the documentation. Animated sprite. What kind of functions do we have? We have play with an animation. We have stop, and we have if is playing. So those are kind of the functions we can do. We've got these different properties we can manipulate, but we don't really need to worry about those actually.
Learning's going great, my friend.
So all we're going to do is inside of our grass effect in the ready function, we'll call animated sprite.play animate. And then we can run the game well, actually, we don't want to run the game. We want to run this specific scene right here to make sure that this is working. We can do that by pressing this little button right here or hitting F6. And I couldn't tell if it actually played. Animated sprite play. We didn't get any error messages. Let's do, I want to be able to test this. So we'll do a process function. We'll say if input
mine worked.
is
I saw it.
action just pressed attack.
Yep, I should. And
then
they
we'll
changed
copy
it.
this line right here and paste it right here. And run this scene. And now if we press the space key, it should animate, but we're not seeing it animate. So something is wrong here.
Mine works, bro.
Maybe we have to have playing set to true. Let's turn on playing again. Try this one more time. We're still not getting it actually playing. So I'm guessing the problem is, since we're not on loop here, it actually is playing it whenever we do that, but it's not starting on the last frame or on the first frame. It's starting on the last frame. That's my suspicion here. So let's see if our play function takes some sort of properties. So we've got backwards. We pass in the string here. So it has a frame that it is set to. The default is set to 0. But we might need to reset that frame. So let's try doing that real quick.
They might have fixed that in my version because I see it play real quick when I open it. You can see the leaves falling in the corner.
So we'll see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. And there we go. Now it's working properly. So essentially it was playing, but it was starting on the very last frame. So what we want to do here is set our frame equal to 0 right in here.
Okay, I don't need to do any of this.
And we can get rid of that code now. We don't need it. So once this is created, it will start on frame 0 and then it will animate our sprite.
Forge Garden?
And then
I think I have to go minion again.
We
Minion
want to get rid of it,
or
right?
Warlock?
So it
I love
animated
minion,
there.
though.
It's hard to see.
Like, it is what it is, but
there.
I love
Well, we want to
minion,
get
so.
rid of it, but we don't want to get rid of it until the animation is finished, till the animation is over. And this is where signals come in. So on our animated sprite node here, if you click on it, instead of having inspector, come over to node, and you should see these two tabs called signals and groups. We're not going to worry about groups right now, but we do want to worry about signals. And you can see under the animated sprite, we have an animation finished and a frame change signal. So these signals, they're basically signals that they're kind of like messages that get sent out, like a text message or something that gets sent out whenever something happens. It says, hey, this thing happened, you know, like your friend has a baby or whatever. He sends out a message to everyone and says, hey, I just had a baby, right? That's kind of what it's like.
That was one hell of an example.
And so we've got animation finished here. This signal is the one that we're concerned with, because once this animation is over, we actually want to destroy our grass effect. So we're going to double click on this animation finished signal, and it will open up this window, and it says connect a signal to a method. So this is a little bit scary looking. Signals can be scary, but basically whenever a signal fires, you want to connect that signal to some sort of function or method, so that when that signal happens, when the text gets sent out essentially, we do something, right? What do we want to do? Well, we want to send a text back and say congratulations to our friend, you know, for having a baby. So in this case though, what we want to do is call this function right here. This is the function we're going to be creating, and this is the function that will be called whenever our animation finish signal gets sent. So we'll do connect, and you can see it's opened up our grassEffect.gd script, and it's added this function. So now we can set up what it's going to do, and we're going to do queue free. So when this animation finishes, this grass effect will destroy itself. And you can see now there's this little icon in the editor for the signal that we connected.
Nice.
And if we click on signals here, we can see that it's been connected. We get this information and the function it's been connected to. And we can double click on that and it will bring us to that location in the code editor here. And we can also see that it's been connected here. We can see that this is a signal. We can click on that and get information that the source is the animated sprite node. The signal that this is connected to is the animation finished. And the target node that it's connected inside of is the grass effect right here. So let's run this scene again, see if this works. And yep, at the end, it actually gets destroyed. So one more thing.
What do you think of the RuneScape survival game? It was all right. It was all right. It's definitely early access. I think they got some good structure though. Could be fun.
In code. Or instancing scenes in code, because we know how to instance a scene inside of the editor here, right?
Well, like right now for $30, I would probably recommend buying Enshrouded over RuneScape, you know?
Done it before, we clicked on the grass, drag, you drop it in the editor. Well, how do you create the effect, right? Our grass effect inside of the game while the game is running. Because we want to create it when our grass dies. So let's come into our grass script here, and we're going to
I forgot to
create our grass effect scene right here inside of this grass.gd script once the grass is destroyed, right here once it's been attacked. So first we need to create a variable, and we'll call this grass effect. And I'm using a lowercase g here. I'm using camel case here, basically, a lowercase g here. And that's because generally with my scenes, I name them with an uppercase here. So this is an instance of a scene, so I'm naming it lowercase here. Well, actually, we're going to load the scene first. So let's do uppercase. Ironically, grass effect equals load. And then we need to pass in a path for the scene that we're going to be loading. And, well, we want to load our grass effect. So that's going to be under effects, grass effect.tscn. And it'll be under this path right here. Okay, well, that's kind of a pain to type out, but in Godot you can actually come into your file system, go into here, find the grass effect scene, grass effect.tscn, drag and drop it right here. And that gives you the exact path to that scene. Okay, so once we've loaded this scene and stored it inside of this variable, we now need to create an instance of it. So we can say var grass effect equals grass effect dot instance. Okay, now this is a little confusing because we've got uppercase grass effect here, lowercase grass effect here. Why? Well, this is the actual scene right here. This is called a packed scene. So it's a scene. It's not actually a node. But this right here, this variable is going to have an instance of that scene, which will actually just be a node, right? So it will be its own node, where this is a packed scene. It's a different kind of data. So once we instance that scene and store it inside of grass effect, well then, we actually need to put that grass effect inside of the room, like inside of this scene, right? So think about it this way. When we bring in our grass effect like this and drop it in, this node the scene gets instanced and then dropped inside of here as an instance of that scene. And we know it's instance because you can make multiple of them, right? But it has to be added as a child of some other node in the scene. It has to be added as a child. So we have to tell it to do that in code. If we come back in here, we can say, we could add it as a child of our grass that we're on right now, but we don't want to do that because the grass is about to get freed. So then it would destroy our effect. We want to add it to the root world node, or maybe our Y sort node. And that kind of depends on you, which one you want to add it to. But for me, I'm just going to add it to the root world node. So how do we get access to the root world node inside of our script? We can say var main equals get tree dot current scene. So this gets the current root main scene.
Okay, pretty cool. You figured it out? Nice.
Scene tree. Okay.
I think I'm going to wait a month or two. Definitely
scary.
wait. I don't think it's worth it right now. It has cool building, though, if you want to build houses and shit.
So if you run Godot, okay, and then you come over here, you can see you have a local scene, which is the scene in the editor, but you also have a remote scene. Now this is the actual scene that the game is currently running. This is what the game actually looks like over here. You can see we have our world scene. We've got our background, dirt path, our Y sort. It's all this stuff. And if you click on these, like if we click on player and go to the inspector, we can actually see information about our player in real time. All of this stuff in real time this isn't the scene that we made inside of our editor. This is the scene that's actually running in the game right here. So if we actually move our player over here, we can see our player's position updating down here in the corner.
Okay.
In real time. So we can see exactly what's happening inside of the game. So this right here is called our scene tree. So when we do get tree, it's getting this right here. And when we say current scene, so get tree dot current scene, it's actually getting the very first scene that it has right here. This world scene. And so that gets us access to world. So we can call this main, or we can call it world, whatever you want to do. Probably for consistency, I want to call it world here. So let's stop running the game. And that brings us back to here. And then we can say
I'm getting an error right now.
add child. And the child that we want to add is our grass effect. Now make sure this is a lowercase g, because this is the instance of our grass effect scene.
Okay.
You can't actually add a grass effect scene to the world node. It has to be an instance of it. Okay? And once we've done that, we can actually run the game and test this. So let's run the game and test it. Okay.
So why, when he does it, it works, but when I run mine, it crashes? Grass function process. Non-existent function instance. Oh, is instance not a thing anymore? Shit. Instance. Oh, initiate. Okay. Instantiate. There we go. I'm using Godot. I'm trying to learn Godot right now. Oh, fuck all the anime. Okay.
So they all got destroyed here, and we got a grass effect, but maybe you guys saw it, maybe you didn't.
Yeah.
It was actually up here in the top left-hand corner.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, it's
Well,
pretty
that's
cool
because
to learn
when
right
the
now.
effect gets added to the world, it's being added at position 0, 0. So we also need to set the position. We need to tell it where in the world this grass effect should be. And we'll do that by saying grass effect dot position dot global position equals global position. Now this global position is the global position of our grass. So we're setting the grass effect global position to the global position of the grass. Now when we run the game and we swing our sword, we get the grass effect at the position of all of the different grasses. And that's the effect we want.
That's really cool. We just need to add collision now.
That's
right?
the effect we want. So learning how to instance scenes inside of code is very
GT
important.
Max, thank you for the 56
if you want
months.
to do anything inside of Godot. Like if you want to have a gun that shoots, or if you want to, whatever it is, you know, you're going to need to learn to instance scenes inside of code. And this is how you do it. You load the scene. This is step 1, stored in a variable. You instance that scene. This is step 2, store that in its own variable. You add that scene. Well, this is getting access to the world, but you add that scene as a child of whatever node you want to add it to. In our case, we wanted to add it to world, so we had to get access to the world first. And then
Thank you,
set its
GT, for the
position
56.
generally.
I don't know why the alert didn't show
So
up.
those are the steps in order to add it to the
You
world.
guys heard the alert?
And so I hope you learned something in this video. This is going to be it for this video. We did quite a bit. We learned some new things, and we're ready for our hurt boxes and hit boxes video, where we can set up.
This is gonna be good, dude.
Good morning, afternoon.
All right, but I cannot keep going like this because it's getting really fucking late, and I haven't eaten dinner yet. So, by the way, chat, 1 sub away from the hot tub stream. We're very, very lucky that we even have this as an opportunity. Really fucking awesome. I got so much fucking shit that I gotta do. What is that message? What the fuck? What are you talking about? Hot tub stream. Yeah, and 1 sub, dude. We're 1 sub away from the hot tub stream. So close to it. So close. So close to it, yet so far, you know? Chat, I had a really, really good time today. I had a really, really good time today. Hopefully you guys did as well. That was almost a 12-hour stream. 11-hour stream. Not almost 12. It's literally 11 on the dot. 11-hour stream. I had a really, really good time. I hope you guys had a good time too. Hope you guys learned something. Hope you guys were entertained by it. It was really, really fun. Honestly, I would do this all night, but I need to set up so many things for tomorrow. I gotta create like thumbnails. I gotta do like all sorts of stuff to get the stream ready for tomorrow for the Last Epoch event. And then tomorrow we're going full Last Epoch. Like I said, we're gonna have drops for you guys. We're gonna have content creator event, so you guys can have, I think it's gonna be 1 or 2 gifted sub gets you a special effect for a spell, which is gonna be cool. Or you can also just watch the stream for 6 hours and get some free drops, which is going to be really, really cool. I'm going to be streaming Last Epoch tomorrow all day. So that's going to be awesome. That's going to be fun. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm going to be, special effect and a hot tub stream. Both of them for a sub. I mean, it's, you know, it's a bundle. It's definitely a big deal. Definitely a big deal. I'm going to go make myself some food, chat. I'm going to go relax a little bit and set up everything for tomorrow. Hope you guys had a good time. I want to say a big thank you for everybody lurking and hanging out and chatting and helping me out with this throughout the day. This was definitely something completely new. I've never tried anything like this before, and I think it's a really cool project. We will 100% do this again in the future. 100%. I really want to keep going with this. I'm really enjoying this. I'm going to be watching more tutorial, and I'm going to keep learning, and we're going to end up making a little game. Maybe I don't know if we'll be releasing it or anything, but we'll make a game. You know, we just got to learn right now. We're still learning. So we got to get into the learning process, right? Yeah, thank you all for watching, chat. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I'm going to leave you guys with we're currently level 6 for today, so thank you so much for the support. That's 6,000 Luxboxes for you guys in the chat. I'll see every single one of you tomorrow on stream, hopefully, for Last Epoch. We're going to be grinding one of my personal favorite ARPG. We're going to have a minion build. We're going to be summoning all the summons, and we're going to have a good time. Thank you for tuning in. Have a beautiful night, everybody. Exclamation mark join. Get in there. Don't miss out on the Luxboxes. We'll be back tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Love you all.